see that is once we get onto the server and once we see these guys playing.
I mean, it's funny you say about you talk about egos and such. It's like, well, seeing what Narot was tweeting over the last few days, especially after yesterday's result, you know, against the Amiga side, it's like, you know, seeing how humble he's been rather than, you know, trying to be sort of like, because like, again, he had semi-high expectations. He probably was brought back down to earth, I feel like, in a certain extent. But it's like when it came down to what you said, he was basically saying something along the lines of, yeah, we lost today, but now it's no more losing. It's all about learning and improving.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, I think that definitely he's got the right mentality about this situation. It's like, I think he realizes that this team definitely could be in a better spot. You know, I think he definitely realizes that he's kind of been sent up the creek as a result of the fall of Abez. So, you know, there's still going to be, you know, there's going to be some troubles, I think, surrounding him and surrounding his mental, surrounding, you know, these circumstances in this team. But, you know, he's definitely keeping his head high. He's got, you know, positive sort of, not positive, optimistic sort of thoughts about the team overall. But I think he realizes that it's a long road ahead to really get some decent success for the TPT side. Now, for Saw, obviously, talking about success, like they've had a lot of it over the last year. You know, they maintain a constant top 30 position. Do you think they're gonna be feeling threatened anytime soon about losing like a position in the top 30?
Look, if they keep playing like this, maybe. Yeah, like that's certainly a good point. Saw up until this point, like you said, last sort of 12 months, pretty much all of 2020, we really saw them go from like what 72nd, I think they were ranked on HLTV, right up until that breaking top 30 point, getting pretty much top 6, top 4 placings in most of the playoff events in the tier 2 scene, breaking through into some of the DreamHack Open events there and looking pretty decent too. But I think for Saw, they've probably gotten to a point now where they've got to realize that they need to be on form every day, and if they're not on form, they're going to be challenged. One thing that certainly you do see, not every day, but relatively often in the tier 2 scene, any tier 2 team can beat another tier 2 team. It doesn't matter if you're ranked 70th, if you're ranked 80th, if you're unranked, you can lose to these guys if you're not playing proper CS, if you're not playing to your absolute peak. And I think Saw, after that game yesterday, that was probably a big wake-up call. That was like, right, we took it to OT, we didn't play our best, we lost to a team we should never do. I'd really hope that they're coming into the game today refreshed. Yeah, they might have a stand-in, but at least looking dominant. So it's the Saw that we remember and the Saw that we've known for such a long time now.
Absolutely, yes. And I think, you know, just to echo the sentiment of any team can beat anybody, I think I remember talking to Hobbit a few weeks ago, and he was saying, you know, any tier 2 team can even beat a tier 1 team if you've got the right sort of matchup. So, you know, it definitely can be some unexpected results. Even in best of 3s as well, upsets are definitely possible. But we won't find out what that result was going to be. Oh, hello, I've got someone at the front door. But you know, there's we're not going to find out exactly what those results are going to be just right now. Unfortunately, we have got a bit of a tech problem, so we're going to head to a very short break. When we return, we're going to come back with our first best of 3 of the European Development Championship. So do stick with us as we come back with Saw versus TPT.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
Just walk it off, it's what I tell myself. I've been leaving you calls, but you leave me looking for reasons to stay. I run through memories thinking it might help, but the more I look into your eyes, I see something else. 'Cause I see the warning signs, and they make me turn at night to think that you go out without me here by your side. Now I see the warning signs. You should know I'm not the type to keep falling victim to your beauty and your love. Now I see the warning signs. Now I see the warning signs. Cause I see the warning signs, and they make me turn at night to think that you go out without me here by your side. Now I see the warning signs. You should know I'm not the type to keep falling victim to your beauty and your lies. Now I see the warning signs. Now I see the warning signs. Now I see the warning signs.
Say you chose again, a different story, different way. Will you find your happiness, or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 Say you chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? All of just the same. 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 All of just the same.
Headshots, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
All right, looks we're about ready to jump into the first best of 3 of the day. Apologies for the delay, unfortunately, due to some technical issues. We've been unable to start on time, unfortunately, a bit about half an hour delayed, but that should be okay. It has given plenty of time for TPT and Sword to go back over the notes one more time and get prepped for our best of 3. To remind you all, Dust 2, Train, and Nuke will be our 3 maps for the series. A lot of us riding the Saw hype train. I think a lot of us are predicting the Saw hype train as well. For me, I'm kind of going 2-0. Unfortunately, just for me, like looking at TPT and looking at where they're at right now, it's like it's too much of a skill disparity. You know, like, again, I'll give credit for TPT. These are the best circumstances possible to pull off an upset, but I just don't see it happening in a realistic sense.
I'm going to go 2-1, actually, Jay. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on Train. I think it would be close if the polls will take it. I want to give them the chance of a single map, but yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I think the Saw hype Train, everyone is down for.
Indeed, yes. This roster might not be the same one as yesterday, but it's still just as good, I want to say. So, yeah, a lot of people expecting Sword to take the victory here today, and I'm thinking that'll be the case. I think the main challenge for them is going to be the young ninja side, considering they've already lost, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we have to burn it down. So, yeah, that's basically summing this whole thing up. Again, Dust 2, the pick of the Saw side. I'm expecting them to have a pretty decent time on it just because of the nature of this particular map. Like, as you mentioned, the Pug style can work well to TPT. And I think if there's one map where they'd be able to prove exactly what they can do, it would be here on Dust 2. This will be a pace setter for the Polish squad.
Yeah, chance for some of the individuals to play with a lot of freedom, play quite individual perhaps for TPT, and maybe try and get Saint on the AWP pretty much straight away if possible, get Nara double AWPing too if need be. But for TPT, this is going to be a challenge. This is going to be their chance to really sort of show the world, I suppose, what they're actually made of and what this new young lineup can actually do in terms of damage. And starting off on Dust 2 will be Saw's map pick, one of the strongest maps in the map pool for the Portuguese side.
Indeed, yes. We're very excited to see how well they're going to be able to do on this one. Again, a lot of eyes on this matchup, especially on the Source side. We get kick things off over on the pistol round. TPT chose to start on the T side half for this opening map up. We are towards the long control very early on. He spread out on the defaults, looking for the opening kills, and so far Saw will not give it to them. A lot of aggression from that raid boss, that P250, hunting for an opening frag, but so far just doing damage, no kills.
A bit of a look out towards the upper tunnels, but it looks like it's going to be the long contact that's coming through for the T side. Already a goosh down onto Arky. That's the A player down to 8 HP. Great start out from the T side. And from here, cross smokes go through. Retake setup coming out for the CT side towards A.
Smokes up, here's the Dodo turning away, expecting a flashbang to come through. Arky will fire down range, but so far not connecting anything here on this one. And Sora backing off from the CT spawn and from the short control. They should know what's going on now, as Mutuis is finally the first to fall. First blood being drawn out, peek out from Arky back at Gandalf. Norok planting on the default boxes. Can just get away with a simple one out of this one. Unable to take him down. So Dodo and Stan will be able to trade back, a double up for Arky. The back lines of 3 versus 2. P250 backed up here towards long. Now Cappy. Ooh! Getting the 3 kills. Headshots coming in thick and fast. And TPT start things off fantastic.
That came out of nowhere. We saw the opening kill coming out for TPT in the 5-on-4, and then the retaking kills started coming out from Saw. But what a hold on the site itself. Kill Cappy. He was killing everyone. 4 kills, a 1v3 clutch coming out for the T side. TPT showing up when necessary.
Indeed, they did. Huge frags from there, from Kilcappy on that A-bomb site. And that sets them up really nicely for the follow-up rounds as well. Fama, 2 scouts in, awkward force by from Saw as you would expect in the second round. And TPT, well, I mean, again, you talked about it in previous, you know, don't want to play those plug maps against this kind of a team. It's all right now, struggling early on, a bit of a shock to the system. Coming into the upcoming rounds, can they adjust? For now, it's going to be the same strategy played out here. Majority of players out here to the long control. Scout will peek in, try to look for that first kill. No shots on the player to pick the connect. But he does have info on where they're playing from. Ooh, that shot wouldn't start things off.
Yeah, nicely done from Arky. Long range onto that pit angle with the scout to find the opening pick, and they just keep peeking it again. Very dry coming out for the T side. Now looking to maybe slow walk into the A side, but look at how many rotates are coming through. Pretty much the whole team's here at the A bomb side. There's 4 players.
Boosting up for the Deagles, trying to look onto the headshot angles towards ramp. The smokes are down to buy some cover. They have got an exit way here, TPT. They've got a player back over the longhouse. They just cleared up that mid position. Won't be able to escape, though. TPT are not going to take the opportunity. They will instead just press back towards the long position. The AK of Kilcappy will lead the charge. See 1 player crossing back. Scout just going to bob and weave. The fan will be ready to try and receive them coming in towards that ramp control. Slight gap in that smoke. Can do some tag damage. Sprayed through from the Fama. Does not quite get the kills, but it sets up the Scout pretty nicely. Vanku, Norok going down. Kilcappy is very low. And Sane needs to get here to support him. Now a 1 versus 4 as the kill does come through. As the Dodo with the Eagle will peek out from the CT spawn, clean house, and get around back for Saw.
Yeah, look, that felt very awkward coming out from the TPT side. They had the initial contact from long. They sort of had almost a bit of a double pump setup where they slowed it down, then went back in. But it was just the scouts doing so much tag damage. A slight gap, like you mentioned, towards the right-hand side of the cross smokes. And you can't be allowing any kind of gap in those cross smokes out, otherwise you'll just get punished. Force Buy's got to come back out for the poles. Saw finding the perfect response.
Vanku, the Deagle, towards that mid position in the mid doors where Norok will take control of TPT. Back down to the Force by pistols. They will lose the first kill for him. Muteris dealing with Narok very quickly and efficiently. They do know that there's going to be some short presence out here. This Deagle's been seen, and they will come back and try to drive him away. So Soldiers using whatever utility they can to stall for time, but mostly to win out the fight. The bomb is also left back at T-spawn, by the way. So as they push forward towards this site, this is going to be a bit of an awkward stance for TPT to regain control, especially as Rev goes down. They know that there's 1 player at Gandalf, and he's siphoned off from his teammates.
Yeah, someone's forgotten the bomb here, so this round's pretty much all but over, unless they can somehow get some unreal entries towards this short position. The Sword just picking them apart. TPT Oh, man. You wonder who dropped the bomb there because, I mean, it was pretty much a lean towards the A site. So I don't know how the bomb was dropped almost towards, like, the B entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not great from TPT and something that hopefully gets relayed over at the end of the round to make sure that that does not happen again.
Now down to the eco for TPT as a result of that. A hell of a blunder to make in that last round, and it doesn't do them much favors in this one. Pistols out, no Kevlar, and a Galil will line up 1 kill. Second one going to be taken by the Dodo as he backs up his man. Muteris does go down in the end though, so 1 rifle for TPT to play with, but a 2-for-1 trade, and saw no pretty much where all the players are at. They saw such a massive contact down there towards the lower tunnels that the AK, the AWP will clean it up, leaving it all to Sane. Burst through, does catch Arky for a secondary frag, so damage has been done to the CT side. If he gets a 3rd kill, that would be even better.
This is okay. If he can get the bomb, then maybe there's a chance he can get back into the site, but no, just in the lower tunnels is going to deny that opportunity. 3rd round now up on the board for the Portuguese side, and no bomb plant has come through in the 3 previous rounds. And while we have a moment, have a look at those odds over at Paramatch. Onsaw's map pick, 1.12 up for the side that decided to pick this map. Quite one-sided, but make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click the banners below to get all the information on how to sign up to a 100% bonus on your deposit in certain regions, so make sure you can get involved and see if you're available for that. The TPT going in for some fast short control. There's actually no one here, but just a nade for the CT side, and it does decent damage.
Nice dunk on Van Q and Kill Cappy, down to 68 points of health each, so perfectly placed. Not a significant amount, but it is a pretty decent chunk of their HP. Muteris will be taking contact as a result there towards the short control. They have basically got full dominion over the entryways towards the A site. The main issue would be if he gets smoked off or just flashed out of that position on the short control. No one is facing towards long. That second nade doing a lot more damage to Van Q in that one. Now down to 54. So slowly wearing away at the T sideline at this stage. They've been very quiet about this. Their default is set up their positions a minute to go for the hit.
And what's great too is that Saw put both those HEs down without really having information of anything towards that short. There was no contact peak that came through, and already a lot of damage. Arky playing the ankle out from ramp. Now, as soon as he gets contact, there's an opportunity that Dodo can swing out towards long and try and back him up to have 2 players contesting at the same angle.
M4 standing by, utility goes up, flash over, Norrot taken out. Flashes continue to go over as Dodo peeks in, sees one, can't land a shot, but it doesn't matter because that M4 is still popping heads. Arky with 3 kills on the sprays, and the 5 versus 2 kill Cappy seen by Muteris and Sane, he will get 1 exit, but the bomb is under CT control. 15 seconds to get back to long and get the plant in. It's not going to happen. He has to save. This was a 4th for Saw.
Oh, what a holdout from Arky, and that was pretty solo, right? I mean, even though Dodo started to swing in to try and back him up, he didn't even do anything. It was all Arky that was doing the majority of the damage. Sane trying to hold on to this AWP does take another player out, but TPT struggling, Jay, after fighting that opening pistol round. And could be a bit of an opportunity to take a tactical pause. I mean, they can't buy around this AWP, so maybe just a light eco and get some deagles through, and there's even a couple of players yet to get a frag on the scoreboard for TPT.
Smokes up as TPT move in with that AWP, hoping the Sane can do some damage with it. He's the worst off player in terms of the economy line. $200, of course, with that save, having to come in. And deagles around him, and a bit of a weird sort of hodgepodge of a half buy and a force buy. Not sure what they're planning to do with this, but it definitely will hurt the team going forward in terms of the economy game. Same will try picking up with this AWP, trying to see if he can catch off some of the CT forces on the short control. Unable to do so, though. They're just going to back off, and Saw been playing this CT defensive wonderfully so far. They know when to aggress, when to fall back, when to flash, when to smoke, when to HE. It has been pretty much played to a T so far.
And that's what we can expect, certainly on their map pick, is just the team play aspects. I mean, you look at this team, they formed together on the 1st of January in 2020, Jay. So that's already pretty much, what, 13 months that they've played together? A very long time. And even players playing together in previous teams too. Muteris, though, does overextend, loses that fight, but the trade backs for Dodo.
Yeah, Orbior battle up against Sane. Needs to get something going out here. Nades up. AK comes up for Norrot. Turns up with one good frag. Any more than that? Well, Arky's trying to get training back. 22 points of health. And he loses that fight just to trade back to a 3 versus 2. But tagged up Elevator gets Rev to drop. The 3-on-2 retake now set in for the TPT at side. Norrot is still low. Deagle up, just goes down. AWP back in, tap from the USP. I don't know if that connected, but either way, he knows where VanQ is. Sees that head, can't land the shot. USP versus Deagle at this stage, seeing his man, needs that flick to the headshot and just comes up with it just in time. And TPT won't be able to win the round, but for an eco hodgepodge buy out of the bomb plant and 4 kills, is going to be a lot of work done.
Yeah, that's great. And the bomb plant obviously really helped Sane too. He was the one that saved in the AWP, so he wasn't going to have a massive amount of money. That bomb plant's given that extra 800. And the kills that they got going forward, there's a chance that they can instantly reset Saw. Max round loss bonus now up for the TPT side. Saw on single round loss bonus of only 1400. Considering the streak of rounds that they've had, that was a pretty good eco. Fast out towards long, there's no contest here. Straight in towards that pit position from Muteris. Killcappy's at least going to get a lurk, but the nades again, Jay. The nade damage must be unbelievable, and we're only 6 rounds deep.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see what the utility damage looks like right now.
Ridiculous. Oh, here's another one.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
No.
Oh, not actually. It doesn't quite land. Okay. I'm going to assume that they backed off a little bit. It may have hit the wall and bounced away. So that way Norrot was hid back in this cubby corner. Therefore, he evaded the damage, and his teammates were backed up towards mid, so they evaded the damage. If they had continued their, stack up on that group up position, then that would have done some serious damage. It may have even taken out a couple of players.
But already, the big damage coming through from 3 players for this T side. And I think for Saw, they just need to make sure that they're not getting complacent here. We saw in that last round, Muteris overextending from the default boxes to give the opening pickup for the poles. Something that Saw can't allow to go forward again. Mid to B play on the cards. Might be a split to the B side.
Only 2 players to defend against it. Justin and Sasol. Flash is over, going to try to catch them off, doing dink damage, but it's going to be the first casualty for the AWP. Just comes up with 1. Sane can trade it back. 2-for-1 trades, favorable to the T sideline. And yes, they are tagged up, but do the CTs want to go for this? Do they want to try their hand at the retake here? It will be difficult on the numbers game, but if they can isolate a pick back, they could potentially find a nice and easy kill.
I'll be surprised if they go for this. Money's not great at all. I think the best option is just to back off and save. Maybe try and look to see if you can do some exits, do some more economical damage to your opposition. But yeah, Saw aren't really too keen on that either. They've left Arky somewhat aggressive in the upper tunnels to maybe see if he can find 1 pick at least. Hearing the footsteps of a couple of players. Oh, he's got a chance of recovering an AWP. No, not quite. Rev swings out. Still a lot of players going down on this T side. Saw will be able to force the issue going into the next gun round. And TPT, well, Moneyline's going to be okay because they won a round, but not that fantastic because they lost a lot of players.
Yeah, both teams are in money troubles here. I wouldn't be surprised if Saw tried to go for the buy up here. Speaking of buy-ups, you can buy up to upgrade your inventory at hellcase.com. 70 cents and 15% there. 15% refill bonus. Let's see if I can get the words out right. Using the codes that you see on screen. You can grab your discounts and get what you deserve only at hellcase.com. And yeah, that force buy is coming through. AWP can come back from Stadodo. M4s. Afama is in for just. Limited utility sets for the TPT side. And look at Stadodo ready for that opening kill. Takes out Naro immediately into round 8.
A bit of aggression coming out from Saw. First time in a while we've seen any kind of play like that, and it comes down to the AWP. Aggressing up towards that short position, being boosted up, getting that opening pick, and Saw, they've got the opening advantage. TPT, they've got some control towards short and towards the upper tunnels as well. Good start coming out for the Portuguese side, and even Stadodo, if he starts to relocate out towards this mid control, he can be a quick rotate out towards B because it's looking like it's going to be another B play for the T's.
Smoke onto the B doors, counter spray back from the CT side over at the tunnels, and the AWP sees his second man, gets his second kill. So far unscathed here for the CT side. As TPT make their way back downstairs into the lower tunnels, and Sane will lead that charge into the mid control. Possibly a wraparound towards short, it seems to be the call from TPT. A mid to B play, actually? Flash is over. They're going to try and get this map control.
Yeah, their options are very limited here, Jay. They've got a lot of utility, but they're down so many players. Time's running down low. As Dodo could be on for a little bit more. Playing out from this car angle, we should see a short smoke to come through just to avoid a little bit more pressure and a little bit more coverage. That's the first one coming down, flashes over the top, no short smoke at all, and Dodo wins another fight. It's all down to VanQ. What an excellent round this has been for Saw. No one going down, everyone staying alive. You could not have asked for a more dominant round than the one right there.
Yeah, 2 AKs recovered for the CT side as well. Saw not losing a single trade. And considering that just had a Fama as well, that's a massive upgrade for a lot of value there for the Saw side. And the rebuy from TPT is not fully committing towards. You see some players forcing down, saying get the AWP out, Norot's down to $900. But there are also some players that are half buying and ecoing. Doesn't feel like TPT are on the same page for this buyback. And that's a concerning sign for this team already. Yes, it is a T side, and yes, it is only the first half of their opponent's map pick, but you know, again, talking about that pug style, talking about this map being a puggy sort of pick. TPT, you know, they kind of need to get something going here on T side if they want to set that pace for the match.
Yeah, I don't mind this buy, in all honesty. I mean, they're on max round loss bonus. If they get a bomb plant, then obviously that's going to help the buy going forward. But they've got to realize that even on these eco rounds, they've got to do damage. Because if they're not doing damage to the CT side, they're just going to have like 10k, 11k, and they're going to keep the AKs in play. At least this way, yeah, you might have Saint buying very low, but if you can get a couple of kills, you'll limit what the CTs have. And even a little bit of a tag comes through for the boxers, but not before Muteris backs up his teammate.
Yeah, great support from him to be able to take VanQ down. If he had not been able to get that kill, Arky probably would have been a goner. He'll get close towards the site here. The Rev gets spotted out by Just into the mid-control. Same with that orb just turn up. Muteris deals with Nora on the site. Drops that bomb as well. So 4 versus 2. Orb dealt with dropping to 1. Kill Cappy is sneaking around though. Will catch that player out at short, but unable to get the frag on him. And he had such a great flank position as well. There's a possibility for 3 kills on that one and equalizing to a 1 versus 1, but just awkward timing. Awkward swing. And awkward odds as well. 1.03 to 10. I can't say I'm too shocked at the odds at Paramatch. This map is going swimmingly for Saw. To get your bonus for the first deposit by clicking on the banner below. Go to paramatch.com.
Now, unfortunately there for TPT, they didn't really do a lot of economical damage. Fast out towards long, that's a bit of a change-up. Nice and quick, fast aggression out, relatively dry, just a couple of flashbangs. But again, Jay, it almost feels like every single time they get an opening pick, it gets traded right back. So Dodo with that AWP on the defense from the A side, back into the 4 versus 4. And look how limited the util sets are here for the T's.
Smoke down on Xbox, try buying him some breathing room going into the short control. And Arky knows this. He's just going to wait with this AK. Play this position so well in the corner. There's a gap in that smoke to work with. I don't think it's going to matter too much. I don't think anyone can pop up their head from that position. Either way, Orb's going to start moving in here for the source side. Molotovs try and drive him away, and Sasol takes out Nara. Big kill to gain the man advantage. Possibly a swing back from Arky, not quite as successful. Low HP, got to fall away. Still doing some damage, but Rev comes up with a 3 versus 3. The HG from Dodo finishes off the job. Man advantage regain. They're backing off the CT though. TPT can get a bomb plant from here.
Look how safe Saw are playing this. They had the opportunity of continuing to fight towards A, but instead they're giving up the bomb site. They've still got the advantage in the 3-on-2. They can retake together. Everyone coming in from this short position. Couple of flashbangs over the top. Rev is so caught out in the open, needs a little bit of help, and he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, not much they could do from there. VanQ had to keep his eyes on Ram just in case. A split was coming back. AWP now seeing him from the long control. They have him cornered. And Sasol's not going to let him escape from this position. Just watch the right and left-hand sides. Swing up from the AK, looking back to Dodo and Just converge on his position. Sandwich him up and get that headshot in for the kill. 8-2 to the board of Saw. They have the CT half.
I think that's really sort of shining the inexperience for this TPT side. They weren't playing together at all in that 2v3. You've got to make an option. Do you play passive? Do you overextend and try and take map control away? Maybe you push in towards CT. Maybe you take short control away from the CT side. Instead, they're kind of split. And VanQ, once he gets blinded, like, he can't fall back to the site. He's got to keep fighting by himself. Saw really just mincing their opposition, looking like an absolute breeze. And I'll tell you what, like, I'm so happy that this is the Saw that we're seeing today, because this is not the Saw we saw yesterday.
No, absolutely. Like by this point in the game against the Young Ninjas yesterday, they were really sort of having a struggle. They were having a real bad time about it. So seeing them do some damage right here, looking like a much more confident side, this is definitely encouraging for the Portuguese core. Even with a standing in tow, you know, they're still having a pretty decent game about this. CT spawn, players are up, sprays awkward from Rev, can't quite catch these kills, and CT starts swinging back to try and deal with him. The mid to B split is shut down, one player lurking out on short, dealt with by Stadodo as well, and the kills come in thick, fast, and clean from the CT side.
It doesn't get much easier than that. Muteris just spamming away from CT, and it pulls so much attention away that it allows Just to overextend from the mid doors. Sane and kill Cappy, 2v5. Oh, just gets the kill onto Arky. Did take a little bit of time. And do they just commit B here? Might be the only option. Oh, what?
Yeah. Wait, what?
That second kill just went straight through the door.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Didn't see that coming. 9-2. Keeping this one together. And Deagle's up on the half buy for TPT against the full-blown rifles. I believe this, I don't know, this has been a lot of rounds in a row. I've kind of lost track here. But either way, TPT are struggling regardless, and they're probably going to struggle in this next round. This Deagle swing from VanQ needs to get something going, and it's just not going to happen. Arky shuts him down. Players coming up mid again, trying to go for the B-Wrap. Smoke on the left-hand side, actually, not to the right. So this is a bit of an awkward sort of mid-play that does just get backed up towards the tunnels instead.
Flash out from Justin. He can call the info out straight away. Okay, there's actually no mid presence. It is a bit of a misread, though. They've got the stand-in playing towards back plat with the NWP. That's the first field that comes through. They line up, but it's not quite a 4K. Narot's the last one left. What a hold coming out from Soul towards the back of the plat position with that AWP. Easy pickings. And look, he's looked okay as a stand-in. Hasn't really needed to do a lot considering it is 10-2. But remember, Jay, had a pretty good round just there, and he won out that clutch too.
Yep. And so far, things are just looking good in general for Saw on all the number basis. All players keeping pace for the most part. And, I mean, just take a look at the frag counts from the CT side compared to the T side, and you can see where the fights are being, or where the battle is being won between these two teams. It's nothing anything in special tactics, it's just straight frag potential, and this is the reason why I said Saw should dispatch a TPT easily here on Dust 2. 3-for-1 trade, though, going in the favor of the CT side. Out towards this long control. AWP versus AWP. Instead, Odo wins out the fight. It's all left to VanQ as TPT get cleaned up one more time. Good attempt on that long control, and there was a possibility, I think, that things could have gone actually to the favor of the T side if they were careful enough. Yeah, they know exactly where this last player's at, so you can see Sasol's backed up towards the long position. Molotov in VanQ's hands as Dodo peeks back in. Saw it coming from a mile away, and Saw just continued to keep the hurt up.
He's died twice. Twice the main AWP on this CT side in 13 rounds. It's pretty impressive. I mean, even there, just staying alive, baiting out, waiting for the flashbang and peek with it. TPT, where's the tax? I mean, they needed to come in so long ago. Maybe they're already checked out. That could be the answer.
I mean, it's only map 1 of the series. I heard they're not checked out of the series overall. Maybe from this for Dust 2.
Yeah.
Trainers were going to have to pick things up, but again, I kind of want to say I hope they're not checked out. At the same time, though, there's also an element of, like, you know, this is always going to be a difficult match for them regardless. So, you know, are they just expecting to get clapped? You never know. Like, TPT position right now to work into the long control. Smokes down, Molotov's out, nades on. Oh, that does a lot of damage. That does a lot of damage.
The nades are just so well placed. They're taking so much damage on this T side. It could be a 5-on-5 post plant, though, if they just go for the bomb plant straight away rather than looking to try and take these fights. Because the Dodo and Arky, they're close to the bomb side.
Noro can just sneak the bomb plant in. This was what you think. AWP can swing back. Dodo misses, but the second fake for Noro costs him his life. Bomb dropped. Arky getting that kill. Sprays through on Gandalf. The AWP trying to evade it. Dodo trying to keep his 2-death streak intact. Arky goes down. So does Sasul. So finally, TPT able to get the trades going, but just responds back a CT spawn to a 3 versus 3. That bomb's in the open. Dodo swings, gets a kill. Cappy drop into Muteris as Just goes down in trade. And Sane left alone with a scout. Gets that one frag. Needs to land the headshot on the second man. Muteris taking the tag, but taking the frag to return. 2K to his name and a 12th to the ball of the Source side.
And, well, certainly do make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. I'm probably getting towards the end of this map, so get involved on Dust 2 if you like. And click the banner below, get all the updates on all the extras coming through from our fantastic betting partner. I'm sure they'll have odds for map 2 as well, Jay. But yeah, this Dust 2 is getting out of hand. We saw TPT winning 1 gun round and the pistol round, and that is it. I believe that it is 8 rounds in a row up for Saw. It is a lot on this CT side.
And it's around 15. There's not a lot for TPT to work with outside of these rifles, and you wonder whether or not there's really going to be anything going for them here for the rest of the T side. If there's anything even going for the CT half for that matter. Nora back turn towards the B site. Sasul peeks in at the right moment, gets the kill. Nades on Vanku doing some damage again, going to try to force away from the short control with that Molotov in tow. Meanwhile, down at the longhouse is where Sane's going to win out a fight against Arky. So the AWP re-peeks back in to respond. Smoke blooms, he still swings wide for it, trying to see if he can isolate Sane, but unable to get the shot he needs. And actually, Sasul drops towards the mid position, so actually, they've kind of left the line opening towards the short control.
Ooh.
Kill Cappy gets the kill back on the B site, so now it's a completely open site on the other side of the map.
And not only were they pulling distractions out from long, and it looked like there was a bit of an entryway towards short, but Kill Cappy's able to find a couple from mid. Could be on for a 3K. No, Just is going to be able to at least try back up Muteris. It's the Dodo and Muteris, 2 left. If they could deal with Sane, there could be a way back into the retake, because he's so far away. And what is the Dodo doing? He's just running into B.
Getting ripped apart for it. Muteris suddenly in the 1 versus 3 scenario. Flash evaded, sees Vanku at point blank, and Vanku still gets the headshot regardless. So, a 3rd round to close out for TPT. An opportunity that presents itself at this stage for this team, but it's still a 12-3 result for this Saw team. And I mean, even if it is a consolation prize, that's still a very, very long road to go back for a comeback, you know?
Look, if they win pistol, anything is possible. We know that, Jay. We've seen comebacks in CS, but yeah, this is one that is very, very far away by the looks of it. And Saw, they win pistol, they pretty much win this game and just roll away to a 16th. But TPT, let's see if they don't go down without a fight. Going into the pistol round, some pressure towards the lower tunnel. Saw could be going in for a B split. Out towards CT, it's Rev to just get an initial tap and an initial kill.
Shot shut down easy. 5-on-4 gained. Dodo first to fall for this half. Will it carry into an advantage here? Will it carry into the defensive? Well, smokes will go down as Saw will try and test them with what they have at this stage. Smoke on a CT spawn, Kill Cappy taking a tag, still gets the headshot on that one man. Seeing the other 2 coming out of the gates in, nades back on Kill Cappy. Get that frag together, player at car to deal with. One player also at long there with a crossfire, and Arky left alone gets 1 frag and 2 as well. That bomb out in the open though needs to get picked up and planted. He realizes this, gotta go for the safe plant on default, I think.
Get this bomb down, get the extra bit of money in. Don't tell me he's gonna go B.
Oh my god, this could be timed so well.
That's possible.
Don't make any noise.
They're going to realize A's clear, though, surely.
They've heard the footsteps now. He started running. They should know now this is going to be a B play. USP can't catch him. He swings back, going for the wide face, trying to see if he can get the kill. He kind of pushed into the corner, gets the tags together, but can't get the kills. It will be Vanku to close it back and secure the round for TPT. I mean, the fact that Arky was able to escape the CT spawn, that was still very impressive, all things considered.
Yeah, look, it was a nice attempt. I would have probably preferred him to just stick the bomb plant towards the A side just to get that extra little bit of money. Like, if he was actually able to get into B undetected, then it could have been a very different story. But a good read coming out for the TPT side. Vi coming through. It's actually the stand-in going in for the AK. I'm a little bit surprised they dropped the AK over to him. Maybe they've got some high expectations from him, Jay.
Well, we'll see how high the expectations are. He's been tagged to 52 already, so definitely not the not living up to them early in the round. Deegan and Mutaris, though, the opposite could be said alongside Just Trade as a 2-for-1. Scout set by Kill Cappy, nades up, damage done as they counter nade him down to 34 HP, and the Ferrari peak from Stadodo goes just as well. Bomb plant, probably going to get denied by this HG actually from Rev. Okay, this could get interesting. No, it lands short. No, it does get the kill, I should say. So, 3 versus 2. Bomb denied for the moment, but can get picked up by the likes of Stadodo.
Yeah, there's so much time here that it doesn't make the biggest of differences other than losing that player. And now Arky falls. Another HG in towards the site. Stadodo needs to try and take a fight, and he now knows where both hinted. Oh, big shot coming out for the Deagle. And VanQ now is left to clutch on the CT side. The AK up for the stand-in, and Solza is going to be able to win it for the T side. Stadodo doing work with the upgraded pistol, but the AK to deal the finishing blow. 13 rounds. Some of these shots were unreal for the T side.
Watch this one more time. This was absolutely beautiful from Stadodo. Oh! Rev was not expecting that when he jumped up. And of course, the last player just had to be that AK-47 to close it out. 13 to the board as Saw as they get there first on this T-side half. Not too dissimilar to the way things went down with the CT half as well. Lose the pistol, gain the conversion.
Yeah.
They lost a lot for it, but they took even more out of the hands of TPT, and Kill Cappy's going to try to respond back to it with his own Deagle play. Not as successful against the AK, though. Straight shut down from Sasol. And a 5-on-4 game. Norod's going to try to take the same position, though, and it's a bit more successful with it, but again, double up from the AK.
A bit of an aggression coming into the upper tunnels, which could catch the mid players off guard if they're not careful. Timing. Ooh, it actually allows a killer to Justin. They've seen another short player, too.
3v3 actually being able to CT side, and it's still fragging away. AK's got to get grabbed as Arky drops. The bomb's on the back as the Dodo puts that smoke up, and he realizes he has to escape. And you're right, they did catch off those mid players, so plant will be secured. But can Stadodo do what Sasol did? A 2K clutch up for him. On and back towards this long position, ready to face towards the house itself. You're going to hear those footsteps. The flashbangs over, though, towards the short control. Headshot on a first. Spray through, doing damage. No kill. Return fire. Molotov towards the ramp position. I believe that bomb is planted open towards the long position. You're right about the kits, though. They got to hunt for the kill real quick. Player on site. Tapping it once. The Dodo not peeking in. Sees the man out in the open, and he is able to get the kill on Rev.
Got it?
This is still going to be a close defuse, though, actually. Hold on.
I don't think he's got it. It's close.
Oh, thank you! Oh.
We've seen a couple of close diffusers over both today and yesterday.
Yeah, this has kind of been heart-stopping whenever they get down to the last few seconds. And to think, it didn't even need that pressure if they just bought a kit, you know?
Yeah, that is true. Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser, as they say, Jay.
Yep.
Always get the kits in. Well, at least they've got them to follow into round 19. And Saw buying back. AK's in for a couple of players with some upgraded Deagles. We're going back and forward a few rounds, and it looks like we might even go again. A couple of opening kills out from Long. And for Saw, I mean, they don't really mind this. They only need 3 more rounds to get to 16. Even if they go back and forward, they're still going to win Dust 2.
Reminds me of a Dust 2 game, which went back and forth for 4 spies many times in a row.
Don't mention it.
A 5 versus 3 game. Player seen an elevator, sprays through, eventually going to catch him through that smoke. Nora had no escape. He had to fall back into that corner or die trying to escape out of here. 2 AKs on VanQ and Rev, and there might just be a safe call from these 2 players. 5 versus 2 retake is virtually impossible. They do catch 1 frag. Mutaris to fall, but VanQ falls. Rev seen it was elevator, just got to swing up and shut him down. That's a 4-spy win for sure, and the war of attrition just presses on for this T side. If they keep this going, then they're just going to have the victory easy.
Well, get your bonus for the first deposit only at our betting partners at paramatch.com. Click on the banner below to get involved because it looks like we're getting to the tail end of Dust 2. One thing, a little tactical mind, I suppose, from Muteris in that last round, Jay, was actually planted on top of the boxes on the site. And that means that the only way it can be defused is actually if you're standing on top of the box. So it's a difficult one to get the bomb plant in that position, but if you do, it does help advantages going later on. TPT obviously have to buy back. A scout through for Narot, Deagle's out for everybody, and just finds the opening kill on a lurk out from the upper tunnels with a bit of aggression coming his way.
Well, same jump facing, seeing one player. Muteris, Mr. Dodo and Arky will play out the mid position. Sane tagged up quite heavily there towards the mid control. And VanQ just being spotted by Muteris, reacts to it in time, turning up on that short player. Kill Cappy still in position, but unable to get the shots, unable to get the kills. Scout also too close towards the AK as Muteris will clean up the last. 15-5, map point for Saw, 10 map points for Saw. And TPT, well, I mean, I can't say I was too shocked, but yeah, it's not an encouraging sign to see them be this down, this heavy, you know?
Would you say that Saw have had to claw to 15, Jay?
Shut up.
They're just going to keep coming, I tell you.
I will say, at the very least, this map is going to put us back on schedule. So, you know,
yeah. He's happy in that regard.
I'm happy with that much, at least. Although TPT want to throw us right back off it seems. Deagle out straight onto Soul. So maybe not quite the end of the road for the CT side.
Well, that's a start if I've ever seen one. Great Deagle shot coming through from Kill Cappy. And look, it's survival rounds at this point. 10 in a row to try and get back to overtime. If they can get to double digits, even that's going to be a tough ask. But it's going to have to start with this round here. First pick found. No more aggression coming through. Now, they have taken short control on the city side. But for both the A and B players, they are very passive in the sites.
Very stacked up here from the Saw camp. The Dodo trying to isolate that one player, and the Jiggle Peaks from Norot is going to see what's going on. Flash over through CT, no CTs being seen. AK swings up, gets that kill nice and easy. Nice nade on two players to the back line, will do some damage, but they need to be able to turn up and get these kills together. 4v4 Deagle retake on the table.
Yeah, it's all falling apart, unfortunately, for the CT side. Just down to 3 players. They do have an M4 in play, but even look how aggressive Muteris is towards the CT spawn. This should be a simple kill onto VanQ.
Oh, he's so ready for it. Edge of the smoke, no one anticipates it. Headshot easy. Flash over, Sane moving up, trying to flip back on Arky, but Arky gets both those frags. Rifle and Deagle drops 16-5 for Saw. Winning out their map pick at Dust 2 pretty easy. And again, I don't want to harp on it too much for TPT. It was their opponent's map pick. They threw up a bit of a fight at certain points, you know, getting those 5 rounds, but in the end, it was nowhere near enough to try and take this map away.
Yeah, look, Saw played really well. I think there was only 2 rounds in that entire map that I actually looked at it and was a little bit disappointed to an extent. Like, we saw Arky getting aggressive once in towards bedroom, and then we saw another one where they got aggressive into the upper tunnels. But outside of those 2 rounds that I mentioned just there of them getting aggressive, they played, you know, simple Counter-Strike. Their nade placements were absolutely on point. The utility damage must have been ridiculously high. They were doing anywhere between 60 and 100 points of HE damage every single round in that first half.
Yeah, it was absolutely unreal. Just the way that they played around this on the CT side looked so perfect as well. So Saw definitely deserving of that win there for that first map. The second map is where the TPT side are going to have to make it happen, and it could well be a bit more of a closer one. Training is coming up after this short break, so do not go anywhere as the European Development Championship continues after this.
Headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
want you to love me, to be the one that you could trust. Even though now we're just a memory, I just hope that was enough. Whenever you make cry, don't forget me, don't forget me. Whenever I may die, don't forget me, don't forget me.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you fall and
Well, I can't say we're all too shocked that TPT got decimated on Soar's map pick of Dust 2. Moving on to Train is where things could get more interesting here in the European Development Championship brought to you by Gaming Malta and Homo Gaming Excellence. Although I have to say, Dwayne, my faith has not really been restored in this side or really bolstered in this side off the back of that first map win. You know, a lot of it came down to firepower and duels, which to their credit is part of what Dust 2 is about. But I think that when it comes down to stuff like T-side of Train, that's where Soar can really thrive and really do some damage, where I think that it's going to be a very difficult time for TPT to be able to hold on.
You know what? I'm going to counter-argument that a little bit. I think that, yeah, we did see TPT struggle, but you're looking at Soar's best map in the map pool. Going into Train, although they have had some really close results, they haven't actually had a victory on Train in the last 3 months. I think this is the perfect opportunity for TPT to really show us that they can actually play their own game. I almost felt like on Dust 2, they were punished in so many rounds early on that they weren't able to set themselves up. Think about the nades consistently doing massive amount of damage. Yeah, they got 5 rounds. Yeah, 2 of them were pistols, but for TPT, I think that they should be able to at least get to double digits going into Train.
I mean, here's the thing, right? The caveat point is that this is not a great map for Soar. You know, like that's the main sort of thing for them. You know, it's not exactly like they've had many great wins. In fact, they're currently on a 6-map loss streak in the last few months. I'm not counting anything past the 6-month marker. So, like, you know, for them, like, you know, they haven't really got any major any good victories. The problem with that sort of breakdown is the fact that we're looking at a lot of big sort of powerful teams. They've lost to the Giants. They've lost to Endpoint. They've lost to Sprout. They've lost to Virtus.pro. They've lost to Budapest 5 and Anonimo.
It's a weird one, that one.
Yeah, like that does not play well with my dyslexic brain. But like, you know, those are a couple of results that are sort of like the outliers, and even then, those were some close matches. And I would rate those guys even higher than TPT given the current circumstances. So for me, like, I'm looking at this thinking that this is probably still going to be Soar overall. Like, if they get a good CT half, which I think that they can, I think they can actually take real good control on the T side. So for me, I'm all aboard the 2-0 hype train regardless.
Oh, well, let's just see if TPT can really change things up and turn things around for their likings, because this is the elimination game in the best of 3 on the lower bracket, Jay. Whoever loses this are done. No more chances to go forward and see if they can make it into the playoffs. And the winner of this will obviously take on the Young Ninjas next up. So, Soar looking to try and see if they can get a 2-0. TPT looking if they can stay in play for just a little bit further. So, a couple of sets of util coming up for both Rev and Nara. Maybe a split towards the A side, getting some pop and T-con control. In saying that, though, they do have a couple of players out to the brown halls, but very silent for the T side, not giving up too much information.
Yeah, not too dissimilar to their T side default over on Dust 2 as well for TPT. Carefully taking map control, trying to see if they can force the issue in a bit of a bad sort of position. Forcing the issue forward out towards this brown halls boost spot, which did see the player backline on the red train at the connector area. And in the end, they will also start stacking towards the brown hole so they can make their way onto the B-side execution. They've got a couple of smokes, a flash and a molly, so decent set piece could come through from these guys.
B players are playing very passive too from Soar, so get the right smokes down and the right utility out in time. This could actually at least allow a post plant, but Stododo being this aggressive in Pop Dog, he could be up for a quick rotation, but Kill Cappy's waiting for him.
Smokes on USPs. Gonna try and hold off here. 2 players to receive. Rotations are incoming. But they have the smokes down across back towards the site. Get the bomb plant in if they don't overextend towards the right-hand side of the train. But their time being taken to get this plant in has allowed Arcane to sneak back towards Oil. Get that first headshot. And that second kill on Nora. Actually stolen by Mutrist through the smoke. But a 5-on-3 gain of Sane takes out Just. P250 in the backline sees Arcane as well tapping that bomb. Once the headshot looks good. 1 player close towards the side. And Stododo finally shuts down the raid boss. So 3 versus 2. 2 versus 2 is killed. Pappy gets fragging, so does Rev, and it's all on Sasol. The stand-in, having a great map up in the first one, tapping a bomb several times. Molotov on it right now. The kit's going to get picked up, but I think he's out of time for this one. Topper White, desperate to try to find some sort of frag back here and kill Cappy. Will shut him down. 2K to his name, and TPT once again win the pistol. I believe they're 3 for 3 in this series now.
They've won 6 rounds in total across 2 maps, and 3 of them have been pistol rounds. You're right, Jay. 3 for 3. That's not bad at all. But remember what happened on Dust 2. When they won the pistol, they got anti-echoed. Soar realizing straight away, let's go into force bite. We've won it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know, I think the second round, everything. Unfortunately, in this one, it will be shut down by Sane very early on to Soul. taken out. Double up there towards the T-con position. 2 frags, nice and easy, and the smokes down towards the ace side, towards right-hand side of train, and on the train itself. Gutierrez forced away with that scout in. But the AK should be able to win these fights pretty effectively here. Nades also going back towards Connector and spam through the smoke. And it looks like, I believe this will be the first conversion that TPT will be able to take following that pistol round. So there you go. Starting to get a nice 2-0 start for them.
I think we're going to be saying a lot of firsts coming out for the TPT side out in train if this continues the way it is. A nice little tap there towards the back lines in for Sane with that AK. With a sword just backing off, saving on to the double scouts from Uteris and Arki, not really doing too much damage on this anti-eco. So they can afford a couple of upgrades. Certainly Arki can drop over that Deagle to another teammate. And TPT, so far so good, but we still yet to get to a gun round. We'll have to take a little bit of a while until we get there. But 2-0 start for the Poles, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, TPT, definitely not the favourites in this series and not in the map either. Still saw rated to win at the odds of paramatch.com. Remember to get your bonus for the first deposit. The banner below the Twitch channel, go to paramatch.com. Find out more details over there. And details of this third round do see a confident buy from TPT. Saw just having to take the Seiko on the chin. A couple of scouts that they, of course, having from the last round. But for the most part, this should be cleaned up pretty easily by the T side, at least so you hope. I mean, again, there's still a couple of upgrades, so damage could most certainly be done here. And indeed, a lot of damage has gone the way of Norrot and Sane here.
A decent start for the CTs. They need to make sure, though, that they can at least try and convert them into kills. The bomb towards the top of Pop. And Kill Cappy trying to see if he can get a little bit of spam down. Dodo just running straight up the ladder. That's somewhat ballsy. And goes for an aggressive play, and well, it doesn't quite work out the way he would have liked it to.
I respect it.
Ooh, stack, though. Look at this. They're rotating everyone to B.
When you got the info on the several players that were there, he may have seen the bomb was making his way out. Either way, this is a gamble from Saw, and it may be about to pay off. The Eagle close here at Marshmallow. Norrot with the MAC-10 going to make his way out. Scout watching the upper positions. Smokes go down at Connector. What's he going to find? I think a collateral with the Deagle and the USP were able to get those 2 frags, and now we're back to a 4 versus 3. Bomb dropped out there as well, and the CTs might know about this. Just looking on to Soul tapping away with this Deagle. They do recover that bomb, but Just is going to start swinging up. Try see if he can get a flank in play. The rotations are inbound, and so are TPT going towards the A side.
Oh, look at Just. Just is going to be able to deny the bomb. Oh, it gets dropped again. He was the only one left to be. He overextends in the heaven position into Brown Halls. And now it's a 4v2 advantage for Sword. The time's so low, they have to commit B, surely.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Rev's got to grab that bomb and move right now. Up through Pop Dog. Saying gonna try flash him in.
No,
they're saving. They've got to save. And they get tagged through the wall and all. Oh, 2 HP for Sane to stay alive. And Saw getting a ridiculous round, had no right to do so, but a number of mistakes. Perfect timing from the Saw side there.
That's even worse than losing the anti-eco because it's just frustrating. Like there's nothing, hardly any investment out from Saw other than the 2 safety and scouts and the Deagle. TPT could buy back going into round 4, but that's got to hurt mentally. The Saw winning a round out of nowhere, and look at the damage out from Ivy, the HG, so much utility damage coming down into Bagu.
Tag to 9. Nades on doing damage. Scout for Dodo. Trying to tap through this smoke and catch even more frags and more kill potential. The MAC-10 in for Soul. Can't see anything. Norrot in the midst of the smoke will try flash his way in. Get that first kill, but switching out to the pistol or the knife at the wrong moment allows Just to get the trade. So 4v4 and a free AK to work with as well.
That's okay. I get that AK through Justin. I like how Arki's actually playing over at B. They're playing a single anchor setup, and he's just really passive. So any contact comes through, he could just jump down, wait and play the post plant, bring the rotations over. It looks like it is going to be a bit of a Brown Hall's commitment. Very silent, very passive from TPT. There was a potential for a late lurk out from Ivy, and even Arki gets gooshed down to about half HP.
Well placed there on the utility, but it's a little bit too short. Rev's going to get that bomb plant in. Default train just goes down to more scene. The lineup for Rev is going to work well to get those 2 kills. Instead, Odo trades back on a scout, but 1 versus 4 for him. He's got that first kill. Needs to get 3 more. M4 switched out to, and Rev just shuts him down for his own 3K. And the 3rd round to the board of TPT. And a very good execution that kind of puts them back on track here for the T side.
I know it's only 4 rounds played so far, but it is really like we're looking at a different team. I think they're playing with a lot more confidence. Yeah, they really had that awkward round that they lost, but when you actually look at the ones that they've converted, they're looking confident, they're looking on point. A really big exchange coming out from Rev towards the back of all in that last round. AWP and Scout coming through. Nate Stack on towards a mid-bomb train. Doesn't actually do any damage. Out from Pop Dog either. Sora doing a good job of evading most of this utility.
Keeping everything held together for the most part. Pushing up towards this brown halls for the TPT side, and minimal damage being done across both teams. So for the most part, the defaults have not really worked out for the kills. It's just map control being gained by TPT. Pressuring out the Ivy control, got a player in the T-Con area. 2-on-2 split for the T side. Again, there's boosters coming in, and the scout was ready. Arky just domes Nora. They tried that in the pistol, and here in round 5, they'll pay for it.
Oh, even the read from Arky to anticipate that kind of play, that is a big, big brain moment, and Arky delivers with a fantastic shot. 4v4, a lot of Ivy control is taken, though, for the T side, and it's a double pop play from Saw.
Tradable for Justin Muteris. 30 seconds though, they've got to act upon this default position. Smokes down. The bomb can make its way out Ivy. It's the one position they haven't even checked. I mean, they haven't got any site defensive for the most part, so it's mostly going to rest on these Pop Dog players until Cappy takes one of them down. Muteris can trade it back. Bankyu's going to try to turn onto him, but spray through on 44 HP. He doesn't quite go down. Arky will be next to fall. The plant can come in nice and thick and fast. No swing back from the Pop Dog player, can't deny it. So 3v2 retake for Sasol and Muteris. And I think it might be a save with Muteris getting the hell out of dodge. Sasol also fall back. So yes, a 4th to the board of the TPT side.
That was a very unorthodox approach to how Saw played on the A site. We saw it was an even 2-2 split and a 4v4 from A and B, but they were double stacking to almost have like a bait and switch in Ivy that first player fell from Justin, and then it allowed Muteris to be the undetected entity. But playing double pop with only 2 players on A meant that they had no info from T-Con, or really only just the jiggle peeking from Muteris, and no eyes towards Ivy, Old Bomb, any of those positions. The Saw took a little bit of a risk to play together, and it didn't pay out at all. TPT actually going in from that Ivy position, trading out nicely. 4 rounds on the T side, starting to find some success.
Yeah, no, honestly, I was kind of expecting a much better sort of setup from the Source side to be able to deal with this this T line, but here we are in a real good spot. Flashes over for Kill Cappy, looking down towards the sandwich control, flashes in. Out from Olaf, a tight angle to work with. He turns away just as Just gets up to that position. Dodo top of green. Sasol top of red now. Finally, one kill gets isolated against a pistol player here. It's an AK versus pistol though, so being able to win that fight, nothing special for TPT. The main concern is going to be that M4 right above him, and it doesn't look like he'll get challenged just yet. Forces him off the train though, so that's an advantage being gained, and a kill almost isolated as well.
Yeah, they're bringing everyone over towards this A site, knowing that if they play together, they've got their best chance at doing some damage on this eco. Couple of kills coming out for the CT side now, and the swing from Ivy could drop this bomb, and so it does. But Arky's a lone Jade. That's the big problem in this situation.
He's got an orb to work with. How is he going to defend against this? If both players coming in, he's going to hear the footsteps. I think he might just do... Scoped in, got to look to that right-hand side. Both players up to face, gets the first, turns away, trying to run him as well back over towards the Ivy control. Will he also keep his eyes on? AK spray gives up position. That's huge information gained by Arky. Molotov forcing him back to the corner. Re-peek in with the orb, up for the 3K clutch. The flashbang coming in, keeps him blind, and Rev wins the fight. I don't know if Arky could see that flash through the fire. But either way, it's going to be a 5th for TPT, almost a win for Saw. So they're starting to get some ground back. They're starting to get the rhythm going.
Yeah, certainly seeing any util coming through over the top of the flames is tough. And considering he didn't look like he adjusted at all, I don't think he saw that flash coming. That was a decent eco, though, out from Saw. And it's going to allow them to go double orbs into round 7. A TPT winning a very important clutch to continue some of this momentum. 3 rounds in a row now on the T side. And fast play to get some Brown Horse control. Nothing aggressive out from B, outside of just Arky playing towards a closer ramp. Nade down to Pop, doing a little bit of early damage onto Justin. Have a look at the utility for a moment here, Jay, from Saw. They are quite limited because they've got him for the double AWP play.
That HE Arky has in his hands? I can't tell him, maybe an incendiary.
Molly.
That might throw them off. The nade might be placed a bit better with the stack coming through. I think it just sailed a bit too high and a bit too far out. So no kills found. They spread out pretty far up towards his connected position, though. Arky still doing damage, gets 1 kill before he tries to also chimes in. Muteris deals with Rev, just comes into the back lines. Is going to get responded to by Norrot. 2 kills to his name, but 13 HP, and needs an ace clutch to get this round.
Yeah, I don't know what his options are. Does he just save? Like, money's not that great for TPT, and he's just so low on HP. Might have to save, go towards T-spawn, and just stay there. Under 40 seconds left on the clock. Saw, what a hold coming out from Arky. Yeah, he might have only got 1 kill towards that B-side, Jay, but he put down the utility, tried to slow the play down, ends up finding a kill. It seemed like for TPT, their objective was actually just to get aggressive and try and deal with the rotates out from Connector. Mutera swings through the con smoke and still somehow finds that pick. Naro is going to go for this. I thought he was just going to save here.
Gets shut down by Sword in the end, so no chance. There are Ivy peeking in, looking the wrong way at the wrong moment. So in the end, a decent attempt there. I mean, it would have been a hell of a clutch if he kept it together, but not going to happen for TPT. The odds still favoring Saw at this stage, despite the 3-round lead that TPT do have. So a lot of faith being rested in the favorites in this series. If you want to place a bet on this match, get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below at powermatch.com. The Eagles in with 2 players on the TPT side, so that round actually is going to harm them in a lot more ways than just the deficit of the scoreline here. 3 rifles only, and the AWP catching Van Q to open up the kill counts here in round 8.
A good return out from Saw. They've finally been able to at least put some damage back on in terms of the early round pick. Ooh, Sane though, this could be a bit of a window of opportunity. No one's got eyes on Ivy. How has this happened?
No. Oh, he snuck right back to stop her. He's seen one player and he's sneaking up towards the sandwich position here in those footsteps. They're unintentionally denying him map control. And just now they're going to get to Ivy. Just has no idea the spray is awkward as Sane still gets it to a 4v4. Smoke down over Ivy. He's making his way in towards Connector. Arky's trying to see if he can get in and take him down. Awkward nade doesn't land close. And Cindy will try keep him over at the A site. So Muteris is basically siphoned off from his teammates.
The bomb's still in showers, though, so it's going to take a really long time for them to get that bomb back over to T-Con. And Naro might even have to deal with this aggressive play from Muteris. Do they check the Olaf angle? It looks like that's where the T's are starting to relocate. The AWP from Ivy lands a tag shot.
Muteris does go down in the end, so 3-on-3. Kill Cappy is low. AWP trying to catch off Sunning towards the Ivy control. Players now making their way in from Connector and A2. And 20 seconds to work with. Blind firing from Stadodo, not connecting to Nora. So the plant can come through open of red. Arky moving up, seeing one player, but jumping up, throws his aim off. Couldn't get the kill on Kill Cappy as a result. So at 3 versus 2, favor the TPT. Saw coming in from the IV and A2 angles. It's the Saw next to peek in with the big green gun. Is he going to read the player at hell or the player on the default train? It looks like he won't. And with the 2 orbs set in for both CT players, they want to opt to back off and save.
Wow, that was such a sick play from Sane, from Ivy. It must have been such a small window. And you do see it every now and then that occasionally there's an opportunity that opens up where it's a bit of timing. You've got players looking the other way. Nora even trying to see if he can do some exit damage. That's one of the orbs dealt with. If they can find this final kill on just a Dodo, this is really going to limit the buy from Saw. This shot comes out. USP does connect, so at least they hold on to the AWP. They're going to have to eco around it. TPT are finding form on this T-side of train.
And I wasn't expecting to see that, to be honest. I was thinking to myself that this is going to be a whitewash the CT side from Saw, and I had a lot of faith in their T-half as well, but this is looking really good from the Poles. Maybe there's a lot more to this map being not a great one for Saw. Maybe it's just a good one from the TPT side all the same. Either way, not the half that I think the Poles, or sorry, the Portuguese squad would have expected here. CZ and Muturis are trusting to get that opening kill. It's Norrot that swings out from the E-box, gets 2 in return. So 5 versus 3 game for TPT. The Seeker going to get cleaned up. So just with that AWP looking to try catch somebody here at Sandwich, and does get 1 exit frag, but it's probably best for him to fall back and save this weapon. Maybe clean out the player over at Ivy as well. Damage has been done actually. 3v3. The Deagles have turned it to an even standing.
Why does it almost have the feeling that the eco rounds from Saw are the most deadly so far? We've seen some really close ones, and, well, they did have a 3v3 for a moment. Does the AWP just get swung on, though, from Stadodo? Sane. We've seen what presence he's been able to find from the Ivy position in the past, but no, the peak comes in, and it's back to a 2 versus 2. It's even.
That was a really good face from Stadodo. 40 seconds as the AK start making their way up. So a scout and an AWP to try and retake this. So it's definitely not an ideal situation. Stadodo peeks in, sees the player at Sandwich, but couldn't get the kill. He eventually goes down. The AWP's taken out. Arky will have to face forward to at least try and see if he can grab that AWP, maybe get an exit frag. But it's Rev to shut him down, grab a free AWP for the T side instead. And Saw now up for the buy. And again, you can also buy some 6 skins at hellcase.com. 70 cents and 50% refill bonuses as well, so you can get some bonus cash to go ahead and open some 6 cases, get some 6 skins, and get what you deserve at hellcase.com. Famous coming in for 2 players in Justin Muturis, and a double up setup for Saw here on Train. Now, I would usually not rate this buy too heavily, but because it is Train, the double ops can actually like sort of account for the lack of firepower they have on the automatics.
Yeah, we've seen the double AWPs come out a few times. I haven't found a massive amount of success so far with them from Saw. But you're right about the heavy investment and down with the FAMASas because of it. And TPT not bringing anyone over towards the Brown Halls this time around. Stadodo somewhat aggressive towards Ivy, turning away from the flash. Run boost might come out. This tough shot to hit. Doesn't even attempt it.
Yeah, no point. Like, the reaction time has just got to be absolutely unreal to be able to see that, register it, flick, and get it accurate, you know?
Yeah, I reckon you in your prime, Jay, might be able to hit that.
Yeah, back when I was playing Source in 2011. Yeah, of course. Stadodo, I think he may have heard a footstep here towards Ivy. Flash over. Can't quite catch a peak or any sort of like confident information, but I think he knows there's Ivy pressure here. They've gone for Ivy pressure a lot here on TBT. Smokes down, flash in, does keep him fully blind here. Muturis is in the T-Con control though, almost gets Rev. He does see where that bomb's at, so now the CTs have info to act with, and they haven't really got time to rotate towards this B bomb site. They have got 2 players that are stuck behind Ivy. I don't know if they read this. Saw do have Arky moving in, sprayed through, catching that AWP. Vanku gets the trade. 20 seconds. Last second rotate coming back here towards the ramp control. Is Stadodo going to shut this down? Vanku is going to get the kills to get a 1 versus 3. They still think it's going to be an A play, and indeed the bomb plant can be secured. So all left to the clutching AWP again for the 3K to his own right. Here back at White, does he read Rev? Yes, he does. Get the shot together. 2 kills now up for the last man. And just scoped in to catch him, but couldn't hold the shot and to kill. TPT do get to 8 on T side.
Look, that was something we saw from Narot with the Avers guys, is some of the complexions when it comes to the fakes. They get the Ivy control, they're able to wrap Old Bomb, and they even leave a player to really sell the fake from Old Bomb, bring that bomb back over to the B bomb side. Vanku find 3 kills in that round, Jay. He was 0 and 6 for so long on this T side, and he's delivered with a 3K in such a vital round. The double up's not working through for Saw again. TPT up to 8 on the T side, and they're now up against another eco.
And they kill Cappy. We're taking Faze out of the pop dog control. Deagles back in the Saw, which have done some significant damage over the past handful of rounds. And if the economy state is limited for Saw, for TPT, then that could actually bode pretty well for the CT camp. Right now, they're waiting for contact and kills. Arky with that scout out towards the Brown Horse position, going to try and siphon them off on the B site. So for the most part, they can just stack these 4 players up on the A entryways and wait for TPT to try and give up a kill.
Yeah, TPT have not been aggressive at all on this T side. It's been very slow, very methodical, waiting for rotates and waiting to just work off the plays from the CT side. Already finding a couple of kills. Ooh, the Deagles don't answer back shots with the Deagle finds 2, and now it's a man advantage for the CT side.
Okay. And there goes the damage of those Deagles. Saw the 3-on-2 scenario. AK picked up a Mutuis. He's the lowest HP player for the CT side, though, and there's no Kevlar for them. Scout thinking of getting boosted up here. That bomb's making its way towards the outer, the inner section of the red train. Out of sandwich, the Molotov going to try force just away. There's no smoke to try get him out of position. He's still going to face. See that AWPer. Damage done. Just low HP, but so is the bomb planter. Spray through, not connecting. And the Scout back, still looking for a frag, still looking to catch that one tag that they need to finish off the kill count. Deagle's in, Arky seeing where Sane's at. It's all left to Rev. Back in old hell, seen by the Scout. AK tapped through. Now Arky is out of the backstab, just coming in with the flank, gets that kill, and they get the round just about.
Oh, my heart. That round had it all. We saw a couple of easy kills go the way of TPT, then all of a sudden just absolutely rips heads from the mid-bomb position with the Deagle. And then it looks like Muteris is going to finish off the round. And then it doesn't happen, but then they get the bomb plant. I mean, look at this second shot. Ooh, there we go.
It's just things. 8-3. Saw with a very, very good deco round. Sets up the double orb setup. And again, the damage has been kept up on TPT. So their buy here in round 12 is going to look broken. 2 Tech 9s, an AK, an AWP, and a Galil. And I think they're going to play fast out towards ramp. Yeah, they're straight rushing it. Incendiary's down. Arky gets that first kill, continues to spray back on the bomb planter, drops it back up. It's now quickly on the way. AWP in, going to focus and get ready. No one's watching upper though, so Kill Cappy might be able to exploit a gap in the defensive. But is he going to catch anything? He's keeping a passive line as his teammates start to aggress. Rev's put himself behind the likes of Arky, but Arky still turns up for the 3 and the 4. Not even a challenge for the M4, leaving it all to the AWPer. 1v5 upper heaven. And finally Saw getting the confidence that we've seen from them over on Dust 2.
Yeah, the Spaniard just showing what he can bring to this team. And look, when you go in for a rush towards a B site, especially if it's a ramp dive on train, you've got to make sure that your trade comes out instantly. Yeah, you're not expected to find an entry kill without losing any players, but if you trade out evenly, it's decent. They weren't able to do that at all. Arky finds a couple of kills. The smoke goes down to ramp. They drop the bomb, and Arky even finds another couple. What a round from Saw. They've been able to pick up a lot of weaponry too from their opposition. An AWP and a couple of AKs. Not bad either. Oh, big nade onto Naro. The nades are back.
Indeed they are. Doing the damage very early on, taking that kill on Nora. Oh, Quidula Pop Dog does go the way of just in the end. Vanku also catches Dododa with no one watching the Ivy position. AWP picked up. If he gets Muteris, this could be a 3-on-3 that's winnable still for TPT. Rev. 29 HP. Sane also seen as well. Vanku taking damage, eventually goes down. So just that one casualty looks to be gained here. They can grab that secondary AWP. Back in the hands of the CT side as the Glock has picked up. Taken down. And it's 5 to the border. Saw looking to grind back and make this an 8-7 half. And if they can do that, that would be a recovery given how well TPT have played in the first half.
I think TPT need to rev the van. Get Vanku more involved. Get him into some action.
Rev the van. Are
rev
you
the van,
actually
mate.
Serious?
Rev the van.
You are just firing on all cylinders with these puns today, Dwayne.
I don't know what's happened. Something's hit me. It's something in this best of 3.
Unbelievable. M4 out for Muteris, and no pun's going to stop him. M4 stopping power will stop the T side instead. Flashes through, and Norrock gets dinged back for it. Very aggressive, does cost Muteris his life, but it's an easy trade for anyone who wants to take the challenge. And still, Arky's going to swing and lose it. Incendiary towards E-Box finally should finish off Norrock if he doesn't move. He's forced out, goes down 3-on-3, and the hit continues towards the A site here.
Yeah, that was so unnecessary for Muteris, and he pays the price for it. Narot's able to capitalize on a couple of kills. It's back to a 3v3. They miss out the opportunity towards the AWPer of that back green position, but they do have the information, and is Vanku just going to try and slow walk into this AWP? He certainly doesn't have the advantage in this fight.
Don't think they saw the Heaven player
Ooh,
either,
hang
or
on.
maybe they do. I think the info was called. Just is in trouble, and Rev takes him down. Van Q now moving up from Ivy, or sorry, moving up to Ivy, I should say, from the sandwich position. That Molotov going to try and force that AWPer off angle. He still holds a position though, and the bullet connects to the wall, does not go towards the bomb planter himself. No wallbang attempted either. Now they've got Dominion over the site. Overwatch from Heaven. 3-on-2 advantage. And both orbs for a retake. So still trying to trade out to the AK. No one's watching this connected position directly. And Vancu eventually turns on towards it. Dodo with his pick back finds that first. Kit in play, no utility. And about half the time wasted as he takes a leg shot back at the back lines. Probably best to save the weapon from this position. I mean, they still look for the player up at Heaven, but Rev needs one bullet to shut him down. And that's what he'll do. 9-5, TPT. Extend the lead going into the last of the half. Can Saw make it 6 to close out? Well, at the very least, they'll have a bye.
No, we saw a very one-sided half on Dust 2 at a 12-3 scoreline for Saw. We're not quite going to get to those kind of crazy numbers, but certainly a chance for the Poles to get to double digits. We saw Dodo try to go in for that clutch attempt. There was so much money on this City side that they could buy back into round 15, even after losing it. Fast playing from Ramp. This is a change-up we haven't seen before from Aki. He's normally been really passive at B.
And watching out for contact and kills. So far seeing nothing. You might suspect there'd be players in the smokers. Vone, right, just nades it and falls back. Saw try and reposition TPT, take their angles up at the brown halls. They know that there's going to be some aggression out here. They know that there's going to be some sort of contact. They'll just fall back towards the site itself and just wait for position, wait for the entry to come through. A minute to go for the execution, and here come the smokes.
ENCE out to B. TPT, what are they going to be like on the entries? Wait, is this a little bit of a fake, actually? Because the bomb's still towards Pop Dog. This might be a fake B where they go A, actually, Jay.
They're brought in a lot of rotations, but seeing no T-side forces, and TPT are not going to act upon it. Finally, Norot swings up from the sandwich position, sees that once. The Dodo takes it back to a 4 versus 4, and now the rotation's called in hole. Muturis back over to Stopper. Can he swing on the bomb planter? Is he going to wait for aggression from the IV control? Smokes down to try siphon off the IV position. AWP swings up, M4 sprays through, gets Rev to drop. Drops that bomb as well. 3-on-2. Flashes continue as Gilcappy forced towards the Dodo's position, leaves it all on Sane. 19 seconds and the AWP will shut it down. Big quadra from Dodo and a big 6 for Saw to recover what they can on City half.
That was a nice attempt in that last round to pull a fake out. I'm a little bit surprised for such a new lineup. We're actually seeing these sort of like fakey rounds coming out from the TPT side. And while we have a chance, have a look at those odds over at our betting partners of Paramatch. The first time, Jay, that we've seen up on the stream that it's actually TPT as favourites, 1.32. Make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below to see how you can get involved. The Poles, with the advantage of 3 rounds going into the pistol round and looking to see if they can go a little bit further, Jay. This might be just a straight B rush, though, from Saw.
Yep, Dodo leads that charge. That nade can do some significant damage for Nora, and still he goes down, but that doesn't stop Sane from popping heads. Rev gets one on the entryway and exits back out a connector. Bomb picked up, backstab being accounted for by Just. Will Capping at the headshot. He gets some tags together and eventually gets that kill. So Saul gets the bomb plant in, recovering the situation, at least getting some bonus cash for the forward conversion round. Trying to force kill Cappy or someone to peek forward, taking faces left, right, and center. He's being surrounded by the CTs, repositions behind the bomb itself, and just runs out of ammo against the Rev player. So Kill Cappy can get that final frag, and it will be TPT with a 10th to get the pistol started. And 4 for 4 in pistols so far in this series as well, Dweg. It has, at the very least in this map, bolstered them pretty far. We have seen many an occasion where Saw have forced the issue and they still won it. And with that bomb plant bonus, they can get a seriously good buy.
That's incredible. You really don't see many teams at this level, especially a new team like TPT going 4 for 4 in pistols. Yeah, maybe there is that counter argument that they haven't been too successful when it comes to those anti-ecos, but I saw it was a good start from them. They found the opening pick, they were able to get a bomb plan in, but the retake was even better. And by coming forward, AK up for Dodo, Galil's out, a scout and a deagle. TPT. And this could be the road, at least to victory, I suppose. I mean, they've got to double digits. They've got to the hard part already. How much further can they go? You've got to think they win this by the anti-eco here. They probably go up 12-6, even reading the play towards the server. Racks to Dodo. I don't know how much vision he had there, but it didn't look like it was a lot.
He's got the kill regardless, so that's a start out towards the Ivy control. And we saw TPT placing a lot of pressure out to Ivy in their T side half. It seems like Saw want to do a very similar thing. Getting that kill. Playing very carefully and quietly around it as a result here. They've got a player at Pop Dog that might be a bit of a concern. Is there a rotation inbound? Do they want to bring that bomb back to the Brown Halls? Well, it's decision-making from Saw. They've got 45 seconds to get that bomb plant.
Very slow from Saw. I mean, they don't have a lot of utility, so it's going to have to be relatively dry. If they can somehow try and distract Kill Cappy in towards his Pop Dog position, that could allow the entryway out from T-Con.
25 HP as he gets tagged up out of the Pop Dog control. Hearing a lot of footsteps though. Is this going to call in rotations? Or Arky hurts the scout tag and gets the no-scope as well to pick up the kill. Pop Dog isolated in the CTs. They are just not even bothering with this. Save the Kevlar, save the M4, save the Fama. Because Saw have got 7. That's guaranteed at this stage.
It's frustrating because I don't even think they played that poorly, to be honest. Like, the molly came down towards Pop Dog and they heard him running out for the flames, and then Kill Cappy just gets spammed down by a scout through smoke from no scopes. It's just incredibly lucky from Saw working with the information, but they might be 4 for 4 in pistols, but they're only 1 to 4 when it comes to actually converting the anti-eco. Honestly, if I know it sounds a bit wild, but I think it might even be better if Saw just don't buy anything in a pistol round, lose it, and then just buy in the following, because that is where they've literally found the majority of their success.
I mean, when it comes to long-term ramifications as well for what they could do to TPT, it's like winning the pistol. It's like, yeah, they can still force to buy, and they've still got the loss bonus to fall back on going into like a 4th round investment. Now they've got to go double eco. So
yeah, the reset.
Reinforcing the issue back here. SMGs on a couple of players. Throwing out for Kill Cappy. Is he going to go up for Pop Dog? It looked like he was. Now he's in his position. Seeing one player at least, information being gained, but yeah, Saw to get this next round will get themselves up a 10-9. So a lot to work with going into the conversions, and the question is just getting the victory out overall. Smoke's down, and look at Nora on Thank You. Right as the smoke starts to dissipate as well, Justin's just going to get out of dodge, get that kill, and get that second in the end. So Dodo also picks up a kill elsewhere on the map, so 4 versus 2, making it 3 actually. Kill Cappy getting Sasol over towards Pop Dog.
All right, well, there's a little bit of damage, but no one at B. They can just bring that bomb over. Arky, yeah, good read. And Kill Cappy. You almost expect over-aggression when you're down a man disadvantage, especially in a 2v3, and it just doesn't quite work out. Fake smoke over towards B is going to draw Sane's attention over. It looks like it's going to be an A play if they go down Pop. Sane could have push up through ramp. I mean, if he gets into Brown Halls, he could maybe catch them off guard.
Well, now that he's pushed his position, he's going to know that this is not going to be a B play with Molotov's also in that Pop Dog. And 35 seconds, if he gets Mutaris, that could be huge. Oh, he switches to the knife. Oh, that's just upsetting.
Why? Why is he swapped to the knife there?
I guess he thought that maybe they won there. Obviously, that's still going to wreck him pretty hard, but... ah, boy. Wow. Eco for TPT, and this round probably should be a cleanup from Saw. Man, so much potential just wasted in that last round. That's the bit that hurts me the most, you know?
Yeah. Well, look, for Saw, it's a way back in, and they're starting to close the gap now. And we saw a lot of individual rounds for the most part towards the beginning of that first half. I think they were, what, 2-8 at one point? Or 2-8 down, as some say. And now only bringing the deficit of 2 rounds, spotting out the player towards back green. There is Kill Cappy that's sort of on the ladder towards the sandwich position, but it's a very light eco. This should get cleaned up. No one goes down. They do a little bit of damage, but Saw, they get their 9th. And I think we've got a bit of a match on our hands now.
Indeed, we do. I mean, to be fair, I think we had a match on our hands when TPT were really getting going, and when Saw started to bring it back, it was like, okay, right, this 9-6, this is a game now. This is not like Dust 2, where TPT got absolutely smacked about when Saw got their way. So, rifles coming in for both sides here. Orps for Sane and for Dodo. Default set in, a bit more of a different setup we saw this time. A lot more B heavy and Brown Horse heavy. Only one player set to pressure the Ivy control and just. The smoke's going down to try to suppress him. Right now the CTs have seen no info. They've taken some damage from the HEs though.
Yeah, there's just no util here. This is going to have to be some really try fights from the CTs if they want to get any kind of advantages. What are they even doing with Sane? And playing him out towards the connector rotate, being out to the B site. I mean, the slower this is, the more time they run down on the clock, the more util they're going to bait out from the CT side. They've even got just pushed up aggressive towards Ivy, and he hasn't heard any footsteps, hasn't heard any utility. So there's a chance that Saw could just try and slow walk Ivy and split into the A site from Pop.
Walk up, just going to lead the charge. Muterus right behind him for the trade. It's an M4 leaning in and two players to Crossfire and Vanku and Rev. Just got to isolate that first frag first and foremost. Seen there. Good swing, good hit. Now flashbang in. They know where Rev's at. Here back green. Does get a kill. Muterus with the trade and kill Cappy. The lone defender out open close towards E-Box. And covered off from the T-Con area, gets that one kill. Dodo can trade it. Back at connector. They know there's at least two players' positions. As Dodo's low on HP with this bomb plant, so he's going to need some backup. Norrock could deny the whole round right here, but Sasor covers off his man, gets the kill and stopper with a simple headshot on the AK, and now Sane left alone in a 1 versus 3 to cross back to CT is suicidal. I say that, and Dodo misses his shot, so not 100% confident in that one. 1v3, and he's pressing forward. 10 seconds for the defuse. He's got no kit. He's got no smoke either.
How has he not been seen? Okay, no, he's been seen eventually. I was like, come on, he's there for a while now. You know what I want to know, actually, Jay, is whether Sasol is like a sub. I mean, I was trying to do some research on him, and I don't really know too much about this player, other than he's played on a couple of teams in the past. Zero Zone was the last one I remember him playing on. But he's actually in a Saw jersey, so I wonder whether they just like photoshopped his head onto the jersey, or whether like he's like a 6 man or something. I might have to have a look at that.
I remember seeing a 6 man on the Wikipedia page. So
yeah, I don't remember so either. Could be an academy or something like that if it's not quite listed.
Possibly. Well, right now that's by the by at this stage. He's been doing a fantastic job for Saw in general. They've been holding together in a very even standing of pace. It's a Saw getting information on players in the Pop Dog control. Does take a tag for it, but Kill Cappy will not be allowed to get a kill. And that was a beautiful force to the issue for Muterus, and the Molotov driving Kill Cappy away. They do get the trades together, so there is that much, and just gets tagged to 5 HP. So a bit overzealous, I think, from the T side.
Run into the B site though, and well, they'll be able to get this bomb down, I would say straight away, but it's still going to take some time to come over. Nice tap out from Arky, playing towards Oil of Narot, trying to do some damage, 1v3. If he can get away with a little bit more, then that would be, you know, somewhat achievable. But it seems like Sasol is just trying to sell the B fake. They're already bringing the bomb out to the A side. Saw looking to take the lead now, 11 rounds on the T side. And remember, TPT had a 9-6 half. They've one pistol. They haven't been able to find a response since then. And now the odds start to shift over at our fantastic betting partners of Paramatch. Map winner 1.25. TPT were favorites this entire map, Jay.
Indeed, they were. And I mean, they were in the lead for the entire map as well.
Yeah.
So this streak of about 5 rounds has really brought things back for the Saw side. And there's going to be a very weird buy coming through from TP. No, actually, Rev and Vanku you can buy. They're just taking a tactical timeout. Okay, well, that's fair enough. Orbs M4s, probably seems to be seeing 2 more M4s as well. Could potentially double AWP it as well for TPT. That worked relatively okay for Saw on their CT defensive. What's the decision from Rev and Vanku? Do they want to go for it? M4. And yes, double AWP out from Vanku. Let's see what they can do with this one. One set towards the connected control, the other making its way over towards Ivy. There's already an AWP aggressive from Dodo, and he catches that tight angle of Vanku, escapes the ire of the second AWP, and kicks things off with a pick for the T side.
Yeah, great start from Dodo with the AWP. He seems like he's really starting to find some form now on the T side. Just Oh, I thought for a moment that he was going to overextend. Nade out from Ivy. Decent damage onto Rev. Do they pick up that other AWP? They've got a chance of doing so, but even Naron's just being goosed. They're running into B. This has to be a save. There's no way they can retake.
Yeah, they know it as well. And the concern now is how much is just going to get out of this position. They're leaning towards Ivy. I believe that Sane might suspect that he's around this position. The smokes are up to suppress, so he's going to hold back towards this corner. And if they press him, they've got to go all three together. If they stay back at the site, there's a chance that the hunt from Saw can come through connector and shut him down all the same. So a lot of risks about this save call from TPT. Just leaning up, sees the AWP, forces the issue, gets the double. That's going to absolutely wreck the buy for the CT side.
They're losing it, Jay. They're losing it here, TPT. We knew that earlier in the round that Just was spamming through Ivy, so they knew that he was there, but the only chance of saving was to try and take the fight onto him. And Kill Cappy doing as much as he can, but he can't save onto anything. Saw now, 12 rounds up. And you've just got to think for TPT, you know, a lead from the first half for every single round of that first half, 8-2 up. They've won both pistols. And it really feels like there's a momentum shift. They are not finding these capable rounds like they did over on their T side. And Sora just, they're running. They're absolutely running now. 12-10 up. It's a lead of 2. It's another eco that has to come out from TPT. 6 rounds in a row from Saw, and the majority of them haven't really been close.
Yeah, that is the main concern, you know, of all the rounds that Saw have won, they've just been absolutely decimating. Like, there's only one time where they actually won via bomb explosion, so no weapons have been saved for TPT, you know, round after round after round after round. The economy is in a shambles. The T's lead by 2. TPT. Flashes going in, aggression coming in towards T-Con. Does get Muturis at least. There's one frag to return. The 4-on-4 scenario.
Oh, they got an AK. And try and chuck that over to at least someone that's got a bit of Kevlar, which is Kill Cappy. Just, though, has found an insane window of opportunity. I don't know how he's got here, but this opens up a very good chance of just going into B because he's now in the back lines.
They've got so much time for this as well, so they can just wait for him just to get all the information, find them. That footstep I don't think would have been heard.
No.
Maybe Norrod does suspect it. No, just swings back and gets the kill nice and easy. The Eagle's still here towards the corner. Arky checks it, does go down. Quick swing from Just, gets his 2K. And 3 versus 2 as a result of this. One backstab player from Kill Cappy could be a concern, but Sasol is now ready to receive it. Edge of the smoke. Kill Cappy will lean back through the ramp control. Oh, this is going to be an awkward engagement. It could turn the tide of this retake. If Kill Cappy goes down, though, then that's going to mean it's all over. Smoke's clearing, and Sasol does adjust. All right, fine. Just held together there for Saw, but could have been a bit more awkward. 13 to the board of the T side, and only a single round in this second half for TPT.
Yeah, they did another tactical, I think. They've already used, what, 2 of them? I think they've used both of them in the second half, but I think it might be time to use that third one. Saw, it's looking too easy. I mean, when you've got a player that's just walking from Ivy into City Spawn towards B, you know something's going seriously wrong. Gun round to come out into round 24. Can TPT at least take some pressure off their back?
Flashes in, AK up, here's Muturis ready for Rev, takes him down, swings back on a second, and now Sora just looking unstoppable. It's not just the case of team playing tactics now, we talked about the firepower on Dust 2. Even here, an AK winning out a fight against an AWP, quick flicks, one player back green is going to be the main concern of the A defensive, and Muturis takes his triple onto Van Q. This is just decimation like no other here on Train. I don't even think we saw this confident over on Dust 2 either, you know? Just like the way that they've been playing out, this T side has just been kill after kill, round after round. It was their CT half that was so good on Dust, but here on T side of Train, that's what makes this impressive.
And what makes it even more impressive, Jay, is how weak their T side typically is on this map. A 40% win round percentage on the T side in the last 3 months. I mean, Train isn't a great map for them anyway, but it's the T side that lacks even further. And it's looked like it's the most fiery side for them. They've been completely undefeated since losing the pistol round. 8 rounds in a row for the T side, and TPT and on another eco, Jay. It's just buy eco over and over again.
And look at this aggression coming in from the CT side that Dodo's so ready for. Takes out Rev. Norot seen here at the T-con position, taking some damage, not quite get taken out. Kill Cappy's also burning a little bit over the pop dog control, just gets one Karag. Does get traded back by Sane, at least there's something, but Orb still facing in, he can't grab that rifle. He might be able to do so if the utility's in the right place at the right time. Pistol victory actually won out by the CT player with Dominion over the bomb as well. So actually, this could be a bit more of a struggle round than Saul might be expecting.
What can this AWP find from Sane? I mean, they've got a couple of flashes, so they can flash him off angle, try and bait him. They know he's there with the AWP now. Ooh, there is a bit of a play. Oh, does Kill Cappy read this? Timing. No!
Oh, no. Oh,
okay,
no.
this should be an easy kill for the AK now.
Might line up both of them if they keep themselves within sight of the Ivy entrance. Flashes in. AK leaning up. Just takes that one frag. Does he know about Kill Cappy? He will now. Swing and spray. Easy round, easy kill. Easy 15 to 10. 5 match points now for Saw to work with here in this series. M4s on several AKs out. AWP for Dodo. This will be the last stand for TPT to make this happen, but Saw have not let things go since the pistol round of this half. So let's see if they can do anything about this, because honestly, I feel like it's going to be a bit too difficult.
Oh, what?
Case in point. Case in point.
I don't even know what to say. How does the Dodo win that fight? That should never happen, but now the CTs have lost the opening player. Narot's down low, the swing out from Ivy, just is able to get forward. Rev does get the trade, but it's still an advantage up for the T side.
Norot's on 13 HP as well. Well, TPT were set to struggle in this group overall. Looking to go out with a bang as opposed to a whimper here. The B-side play is coming in. Norot's going to give away his position by putting that incendiary down. Check to upper dealt with. And now the bomb can make his way up to the site here from Pop Dog. One player will get forced away. Back to rotate from Connector as the player already swung back at the back line. So Saul is about to deal with both of these CT players. They have absolutely no idea. Taps through. Kill Cappy goes falling. Rev in a 1 versus 3. Surrounded by T-side players. And they fought valiantly, but they fought in vain. TPT will drop down last place of the group stage. Saw will survive to take on the Young Ninjas in the decider. Best of 3 here for Group A. And again, I don't want to take too much away from this because this was kind of the expected result. TPT are not quite playing on the level of Saw. This is one of the best teams that we have in the Tier 2 division. So to see them sort of win out in a 2-0 fashion like this, especially to how dominant it looked towards the end, not too shocking to me.
I will say I did call it and saying that they should get at least 10 rounds. But look, I wouldn't even call that a choke. Like, even though they're up 6 to 10, or 10 to 6, I should say, like, they just got outclassed. Like, Saw just had a phenomenal T side. They looked so on point. They had so many lurk attempts. And this is the Saw that I think everyone has come here to see today. A really dominant affair from them. They get the 2-0, and if I'm Young Ninjas, I'm like...
Yeah.
I thought we were playing the Saw we played yesterday, but no, they're here to play, and they're looking damn threatening, Jay.
I think the surprising factor about that as well is that it's not even the main Saw lineup because they've got a stand-in today. So the fact that they're looking this good, it's time to be scared for the Young Ninjas. But as you mentioned, it's not a choke from TPT, you know, like I mean, I think that they played consistently throughout the course of that entire game. I think the T side went well for them. But once they got on the T side with Saw, you could just see the way that Muris was constantly just pushing up through the sandwich area, getting 2-3 kills per round. I think in that last round there, where you could really sort of to summarize it with that Dodo peak, when he peeked up from Ivy and just got an AWP shot straight to the head, like, that's the level that Saw were able to find towards the end of that map. And that's the kind of level that Saw have always been able to play when they get a success. So in the end, they will take them down 2-0. I mean, commiserations to TPT at the end of the day. I don't think that many people could have expected them to make it any further than that. To get any further than this last place position would have been an achievement for them. So, you know, best of luck next time, I guess, boys. Good luck in advanced as well. And good luck to Saw making their way into the elimination match in about 45 minutes time. We'll see them taking on the Young Ninjas. The rematch from the best of 1 stage in the opening matches of this group stage. And to find out which of the 2 teams will make it through to the playoffs, do stick with us here on the European Development Championship.
There are only a few seconds to close this round, and what we will see? That shot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. I wanna know your action, Lord. Power up your winner mode. I wanna
goodbye.
Come on.
freedom, destiny, time, money, 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 freedom, destiny. Time.
Get ready for this.
As we have gathered the objects that guides us through space, the time has come to find the elements that brings us to an even higher place.
Just walk it off, it's what I tell myself. I've been leaving you calls, but you leave me looking for reasons to stay. I run through memories thinking it might help, but the more I look into your eyes, I see something else. 'Cause I see the warning signs, and they make me turn at night to think that you're gone.
chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 Say you chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 Just the
that shot. Nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
And welcome back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We're into our final best of 3 of the day and our final best of 3 of Group A, where we have seen Saw make their way up to the deciding match against the Young Ninjas, the team that took them down to the lower bracket in the first place. Can they trump them in the best of 3 like the Swedes did in the best of 1? Well, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Blake to find out that exact answer here. My friend, this is going to be a very interesting one because it was a close best of 1. It was the opening one of the season, and I have to say that I think that as a result of that, this could be a bit interesting.
It could be. I think we've seen 2 very different Saws as of today and as of yesterday. Maybe you can make the exception that they were playing a sort of a lesser confident team like the Young Ninjas, but for Saw's sake, it's so much better for them that they've actually come through today and they've looked really impactful. I think for Young Ninjas, like if they can show up like they did in the best of 1, I think we could have a close series. But for Saw, after seeing them in that last best of 3, they look like they're playing like a top 30 team, which they are.
Absolutely. Like, you know, they were just so on point against the TPT side. And yeah, it's a difference between TPT, a team of relatively unknown players, versus Young Ninjas, who have at least a little bit of reputation around them. Still a lot of question marks around this team, though. You know, obviously, you're seeing those victories that they brought in against Saw yesterday, obviously. But then the MIBR series was not so great for them. You know, talking about, obviously, the issues that they've recently lost one of their key players in the server. So, like, just thinking about this lineup and thinking about who they are in terms of, like, the context of this series, Saw could still be in for a really good spot here, but we'll find out how good of a spot it will be. The maps have already been vetoed. Dwayne, we're seeing Nuke picked by Saw, Inferno picked by the likes of the Ninjas, and it's Overpass that will be our deciding matchup. And we did see Inferno between these 2 teams in the best of 1. That was a 19-17 victory for I keep wanting to say LAP, but for the Young Ninjas side. But you know, like, for them, like that's obviously a fantastic match to already get into the pool, considering you've already got a victory above your opposition.
Yeah, look, I think it makes a lot of sense that Inferno comes back. It shows the confidence that Young Ninjas have. Maybe they got something up their sleeve to make it a little bit more convincing than it was last time around. But the nuke pick interests me from Saw. It's certainly a strong map for them. We saw Young Ninjas on it yesterday in the second map of the series against Omega, where they did struggle on the CT side. They had a little bit more confidence over on that T side. And then if we do go to that final map of the series, it will be Overpass. But for Young Ninjas, yeah, maybe you could be happy that Inferno's come through, but it's so difficult to win out a veto against a team like Saw.
Absolutely, it is. You know, like Saw have such a great map pool against such a wide array of opposition, and a lot of it is really, really good in the context of the tier 2 scene. So it's like, you know, just seeing them and trying to win out a veto against them. It's the same issue that TPT had against them over on Train, for example. You know, so there's always that sort of entity of like, listen, this is going to be a difficult sort of result. It's going to be a very difficult situation for them to try and get together. So for me, I'm sort of on the basis of. On the basis of looking at this one in a really positive sort of light, I think for the Saw side, I think coming into this one, they're definitely the favourites in the best of 3. Losing a map was definitely, you know, one thing that you can, it was one thing you can have against them. But I think in terms of, like, you know, consistency, a best of 3 is much more consistent, and I think we'll see that consistency shine through. Power match odds early before we get into the first map of Nuke does favour Saw as well, 1.15 to 5 against the Young Ninjas side, and I have to say that's relatively fair. For me, the main thing for Ninjas is trying to get the early momentum, because we saw on that Inferno map is that they were able to get an early lead, maintain it, and then turn it into an overtime, which was able to, you know, win the map overall. So if they do get off on an awkward start on this first map, I think the nuke's going to go well and truly to the favor of Saw.
What's very interesting when you make the comment of like maintaining the advantage and the lead and what have you, they did that the entire best of one. It wasn't at all, but we saw a lead from Saw at all. I think they might have had a slight lead at one point in the overtime, but like it was just all young ninjas. They had the advantage from the get-go. It was always Saw on the back foot. And look, I mean, those odds really just speak to how Nuke should at least pan out. I think Saw should have the goods of to come forward from them. It's a map that they pick very often. I don't know, Jay. I'm kind of leaning to a 2-0. Although the game was very, very close yesterday, I just don't think that Saw were playing to their peak. And maybe they're not playing to their peak today, considering they do have a stand-in. But I think we're going to see a much more confident affair from the Portuguese side.
Well, listen, I'm cautiously optimistic in this series for the Ninja side. Now, I think that you're right. I 100% agree with you. The Saw that we saw yesterday was not the Saw that we expect to see every day. This is a team that can be much better than what they showed up in that best of one, and it's also a best of one result as opposed to this, which would be a best of three. I think the consistency of these two teams is going to shine through, and I do think that, 2-0 is on the table for the Saw side, considering how well we just saw them dispatch of TPT. It's an upgrading competition against the young ninjas, though, so I will say that I think it will be a closer set of maps compared to the likes of Dust 2, for example, on that last series. So for me, like, again, I'm all aboard the Saw hype train. I can see no way in which they won't make it out of this group. You know, like if they do, if they don't, or rather, I will say I would be very shocked to lose a team from season one who probably would be favorites or one of the odds on sort of like, you know, the highest tier of the teams in the EDC. So like, you know, to see them lose that in the group stage, that would be a shocking result to say the least.
Well, we said it hands down in that best of one yesterday where Saw went down to the Young Ninjas that is the biggest upset we have had in EDC so far across both seasons. So if they're able to do it in a best of three context, well, that just elevates it to another level. Nuke, starting off with the first map of the series, Jay. Young Ninja's going to start up on that T side. A little bit of utility up for Sapek and Alex. And look, Alex the stand-in, he looks pretty decent yesterday.
Indeed, he did. Both teams playing with stand-ins today, obviously. Let's see whose stand-in is going to stand up the highest here. The Ninjas straight onto the T-side line of the pistol round, out towards the secret controller. Dodo is going to try and suppress them. Taking a lot of damage from the Glocks. Dish out a little bit towards Fozzy and Nilo for the moment, but the Ninjas just charging straight into the B-bomb site, taking no time to stop whatsoever. One player in the vents could be a linchpin backstab, and the flank player, Arky's going to play central anchor on the site itself. Engagements coming through. Muteris is the first to fall. Just can get the trade, and Arky's waiting for them to come out here towards the observation window. They'll get that kill. Edge of the smokes. Dodo spotted, tagged up. The 22 HP does not go down, and a player over at Decon Door won't be a bit of a concern, but Fozzy deals with him and gets Sosol as well. So bomb plant secured to Dodo in a 1 versus 4, and an absolute stormer of a hit, a rush tactic from the Ninjas that seems to pay off.
Oh, that was quick, fast, and aggressive coming out from the Young Ninjas, straight in towards Secret, without really the outside smokes, going pretty dry in, and just continuing the pace. They're able to get control up towards the radio room, and from there, a couple of bits of utility in terms of smokes go down to the ramp entrance. They force Saw to take some really awkward engagements and get a very, very good start up on that T side. Fozzy in particular looking very sharp in the pistol with 3 kills.
Real sharp. Like, that's a hell of a way to start off against a team like Saw, you know? And again, it's the same thing we saw in the best of one. The Ninjas getting themselves that pistol, getting the early momentum, and now trying to maintain it going into the conversion and the force buy round that Saw were able to win so consistently against TPT. They find that opening frag on Nilo, but Arky does fall in trade. So 4 versus 4, and Stadodo may become the central defender at the B-bomb site now.
A double play to the lower site. Young Ninjas making a little bit of noise, dropping that bomb in towards Garage. And may indicate Saw getting a little bit aggressive just to kind of see what information they can find. Early damage coming down onto Alex and Fozzy. Very silent here from Saw. They're not looking to overextend, but a lot of map control has now been taken by the T's outside. Have got an opportunity of going back into ramp, trying to take some heaven control. Options are very, very open here for the T's.
Okay, just popping up. Let's see if you can see anything whatsoever, but not to be. Sprays through onto Saul. Do some damage, but Young Ninjas have gained no map control because of it. They're up in heaven right now. Need to act on the side. They are letting this timer tick so low here. If they hiccup even once, that could cost them the entire round. And only just now putting one-way smokes. Nades up, that's going to do some significant damage. In fact, Fozzie's going to fall for it. Sapek will trade, doubling up. Saul still holds on 7 seconds. He's held to the corner. It does go down to the end. Deagle set, almost trying to swing on the bomb planter, but not to be Manning. Will just recover the round. But the Ninjas, down to the last 5 seconds or so is when that final kill came in. They let that round run.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how low they let that timer go. Look, it was some really good utility. We saw Resmoke coming out to the main entrance and from heaven. Young Ninjas need to be making sure that if they do run that clock incredibly low, the trades and kills come in extremely quickly. And there could have been a very good chance of that bomb being denied, but not the case. The 2-0 start out for the Young Ninjas on the T side of Nuke. Played it 7 times the last 3 months. Not a fantastic win ratio on it. I saw a light eco going into round 3.
Damage done to several players on the T side, especially on the CT side as well as Assault. Nilo will get just to open things up. Excuse me. Mac 10s on 2 players to farm up some cash against not a lot of Kevlar in from the CT camp, so these kills coming in thick and fast and easy. CZ Estadodo almost gets 1 kill, but Nilo maintains control. Plenty of money gained, all 5 alive for the 3-0, and the rifles coming out for the Source side.
All right, well, M4's up. AUG actually coming out for Stadoda. Didn't really see a lot of AUGs. Can't really remember seeing too many of them, at least in that last best of 3. Maybe towards the outside position if you want to have a little bit more of a long-range contact. Still a bit of a bonus round, though, up for the Young Ninjas. Had the opportunity of upgrading some of those Mac 10s over to some AKs, but they're going to try and at least bolster up their economy line for just a little bit longer. Sapek going for a lurk outside. Not being silent about it at all, though. Running down. Actually, the vent dive comes in too from Nilo.
And the decon door backed up by Sapek on the other side of the site. Another entrance that can be exploited. 2 AKs, Galil, Mac 10s on 2 others. Sapek, turning away from Arky at the wrong moment back there to the observation window. The first kill will fall out for the Young Ninja side. It's the Dodo striking out here towards the ramp control. Gets himself a nice double. Allows Muturis also to clean house against the next player up. Nilo left alone here towards the A bomb site. And the bomb's out of his control as well. So the best he can do is get that frag. Probably look for some more exits. It might be worth it just to hold on to the rifle. I mean, he can upgrade to an AK if he goes down though. So he'll face towards Arky. Arky will shut him down regardless, so he won't have a choice in the matter. And Saw will get there first to the CT side.
A decent round there from Saw when you think about the map presence that was found by the Young Ninjas. And well, we have a little bit of a moment having a look at those odds up on screen. 1.37 up for the Portuguese side of Saw. Grab the most from watching your game, sign up and grab your bonus and para match on the banner below. Get all the information. And now we see the Portuguese find their first round. Can they make it a little bit more? Can they find some confidence and get some momentum going in this first half?
Nade's landing a bit far out here. The spray for Muturis still finds a kill though. Headshot on Manning. And Sapek does take some damage as well. I believe that was also thanks to Muturis' spray. It might have been down to Stadodo on the cross position looking on from heaven. Either way, Young Ninjas have gained the secret control, but at the cost of so much HP and the opening frag.
Oh, what a start that was. Straight spam outside. And look at the damage. A kill and a low HP player too from Sapek. And Boost coming over to have a look towards the stairs of the double doors. No contact being found. They're going to go in for a double boost and now check out towards decontamination. And not making any sound in the matter too. Saw, though, don't actually have anyone towards a lower bomb site. I suppose it will be Arky on the quicker one from rotation from ramp.
Muter is taking out Alex here. Opening things up for the second frag here in the second minute. And look now, pretty decent for the Source side. They're taking no damage so far on this default set piece, and now just Fozzie next to fall. Sapek will find one trade out of Decon, so there's that much going for them. 4 versus 2 gained. Ninjas having the site access, but not site control. Nilo needs to isolate a kill before we can even think about the bomb plant. does get the frag together, so maybe an opportunity to get some bonus cash, but the round victory is still going to be very difficult with low HP across both players, and again, still a man advantage for Saw.
Not a massive amount of utility here for the CT side, and well, with Zapek now the last one left, this round really is all but over. I mean, his best bet might even just be to save onto the AK, maybe just go top site rather than try and defend. Looks like he wants to try and swing out from decontamination. I think that could have been a really good opportunity just to hold onto that rifle. You're not going to win a 1v3 like that. And Saw, well, you thought there may have been a chance that they crumble in the retake, at least maybe losing 1 or 2 players. They lose no one.
And 3 alive, 3 AK staying in for the Saw camp. Very, very nice hold of the site. And some of that confident defensive is what really, I think, is what got them so far in the, in the last series. Especially on that last map, things looked really, really good for these guys. And now that's all just translating, following suit into the second series. And yeah, it was a good 3-0 start for the Ninja side, but Saw now got momentum. They forced them back to the pistols. Bit of a half buy coming through, though. Alex is going to get an AK out for the money that he can afford. Down to about 1.5k at minimum for this T side. Smoking outside and going into the lobby position.
Yeah, 2,400 loss bonus. I mean, decent buy to come through for Alex to get that AK forward. Now, we saw Young Ninjas going for quite a lot of topside X's when we saw them against Omega. I wonder if they're going to sort of continue that get-go, at least when we get more into the rifle rounds. Alex outside, hasn't seen anything. Ooh, if he crosses out to main, this should be an easy kill for Muteris.
Seen, easy frag, just lining up 2 kills as well from the rafters. Takes out only those 2 frags before he's traded. Zapek falls to the Dodo, and Fozzy left for the Deagle, doing some damage to Muteris after he'd taken down the 1 frag. But 3 still alive for the CT side, and Saw dealing with the Ninja so effectively here. The fast plays not quite as effective as they were on the pistol round.
Hey, you've got to think for Saw, this is a great opportunity now with some convincing rounds going forward to start building up the bank, get that AWP forward up for the Dodo. No AWP potential just yet out for Fozzy on the T side, and he was certainly someone that, at least in the best of 1 context, was a very powerful figure for the Swedes up against the Saw camp. Outside play coming through from the smokes, and you know what I'm waiting for, Jay? I'm waiting for the damage to the HGs. Maybe we'll have to wait until Saw start getting a little bit more involved in these gun rounds, because their HG damage in the last best 3 was unreal.
Not sure if it will replicate so easily on Nuke, because there's a lot fewer places where you can get bunched up. But you're right about that, you know, if they can find, like for example, this is one of the few places where you can. If you can put a nade down there towards that ramp entrance, then yeah, that could do a lot of damage. And well, you ask and you shall receive. Nilo tanking to 61, but not affecting many of the other teammates here. Young Ninjas are be allowed to push straight forward. Arky's got to get out of dodge and hold down the B site here. Muteris also rotating away from a passive angle on Hell, and they stall for only a moment on T side.
Oh, good kill out for Madden, and that's probably just going to hold the rotates for a little bit longer, wondering whether it actually might be a topside Xe, but no, they've taken ramp control. They've got the opportunity to wrap into Hell if they like, and I think they're actually going to go into A. They're going to leave Alex as a bit of a look and retake this lobby control. I think they're overthinking it here, Jay. They had the opportunity of just going straight towards lower. Alex has to win this kill if they want to make this play work.
And he does. That's a good swing and hit. Muteris does not do much damage to him either. 25 seconds left, and now they crunch in from both sides of the A sites. The Dodo known here towards the vents, but Justice not so much. Spray through, takes the bomb planter. 15 seconds, someone's got to go back and get it. They do deal with the rotating players. Arky now left alone here towards the vents. I think he was just seen. He'll still take the kill back. Look towards heaven. The bomb plant can come in safe, so it looks like he'll get that 40-second boost up, and still Nilo swings and gets the kill just after that moment. 3 kills for him in this one, and a 4th to the Young Ninjas side. This actually is, I think, exactly how the first 7 rounds played out over on the best of 1. There was 3 rounds for Ninjas, Saw equalized 3-3,
right.
And the Ninjas got to 4. All right, well, familiar sort of sets coming in from both teams.
Yeah, and Saw not getting a lead either. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's pretty much how things went into Inferno. But look, I mean, Young Ninjas were able to get that really important kill out to CT spawn from Alex, and they've just wrecked the economy now for the Portuguese side. It's going to be a very light eco, not a lot of upgrades coming through, a little bit of Kevlar for Muteris, but outside of that, it's hardly anything. At least they've got a pretty aggressive play towards ramp, but you know what? They back off instead.
Manon down towards the red box area, looking on towards Secret. Not much resistance from Saw that can really be posted up. They're still going to face towards Heaven and Hell, see if they can get any sort of damage done. Do see some tags on towards Fozzy. It's the Dodo. However, takes the majority of it down to 11 points of health. Mutarist now with this Deagle. We've seen what they could do on Train, but unable to land the heads this time. Man and jump facing. Actually, on the normal circumstances, that would be a bad call, but in that one isolated case, it actually threw off the headshot entirely. So 5-on-4, Arky close towards the doors, just tagged the 32 man in. Sees his man, takes him down. 5 versus 3 with a bomb plant that could be secured pretty easy from here.
Yeah, just trying to look for some exits, but it doesn't look like anything's coming. A lot of damage done to this T side, but none of it is translated into a kill, at least as of yet. P250 gets picked up. Does Sapek want to overextend? Ooh, almost, but not quite a kill. So 5 on the board now for the Young Ninjas. And at what point, Jay, do you reckon people start getting nervous? I mean, obviously, not getting nervous from these codes, right? Free money, everyone likes that. Some fantastic codes over at Hellcase. Check out our partner, hellcase.com. Use promo codes to save more and grab what you deserve. Open up some really great cases to opportunity to upgrade your inventory for some nice skins. But yeah, Jay, what do you reckon? At what point do you start like freaking out a little bit for Saw, or at least start worrying?
That's a difficult one to say, because like I still think that they've looked pretty confident in this one. That last one obviously was the eco. They lost the pistol conversions, and then they got 3 back, and they lost a rifle. Then they were back down to pistols after that, and now this buy is also looking a bit awkward, but they have got rifles. I think once they start losing to the same sort of like deficit that they were losing to in that best of 1 is when you start to be concerned for Saw. But with the frag coming in from Arky, it doesn't feel like they might be conceding that much here. Information being gained, Mutarist knows that it plays out here. Perfect flash and perfect lineup, but doesn't get 2 kills. Only the one on Manon. That's still 2 for nothing on the trade. Saw on 100 HP each as well, continuing to bear down on the red box position. Flash is keeping both players blind. Sapek will escape with his life, but only 20 points of health.
That was beautiful and how Saw played that. They've got around where they're just scraping a buy together. There's even an SMG and they're very light on the utility. They decide to flash out outside, get the swing going too. And it starts off with the opening kill from Arky and Ramp. Young Ninjas. Where do they go from here? I mean, Sapek's low. Fozzy's half HP. Maybe just commit to an upper site take. They've got the lurk outside that can maybe wrap in through main, but things aren't looking great here for the Swedes.
Well, kill on Sapek. Comes through nice and easy. 5 versus 2. Saw trying to hold on for something out here, but Nilo does deal with it. Trade back coming through from Sosol, leaving Saw with a 4th on that CT board. Nice and easy for them. The Ninjas just kind of picked apart towards the outside. They can't really afford, I mean, they can afford in some cases a buy. Do they want to force it though? It looks like they might just do so. Mac 10s are going to come out from several players as a result, however.
Yeah, buy is very shaky in terms of the investment, but it's all that they can afford. Fast play out from the vent dive. We haven't seen that coming in as of yet. Fast play out from Hut, though. This is a straight rush towards the upper bomb site, and it's cleaned up. Just gets a couple of kills, but not before the trains come back from Madden.
Ozzy there to take the train. Man and drops Alex left alone. 1v3. He's found that first. The bomb's been dropped on site, though. His flank towards Hell is exclusively to get this Heaven player. And they've got to deal with the man that's also on the site itself. And they're suspecting this. Arky rotating back towards the Hell position. They're going to enter through towards this ramp and take the headshot nice and easy. So, couple players falling. And on a force buy like that, that's actually not going to be good enough here for the Young Ninjas. If that was a half buy round, then fair play to do the damage. But Saw will equalize. And once again, the odds will swing back to their favor. 1.35 to 3.05. Favorable to the Portuguese core. Get your bonus on the first deposit. Click the banner in the Twitch banner thing, panels. The panels is what they're called, I think, right? I can't remember.
I think so.
I don't pay attention to things like this. But bottom line is that you can get up to 100% in some regions, so take advantage. Bet on this match, bet on others in the EDC. Eco round coming through for the Ninjas, and well, this probably should get picked apart by Saw once again. They still have the confidence that they maintained from that last series, so continuing to keep it rolling, continuing to keep everything under wraps.
Hoping just to try and do some economical damage, because when you have a look at what Saw's got, yeah, they've got a full rifle round, but there's also a lot of players very limited in the reserve money line. Alex outside has not been spotted just yet. He could try and get the secret. No, the swing comes out from Stadono, gets picked off, and now the kills just start to trickle in.
Yeah. Just next to get the kill, Saw cleaning up with an SMG frag. All 5 alive for the CT side. And that's Saw taking the lead above the Young Ninjas, something they were unable to do throughout the course of that entire best of 1. So already a positive entity moving forward in this particular map up. The rifles are back out for the Ninjas. That was an eco round. Let's see if they can continue. Let's see if they can recover this lead once again. We've got incendiaries down early, smokes up, nades coming through. AWP not aware of how close Muteris really is. This flank position could be everything if they continue the outside campaign. Will they check here? No, they won't. That's 2 frags, easy to line up, but Muteris misses on the second man, so it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, a bit sloppy on the spray there for the in-game leader of Saw. That should have been, like you mentioned, a couple of easy kills, and it's not at all. A lot of damage comes onto Nilo. They get the information. The Young Ninjas not checking that position as they go towards the outside play, and even the drop down comes through because he sees the player towards credit card. More damage outside.
M4, try jumping up here. Top of the blue box, tags up Sapek. So again, the outside control is contested by the CT side. They're going to burn real low. They're both going to go up in flames. Stododo didn't intend to get those frags. I guess they were blinded by a flash or something. Either way, that's a 4 versus 2, and the Ninjas, after recovering this situation, have managed to completely throw it away.
Yeah, Alex is going to call the upper bomb site's taken, but what they don't know is that there's players in lobby. It goes both ways, though, because they might not know that the A bomb site's open. Stododo, does he even expect there's already a player forward? A bit Arky, this should be a very simple kill onto Fozzy. 2v4 situation, they're now starting to clear out lobby together. Oh, what?
That couldn't have been more perfect. He ducked just as the spray came through.
Way.
Alex was watching it, and now he gets 2 frags on for the quadra clutch. Just coming in from Hut. Saw low HP coming in from main now. Smoke to buy a bit of cover. Alex is going to try and see if he can just siphon off one position. It's in the midst of the smokers where that bomb's been planted. Saul, top of Hut. Alex escapes. Hunts down position, turns away at the right moment. That's 3 kills. And now Just with a smoke and a defuse kit, he's going to go for the ninja defuse. Spray through, not landed. He's on the other side. Alex going to reload. Just going to steal it. Oh, the clutch attempt foiled by lack of vision and lack of info. It's a 7 for Saw.
Oh, you almost felt like things were turning around. It really felt like that was happening. A 2v4 situation, the ultimate timing out from lobby. They get the bomb down. The clutch almost comes through. Not quite the case. Oh, Young Ninjas. You could almost taste it there. You could almost feel like that clutch was really on the cards. But the Ninja defuse comes through. Smoke on the bomb. Instant stick from Just. And the Swedes, well, they're taking a tactical, Jay, probably realizing, guys, like, we're only in a deficit of 2. We're not out of this. We're still in control. We almost won that last round.
Absolutely. The Ninjas have kept pace for the most part here. All they have to do is just recover a bit of momentum. That tactical pause could be the backbreaker for Saw. The damn near clutch coming through. AWP upstairs, out into the outside control. Boosted up with the player also making their way up towards Silo. So have a bit of information and a bit of Overwatch to try and figure out where the CTs are playing from. Utility to try and force Muteris away. They think they might be close this time, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, outside Muteris has found a lot of success so far in this first half, whether it's been opening kills or at least 1-for-1 trades. Footsteps starting to come through. Young Ninjas probably need to put a little bit more utility down if they want to start taking some outside control. Get that AWP towards the top of red. And quite aggressive fights trying to come through.
Sapek watching top of the main position. AUG is the Dodo peeking up, looking towards red box. Got a nice bit of vision to work with. The smokes lining up perfectly for him to find some cover, but also see where the T-side players can work from. Spray through the mountain, though. Fights off against Muteris. Doesn't go so far as to get the kill, but tagged to 46, and that Heaven player does do some damage to try and force them away from red. 40 seconds, and Ninjas have not set themselves up for a site take. In fact, someone's got to go back and get the bomb from the T-spawn.
What's going on here, Jay? Like, there's no util. It's got to be an A split, but they're really going to struggle to even get into A with using no utility. All they've got left is a decoy and a flash. That's it.
Flash is over from Squeaky, they'll go. Check out the scaffolding player. 2 players, 3 kills coming in for the CT side. Sasor looking at the back line. Fozzy will get the kill back. 12 seconds, bomb dropped in the open, and Alex suddenly left with nothing to do. And the Ninjas again stalling so much time. And it wasn't a problem in the early set of rounds, but now that Saw have hold their defensive pretty well, them not being able to gain full access to outside, with them not being able to split in towards A appropriately, that time is just going to hurt them more and more.
I felt like they almost lost outside. Like, they didn't do anything with it. They didn't take garage control. They didn't get players into hell. And maybe they were just waiting and hoping that fights would come to them. But Saw didn't over-aggress. They didn't look to take any fights outside. Nades coming through, not doing a massive amount of damage. A vent dive comes in, though. That would have been heard from the CT side.
And you can see the adjustment from Arky already. Flashing the way in, hoping that someone makes their way out. Will be just an observation window where the window gets popped out. Arky's not going to keep his eyes on, though. He'll have to focus mostly on the decomposition. Doors are closed, though, so he can potentially just adjust based off sound cues. Taps up from the M4s towards the outside control, unable to get any of the kills towards these outside players. They're still not sneaking down towards Secret. This is entirely a lurk play from Alex.
Yeah, maybe try and see if he can pull rotations over, unless they want to try and retake ramp and head to that B bomb site. But with a couple of players through this lobby angle, it just looks like it might be another vent dive or just the straight upper play. Again, look how light they are on the utility. Oh, body block.
They heard the smoke. Flash coming in to Saw evades its way through, gets that 1 and 2 and 3. Just steals it away, actually. So Saw is traded and Just also goes down, so they gain access to the A site temporarily. Probably secure a bomb plant from here, though. Couldn't quite get Arky to drop. And now Heaven Control coming in from Muris. Good flash in, both players blind and both players dead. 9 to the border, Saw and Ninjas unable to stick the plant, I should say. Probably should have just gone for a safe one to the backside to get some extra money for this final round buy, because they're going to be limited in some respects and limited on those odds, continuing to swing that away as Saw from Paramatch.
I just love how systematic that approach was from Saw in that 3v2. Like, you had the opportunity of just running up through vent or running from heaven, but instead they wait for Stododo to get lined up with the utility to allow Muteris to swing out with an advantage going his way. Fast play out towards the Squeaky entrance. The bomb gets dropped. They try and go in for the vent dive, but Stododo does not make that a potential.
We'll just be able to sneak past the smoke, I think. Boost up. They do get to Saul in the end, so now I know where at least 2 of the players are at. And they get caught up trying to make their way downstairs. Muteris and Just crossfire once again. Fozzy now left alone. They hear him dropping with the AWP. Can't land the frag. Muteris ends up with a double to close out the 10th for Saw. A 10-5 CT half from this Saw side. And again, considering how well their T side has gone over the course of the day so far,
Yeah.
that's something to be concerned about if you're young Ninjas.
It is. I thought they had the perfect opportunity to start off. They won pistol, won the anti-eco, got a 3-0 start. Then it went back and forward a little bit to 3-3. Got a couple of rounds and they had a 5-3 lead. But then it really just felt like they lost control. They only got 1 bomb plant in that big streak of 7 rounds in a row from Saw. And it's actually the Portuguese taking a bit of a tactical. Another thing to consider too, Jay, in that last best of 3, TPT won 4 out of 4 pistol rounds. Saw haven't won a pistol this entire day, whether it's been in the last best of 3 or in this best of 3 so far. So they're 0-5 in pistols. Maybe that's why they're taking a tactical, going, guys, can we win a pistol round for once?
Well, I mean, it hasn't hindered them all so much. You know, they've gained a large number of the conversion rounds, you know. Maybe not so much against the young Ninjas, but today, you know, against TPT is where they were able just to force the issue and just get back into full control. Glocks out, utility in for Arky, of course, with his pistol. USPs on the CT side. No upgrades for raid bosses. Diffuse kit in for Alex with a smoke down. Kevlar for everybody else in that CT camp. So, Saw playing into the lobby position, very passive, expecting CTs to aggress through ramp in particular. So Saw will just wait back here. Cross-firing with the Dodo, but no contact established early.
Very silent here from Saw. Smoke going down to the outside position of main. Bit of a lurk from Arky, but for Saw, it's not really textbook on where they want to hit this. Trying to take some ramp and maybe hit towards lower.
Here they go, Faze.
Ooh.
Waiting and baiting. Sees just, tags him in the back of the head, takes him down to Saw can trade. The good peek in for the headshot. Sees the next two players. The trades will come back to the T side. And Muturus gets two more heads. Manin suddenly alone towards the B site, waiting, expect him to go back down the ramp control. But now left in a 1v3 retake back up to the A bomb site for him. And Saw may just have 11.
Oh, Madden. 1v3. He's lost all of his teammates and he's caught off going up the vents. A massive 3k out from Muteris. Young Ninjas could not have played that any better. Bait and switch set up out from ramp. Fozzy is completely unknown. Fantastic secondary kill. And they've cleared out lobby. They're trying to help them out by rotating into ramp. And then Muteris does that. That is unbelievable. The in-game leader for Saw has somehow done a 3k like that and he's 21-8. What a performance he's having on Nuke.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal here from Saw. And definitely a reverse of the roles compared to yesterday. Molotov in Alex with the Deagle ready to face, ready to take some heads off shoulders, but so far nothing is found. They'll just back up a little bit here, Saw into the lobby position. With a minute to go, the Young Ninjas have kept them suppressed at least, but more so down to the Saw default as opposed to them doing anything special, you know?
Young Ninjas need to find a way back in. Squeak door gets opened up. Sapek can just put a smoke down, waste a little bit more time. I like that he didn't actually just go for a dry contact there. Instead, try and slow it down from the T side. Now, unfortunately, he tried to get down from the hut top silently. Doesn't quite happen. Able to close the squeaky door, but info's come out.
It taps on that Deagle. Can't catch any tags or kills. Muturus towards outside will be able to get Madden. Now towards the ramp control, they'll go Alex with the Deagle. What can he find? Arky with one. No more than that. Just trades it back. Scout shot does tag up one and a second. That's still some extra time, including that bomb that's now a known entity to the CT side. Opening up the windows downstairs, they will look to go here. Can they deny the bomb plant here, the Young Ninjas? The bomb's still yet to make its way to site, actually. If they swing, they're not in position to do so. It doesn't look like they will do. Okay. That got a little bit hairy for the Source side. And now it's retake mode with a Galil and a Scout in play for the CTs.
Jeez, that was close. They just get that bomb down, and you're right. If they would have swung on that, that could have been round over right there. But 3v3, it's a Soul. Him so aggressive out from ramp. It's going to give the info up that no rotates are coming in from that angle.
Dapet gets Muturus. Galil bursting through. Matt 10 adjusts. Gonna catch off something back here. They have no idea this man. It's gonna be the linchpin entity on the defuse right now. Matt 10 comes up with a spray through, gets another kill back, causing with the USP, sacrifices the round to get the kills because he realizes he would have gone down regardless. No kit, no time, and no round for the Young Ninjas. 12 to the border Saw. They do lose 5 players though.
Yeah, that was a nail biter, to say the least. There was a lot of complexions to that round. First of all, Saw really slowing down the clock, getting to that lower bomb side. And for Young Ninjas, if they would have had a kit in play, things could have been very different. But without it, there's just no option but to try and save onto that Galil. Another force buy coming back. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this kind of force buy. You're down a considerable margin of rounds, but I think they just need to wait till they get the rifles, or maybe not. They find the opening kill.
I think at this kind of stage in the game, they kind of need a miracle. Then they need to play like something risky. Because, yeah, it could possibly mean 14-5, but it could also mean 12-6. And possibly even more than that, because the money's been crippled by Saw losing all 5 players in that last round. So I respect it. I think I might actually just agree with the Young Ninjas in this particular regard. But Manin. Another kill, Alex, and a follow-up frag as well, and well, I guess it will work out for them in the end, so the gamble's paid off. 2 versus 5, as long as the Dodo and Just don't manage to clutch this, and indeed they won't. AK last thing standing. Suppressed, now they're going to crunch back in towards lobby, get the kills together. SMG frags are plenty, and a 6 to the ball of the Ninjas.
Well, a little bit lost for words after that round. Saw, I mean, money-wise, they are on double eco status. Like, they kind of have to buy here, because the second round, they lost a lot of players, or everyone went down, didn't they? And then the third round, we actually saw Young Ninjas convert. So it's put Saw in a position where they kind of have to force. They're on 1900 loss bonus. They can't buy next round. Things have got out of hand very quickly, and maybe that's the reason why the buy came through. They were able to save onto the Galil. They dealt with every single player in that second round on the force buy, that they realize it's a risk for sure, but if it pays off, look at the damage we can do going forward. And look at the amount of T-side weapons. They got 2 AKs and 2 Galils. I'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, considering, you know, you had SMGs for the most part across most players. Pretty significant for the Ninjas side. May well be enough to turn the tide in this battle. Obviously a force back from Saw, so they've got to deal with this if they can do that. And that could be the 4-round deficit that Ninjas could use. Fast play in towards the A side. Dodo sees the player at Rafters, sees the player top of part, gets those kills with the AKs. Not even able to chime in for the Ninjas. This is going to be a safe call already. They're backing off away from Heaven. And wow, what a disaster for the CT side.
Yeah, they've got to save here. They can't go for this. And it comes down to one man in particular, that's Dodo. He's actually the entry with the Tech-9, running out, really great sight path into the A bomb side, and especially with those flashes over the top, he's able to get a couple of kills. Yeah, there's a little bit of a return out from Heaven from Fozzy, but not enough to actually say, you know what, guys, let's go in for the retake. And we're getting to a position where both teams are just wrecking each other's economies. Saw now winning a force by themselves, able to pick up an AK. They don't quite get another rifle, though, from another player. And, well, get your bonus for the first deposit only at our betting partners of Paramatch.com. Click on the banner below to get all the information on how to get involved. Saw. Only a matter of time, really, Jay, until they get to 16. I mean, they're 3 rounds away.
Yeah, losing that round is crippling to the Ninjas side. Gotta obviously force the issue back on the rifle buy. Look at already how they've managed to force Alex off
Nade.
to 8 points of health. And Nade possibly could take him down, you're right about that, but they're not gonna take it just yet. It's Muturis that gets the opening kill on Man and outside. He will wear down on them, Muturis will take some damage. Alex is forced to back away because he's the only defender here. He's got so many T-side players to deal with and there's so much battle around Muturis. So Dodo turns up against Sapek as well, gets another good kill, and Ninjas are just unable to trade it.
Yeah, just think when you've got an opportunity there, like you're looking into towards Squeak Door, you just get punished. 3 players left, 2 of them have got HP, 1 really doesn't. And Saw could just play the mind games. A couple of flashes out towards the ramp entrance. Fozzy has to make a play here, has to try and swing. This honestly could just be another save for Young Ninjas. Now that the T-side have gathered the ramp control and they've got a 2-man advantage. No, they're going to gamble rotate to the lower bomb side. They're going to have a crack at this.
M4 backed up, AK bursts through, Arky gets that frag. 2 standing for the Ninjas. 1 trade from Nilo. Can he swing on the bomb and deny it? He won't take the risk, and Dodo will punish him for it. Fozzy, 1v4 with the AK. 2 players low, 2 players at 100. How the hell are they going to pull this back, if they even bother? I think Fozzy's best bet is to save, given the circumstances, but we're just getting closer and closer, as you mentioned. 3 away from map victory for Saw. And Young Ninjas have been shut out since the Portuguese squad got going here on T-side, and we've talked in great extent about how good this T-side really is. Here on Nuke, like, this half is proof in the pudding.
Well, you have a look at the Swords results in the last 3 months. Their worst placing, Jay, at an event is 3rd to 4th. Like, that's their worst placing. Every event has been higher than 4th. You know, a couple of first places coming in for some local events, a lot of grand final placings. And for Young Ninjas, I think this is their 32nd map on HLTV played. They've never had a playoff run. We saw in Shadow League, they went out in Swiss. Snow Sweet Snow, they went out in Swiss. Advanced, they're still in the regular season. And here in the European Development Championship, it would mean so much for them if they're finally able to crack a playoff run. But certainly for this first map, it's not looking likely that a victory can go their way. Fast play towards outside for Muteris, and even Sapek falls so quickly into the round.
Yeah, just on that frag, nice and easy. The situation, shutting out that opening frag. Nitoris spreading against man and takes him down as well. No, I did. He's even in the vents, and that's already B-side access. Nobody can get to this defensive position. They push ramp, they push vent, they push outside even. They can get towards secret, they can get towards the ramp control, they can get towards the vents and just go for the plant easy on that B site. Nilo, as a result, is forced to make an aggressive play just as the smoke clears. Arky takes him down. And this is the same saw we saw at the end of Train. Ripping apart the opposition. 1-on-5 for Fozzy. The AWP will catch one. But that will not make a difference in this round.
Yeah, hold on to it, mate. Try and just bring that AWP forward. Hunt coming in behind him, and there's just so many players. One towards outside, one already in hell. Another good shot comes out from Fozzy. He's completely blind, and eventually can't save onto the AWP. 12 out of the past 13 rounds have been won by the Portuguese squad. Young Ninjas got off to a good start in this map, Jay, but it's fallen away really quickly.
Oh, man.
Old man in.
You are just on a roll today. Like,
just bounce
what
it
is
off you,
this?
mate.
Like the third or fourth pun you've made so far on the broadcast?
They'll keep coming, don't worry.
Apparently so. Well, 9 map points for Saw. The Young Ninjas seeming to meet their makers, it feels like. The spray through on Nilo doing significant damage to him. AK spray through man and taking some damage. Muteris will continue facing around the corner. Gonna catch this guy, able to get a pick or two. So far, no casualties, but plenty of damage done to the CT side.
Madden trying to go in for a bit of an aggressive play towards Squeaky. Muteris might get caught outside by the secret player. Oh, Alex has been seen. The swing just keeps coming through. I can't believe Muteris wins that fight on 1 HP now.
You just can't stop him. You just can't stop Saw. This is the reason why we said 2-0. AK is continuing to tap, hoping to catch something here from the offensive board. Downstairs, there's only one player, though. Ooh, spray through on Nilo does get just the least. There's that, but only 1 for 2 on the trade. Favorable to the T-side camp. 30 seconds, though. You have to make their way into the bomb site, and they are pretty low HP, so there could be some trade potential, especially if Sapek takes out one of the high HP players. Okay, the complexion of this round might have just changed up here. Dawn need to act right now. They need to go into the site here. Incendiary's up, 15 seconds, sprays through. Arky gonna go for the vent dive, I think. Yep, straight into the B-bomb site. Not wasting any time with his plant.
Yes, the Dodo's hearing all of this information from Squeak, so he's going to know that 2 players are coming in from ramp. The low HP, though, that is the defining factor here for the Tees. Buteris is low, and so is the Dodo.
Taps up, backstab, not incoming here. All 3 bunched up. Muteris being very careful, but when he takes that face because a single bullet will take him down. Gets the headshot on Nilo. Trade back is good from Fozzy, but Dodo finds the lineup on the spray, gets both the final kills, and it will be 16-6 for Saw to take their map pick of a nuke. And a very dominating performance from them as well. The Ninjas at certain points didn't feel like they stood a chance, you know. In that first half, I was optimistic, but by the time Saw got going on T-side, like, it just felt like it was over from there.
Yeah, I think they put up a decent fight, but it's just the level of skill difference between these teams, the experience. You know, you can keep naming the aspects, but it just showed on the server. They were so dominant. There were so many opening fights. It almost felt like, especially in that second half, it was like 5-on-4 round after round after round. Within the first at least 20 seconds, mainly 10 or 15 seconds, they found that first pick. A great performance from Saw out on Nuke. But Inferno's up next, Jay, and look, maybe we can hope for a little bit more of a competitiveness side coming out from the Young Ninjas.
We do indeed hope so. It was the map that they took them to on overtime in the first best of 1 of the season. So hopefully the Young Ninjas can replicate performance as we head towards a short break. But as we return, it is Inferno, our second map of the series. Will Saw 2-0 their way into the playoffs, take the spot that they rightfully deserve? Or will the Ninjas make it difficult for them? We'll find out after this break in the EDC.
that shot. Nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Keeping me all night. Oh, girl, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. Oh, girl, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. Oh, girl, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. All night. Oh, girl.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Fighting match. They play, you win.
Welcome back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. Here into map 2 between Saw and the Young Ninjas. If you're just joining us, Saw decimated over on Nuke 16-6. It was a very, very good performance from them, and I have a feeling that it might spell the end of the Ninjas side. Not because of the maps per se, obviously it was their pick that they won, but the sheer level of confidence we've seen from Saw, not just in this series, but in the last series as well. It has just been a beautiful, beautiful set of Counter-Strike to watch.
It has, and it's certainly deserving of the team that they are. I think that they've played up to their strengths, even with a stand-in, which can be very difficult. I mean, certainly Young Ninjas are in that same position themselves. But look, going into Inferno, I don't know how much you can draw from yesterday. We saw Inferno being played twice from the Young Ninja squad in both the best of 1 against Saw and in the best of 3 against Nemega. Both times they look decent, but you're right. We have just seen such a dominant affair from Saw that I think just going to translate straight into the second map.
Yeah, every reason to think that, given just that scoreline, 16-6, absolute decimation. And it wasn't even like it was a 16-6 because they got a good T side and then went on to CT and dominated.
Yeah.
No, they got a good CT side and then went on to T side and dominated. Like, it was just a complete role reversal, and it was absolutely insane. Now, again, the caveat here is this second map is going to be Inferno, and this is a well-practiced map for the Young Ninjas. We've seen it several times in high-tier competition from the competitions that they played. And again, the most important result there is that sort of best-of-1 victory that Young Ninjas got on them on Inferno. But again, I come back to how that result came through. It was the overtime victory for a start for the Ninja side. They had to first off get the pistol round, and then they had to maintain that lead from then on going forward into the map up itself. So they need to basically replicate and mirror exactly what they did in that matchup. And that's not going to be easy because Saw have had plenty of time to go back over that demo, go back over that VOD, and figure out what Young Ninjas were doing so well.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. They've obviously had the night to do so, and probably some of the morning as well. But yeah, you've just got to think that for Young Ninjas, one thing that really worked for them yesterday in the best of one was their nade placement, especially towards Banana. I felt like Saw weren't doing a great job with the utility damage where the Swedes were, and as well they were playing with so much confidence. We saw a big performer coming out from Fozzy, although we got off to a little bit of a slow start in that best of one. But starting off, it is a fair bit of utility up for the CT side, and bringing 3 players over towards the A bomb site immediately. The bomb is left in T spawn though, so just a bit of a default heavy play to start off this T side.
Double flash and smoke for Alex on the pistol setup. The Ninjas on the T side start. Saw picking into the CT half. Let's see whether they can get this pistol together again. This was been a bit of a problem for Saw over the course of these last 2 series, is getting these pistol rounds. I think they've gone 1 in
5
about
now.
6. Yeah, 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or so. So the Dodo, he's taking that point position, the contact position here towards the cross position over on the B site, but no presence felt by the Ninjas. They're just getting into Banana here at the minute marker.
Yes, the Dodo. HE already being used, not quite doing anything, but certainly as soon as contact comes through, he's got an opportunity of just trying to smoke down. It's where the Young Ninjas just decide to push straight forward, and they are. This is a straight execution. They're not slowing down.
Smoke to throw them off, reposition back towards construction, and Zapek takes him down.
Ooh.
2 kills for just on the USP though. Simple headshots, blinded off by flashbangs coming in from Stadodo and Co.
Oh.
Rotations are there, and just executes every player he sees. Pistols aplenty, heads rolling over the B site, and Saw get the opener of the map.
All right, well, here we go. The opening kill goes the way of the T side. They deal with that initial contact as Stadodo, and you think, okay, well, it's just one more player at the B bomb site. This should be pretty easy pickings, but no, just ends up with a 4K. What a hold towards the new box and pillar position. He kept getting kills, kept doing damage, and Young Ninjas, they can't even get a bomb plant. No chance to force in round 2.
Well, just when you think that the confidence level from Saw can't get any more confident, it's just like, here we go. Pistol easy for just on his 4K. The Dodo, the SMG bursting through, getting 2 kills. Just to clean up the next 3. Easy anti-eco cleanup there from the Saw side. Less than about 25 seconds into the round itself. 2-0 for the CT Star. The rifles coming out here for the Ninjas.
Yeah, get just fired up. You know, big round in the first, nice anti-eco kills in the second. Get him just continuing to mow down. Get him off to a good start, and he'll just start exploding for the Saw camp. And Young Ninjas going into the rifle round, so they will get the AKs forward. And fast play out towards mid. No aggression coming through towards a Banana position. Arky with a dry swing, though. A single flash from Uteris, and an aggressive peek works out for an opening pick.
Man to drop Alex, and it's a Saw barely getting this kill. Had to call in Nilo for assistance. That SMG gaining some information, able to hold off and stall for time. Arky trying to trade. Stadodo comes up with the nade on his M4 damage. It was a 3 versus 2 favor to the Saw side, as the trades have been so good. Even on SMGs for the most part across this CT side, they've done so much damage to the Ninjas.
Oh, one of the most chaotic rounds I think we've seen in this entire best of 3. A lot of trading coming out, a lot of fights coming in. Tap up for Fozzy, trying to see if he could deal with Stadodo towards the Coffin's angle, but down to 39 points of health, just opts to go passive. Actually bring a rotation in from his teammate of Uteris. The Young Ninjas, I mean, rather than just faking it, I think their best chance is to commit B here. They've got a smoke down towards Coffins. They've got another one off for CT Cross. There's a gap, though.
M4 will lurk through the smoke as the SMG hunts for information. Nade on, damage done to both players. Swing and hit does not get the double for Stadodo, but he's already got himself an interim kill. So Fozzy on 24 HP can get cleaned up by the SMG. And honestly, that's not a bad round from Saw. Yes, they do lose 3 players, but most of them were SMGs. So there's plenty of cash to reinvest and plenty of cash potential for them in the odds as well. Still favourable to Saw as they have always been throughout the course of this basically entire series. If you want to take advantage of those odds, you can get your bonus for the first deposit. They go on the banner below and go in power match on this match and others in the European Development Championship. Eco for this round, so I wouldn't bet on Young Ninjas for round 4 because while these Deagles have been good for Saw, the same can't be said for the Swedes.
Yeah, they don't have a lot going for them in round 4. That's a definite. And not a lot of money, so not a lot of upgrades. If they're able to find a couple of kills, then great. Saw, though. Oh, another kill just coming through smoke. And for Young Ninjas, I mean, it might be a little bit demoralizing at this point that they haven't really found too many rounds that are close so far, but it is still very early on into this half.
The Mutuis and Tasol, 2 more frags. Sapek and Fozzy with not much that they can really do. Split out onto either end of the map. Entering towards A or B. Sapek does get his Deagle on towards 1 kill. Backup get calling in, so just can defend his life, defend the site here. If he does go down, the trade is good, but nope. Easy kill, so no even need to worry about backing him up. Just Fozzy left for the Deagle play. 2 kills to find here to get the bomb plant. If he can do that, that'll be a very successful deco for the Ninja side. They're facing towards him, and he does go down.
A 4-0 start, no bomb plant as of yet for Young Ninjas, and maybe a bit of a tactical to come through at some point soon. They get that AWP down for Fozzy for the first time on this T side, backed up with AKs. But Saw, their money line's just growing and growing. Muteris already above that 6k marker, so Saw nearly at 5k. What do Young Ninjas need to do differently? Maybe a bit of an apps pop, maybe lean a little bit more towards that A site, at least in the early rounds. A couple of nades going down towards Banana, and an aggressive approach coming through. A wallbang comes through for Broken Wall.
No idea about it. Still the flashbang comes in. Fozzy blinds them off and assists with the kill on Stadodo. All picked up, and 1 player to enter on 2 kills basically gets the B-site control for the Ninjas.
I just, that's so unfortunate, but so amazing coming out from Madden. Like, that was so well played from Saw. They get the opening tag through the Broken Wall, and they put a nade down too, and then Madden just goes, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to wide swing, swings out, catches that first player towards the sandbags position just behind the smoke, and then evens to Dodo trying to fall back to the site. Couple of great kills coming in for the Swedes, Madden in particular, and maybe that's just what they need. Get some pressure off their back with a big round like that.
Yeah, Saw forced to save the weapons. Manin, huge plays from him. And again, a start the Ninjas really needed. No bomb plants for the last 4 rounds and get 1 with the round victory. It's pretty big for him. 1 point of health as well for his efforts. And again, momentum swing for the Swedes. Will they hold on to it? There's still a buy-in play for Saw. The money is so bolstered that the saved weapons can get dropped. Muteris as the Saw can drop. Dodo and Just will have no problems with the investments here. The AK staying in as well means that there's extra firepower to work for the CT side. So still going to be a gun round. Ninjas will be able to bolster their own economy state as they get the AKs back in. Start to build up their own cash amounts.
There we go. Young Ninjas getting back up onto the board. Getting some confidence flying for them. Quick playing towards second mid. Maybe some early control towards the apartment's entrance. A lot of counter utility though coming in. Nade down. Look at that damage onto Sapek.
61 HP. And good utility placement has been a staple of the Saw side so far, so not surprising that they've gotten that without taking a single face here. Nilo has seen 1 player towards quad. Arky could be in trouble if he has to face the full brunt of the T side, but the utility being put back by the CT side is going to throw them off. They're not going to enter towards brackets. They're not going to try and look for the kills here. They might take some damage. No, not even that nade goes towards Arky's feet.
Kind of surprised he's still staying around. It looked like he had some very awkward engagements, but he's continuing this aggression towards the porch angle. 4 players over towards that B site. A solo defender of just over at B, playing very passive towards the CT cutoff. Fozzy aggro with the AWP, re-smoke in. Some of this counter utility is positioned perfectly and timed well.
"39 seconds. Press on here, 2 players towards the pit position to receive. Oncoming T side, 1 man out to Arch to try and cut them off from the B side. Slow walk in. Alex sees him, forces him off angle, but takes a lot of damage for his trouble. Smokes back. M4's here. 20 seconds again. Young Ninjas running this timer extremely low. They're stalled out by the M4s. So Saul gets himself 1 kill. Nilo and Safek can't trade it. Archkey still trying to deny the bomb plant. AWP strikes back. Looks for his second, but can't quite land it. And the bomb plant can be secured from here, leaving it all on Justin. A 1 versus 3. Gets Manon. Didn't see the second player on site. He does now get that headshot, but doesn't get Fozzy, so Ninjas will claim a second.
Well, that was a bit of a misread, really, coming out from Saw. They re-smoked up to the apartments, and they ended up gamble rotating towards B. They brought a second player over, left Muteris in Arch, and it meant for the site players in towards Mini Pit and Big Pit that, yeah, they had somewhat of a crossfire between them, but they didn't have a lot of support with a lot of oncoming offensive pressure out from long. And Saw, well, this money's getting lower and lower. Look at the buy they're bringing forward into round 7. Oh, the nades again.
Yeah, just so much damage done to the Ninja side. So unfortunately, in the last round, it didn't quite work out to get them the actual round victory, but it's still going to be advantageous when it comes to winning duels on the Saw side, especially given the lack of main firepower they actually have in the rifles. SMGs, a FAMA, a CZ, 2 M4s to boot, no AWP obviously. 2 players out towards this banana control for the T side, line 2 players on the A side defense boosting up as they start to stack their way in and get that bomb to position. So it definitely looks like a B lean and probably a B hit. Manon walking straight out. His injuries have been fantastic, but doesn't check the boost spot and goes down for it here. T side incoming. The CTs are going to fall back though. That CZ does start to push aggressive though. He's heard, he's seen, and he does get taken out.
Oh, what is this play though coming out from Just? He just decides to push through the CT smoke and at least brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Muteris spamming away out from construction. But now it's just down to 2. The bomb's not yet planted, coming in from 2 very different angles, the CTs.
Spray through, mollies in, 2 players backed up. Outside of the site, the AWP Fozzy. Ready for the next player to face. No utility. Well, I mean, Sasol actually did have a flashbang to make his way around that corner, but just opted not to use it. Knew that AWP was in play, though, so it's a very confusing move from the part of the Saw defenders. Muta is left to save the weapon as the Ninjas are back in at 4-3, a single round the difference. And again, the buys coming in from Saw have left the economy in tatters. So maybe looking at an eco coming in from the CT camp. Can he get an exit frag here, Muteris? Very risky. Turning away. Oh, catching at least 1 man. Can't get that AK back though, unfortunately. So therefore, it will just be a FAMA going into this next round.
Make sure to check out Hellcase if you want some worthy skins. They hold special events and a lot of everything for fun. I know that they've got some pretty sick events on at the moment, some very nice and unique cases from skins from all different varieties. So make sure to check out those codes up on screen and visit our fantastic case partner of Hellcase.com. Saw, though, not going to be investing into too much going into round 8. They've got that saved in for Master that was looking for some exits in the last round from Muteris. Outside of that, though, a couple of P250s and a Deagle. That's it.
Upgrade pistols. And again, as I mentioned, the FAMA being the only main weapon here for the City side. USP of Stadodo peeking in, trying to catch something. Seeing contact, no kill, no damage being done. AWP lands a leg shot onto the man. I mean, it's basic stuff coming in from Saw. Should be seeing them get ripped apart by these rifles, seeing they do any damage. If they can do any damage whatsoever, that'll just basically be a round successful. The CT side, Young Ninjas should be expected to equalize here. Playing it just as carefully in case they do have a trick or 2 up their sleeves, you know?
Yeah, slow walk in from Sapek has not cleared the site, but certainly getting close to. Stadodo overextends, and Muteris is looking to try and see if he can do some damage. Good flash comes in from Just at the right time, but And not quite any more is going to be found from that. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't try and hold onto the FAMAS, really, because bringing that into the next round just means you don't have to upgrade another rifle, and the cleanup crew is coming in. So Zol's going to find one with the Deagle, make it 2. This is a very expensive round.
Is he going to go for this? Got no kit, got no utility, rifles at the floor, looking up to the boost spots! Okay, it's on! The Farmer picks up, he doesn't switch towards it. The hand cannon almost getting the headshot, a couple of pixels off, but that is a very expensive round for the Ninjas. He can be very happy with what he did there.
That was such a light eco, and they get away with so much. You think that the round's pretty much finished from here, especially when it's a 4v1 situation, and Zol, some of these kills, even the pre-aim to the player to the top of Emo. Oh, that's so lovely. That's so
you can
sick.
see how close that final crosshair was to the head of the guy at Banana. It's like, you just feel like, it could have been the most beautiful clutch ever. Like, just, Deagle clutches are my favorite ones because you have to have such accuracy and great pace of movement. And it just felt like he had all of that right up until the last second. It was played damn near to perfection. But Saw, again, it was an eco buy, upgrade pistols at most. They had the rifles out for this round. The money is going to get crippled for the Young Ninja side. The AWP straight in to try to see if it can take that opening frag. Doesn't quite land. It gets a bit of info and an nade back down, doing damage to Man. And Alex, I believe, also took a tag through that wall. So, again, early HP advantage to the CT side.
A decent start for sure. A little bit of damage done to the CT side, though. Not as much. Young Ninjas. One thing that Saw did do a little bit in the best of one that they're not doing here is actually taking banana control. This time around, they're not really interested. We've seen a couple of approaches where Stododo's gone somewhat aggressive, especially in this round right here where he went to the car angle but wasn't successful. And they've just given banana up for free. And Young Ninjas, well, they just leave a single lurk towards the top of Broken Ball. The rest of them, though, looking to try and strike into brackets.
Arky held back. Alex starts leading the charge up with the brackets control. M4 swing, Muterus with a very awkward spray. And now the Ninjas will make their way around towards the CT spawn. AWP is Stododo watching Speedway, peeks back in towards the spawn itself, looking back towards the other side, and that cost him his life. So Manon finds a trade. Now it's all left to just here at the first boxes. He has been Stello on the pistol on the B side defensive, but backup has arrived already. Arky drops that bomb, takes the player back. Sapak trying to see if he can get that kill, but no, just gets the trade together. 3 versus 2. And Arky continuing to press forward. The AWP does turn back towards him. Looking back for the next man. Saul again up for the clutch. He's gotten himself 3 kills on the Deagle. Now an M4 in tow. Getting that one frag. Knows where Sapek is, but can't catch the headshot, can't catch the angle, and will continue pressing into the site. He's got the kit. He's got no utility, though. Turning back towards CT. Looks at the back corner. Oh, the clutch is beautiful, but again, at the very last kill, the crosshair isn't on point, and therefore it's no round for Saw.
This guy. I know that he's not winning these clutches, but the way he's positioning himself and his crosshair placement is just phenomenal. Those were almost a couple of rounds that have gone the Portuguese way. But look, for Young Ninjas, they've really recovered the situation here, Jay. It was a 4-0 start up for Saw. Now 5 rounds in a row for Young Ninjas. Buy comes back for Saw, but it's not really great. They've got a lot of SMGs.
Look at the utility put down on the CT side. Look at how quickly Stododo wants to make his way up. Sees one man, gets the kill. SMG to follow suit as well for Just. Comes up against Man, and now they've got 2 AKs to work with. And now the Thieves are completely pushed out of Banana. Can't get any sort of response frag. Fozzie will try to find something at the edge of the smoke, and he's getting closer and closer to the CT line, but they're allowed to escape as the smoke start to dissipate. And that's a 5v3 game. The sheer aggression down to Banana control.
And the change-up that really Young Ninjas weren't expecting at all. Haven't really seen banana control being taken, and all of a sudden, double molly, smoke goes down. They just start flying in with those MP9s, pushing all the way down to bottom banana around the logs area. And Manon and Sapek just have got no option but to go down. And Saw, I mean, surely they should convert this round with ease, right? 5-on-3 advantage, a lot going for them. The Young Ninjas need to do the unthinkable to bring this round in their favor.
40 seconds, Arky Fama swing out with the SMG also peeking in to distract Nilo, get his back turned towards that rifle. Two standing for the T side. Alex up here at balcony, seen on the sprays. The Soul will get that kill nice and easy. And you up for Fozzy. So just 4 easy as chips here for a 5-man alive scenario for the Source side. And 5 all on the board. The Young Ninjas equalized again by the Portuguese core.
Yeah, look, at least they're making it a lot more competitive, right? Young Ninjas are certainly looking to be more dominant out on the T side of Inferno than they were in that last map. And one thing we remember seeing from them too was all 4 tactical pauses being used before the 30-round limit that we got to when we went into OT. Using their second tactical timeout going into round 11. Because money, for a few players, is looking okay. Sapek and Fozzy in particular, but for Nilo, Madden, and Alex, it's, yeah, not that great. So 1900 loss bonus, maybe just a hero AK, I think. Surely, yeah, I don't think this is going to be a complete force for everyone.
Off kilter though for the Ninjas side.
Yeah,
they've got that 1 AK, that hero AK, and everything else is just half buy, full eco, 4K to 1.5K, and Sapper just down at $50. It's like, yeah, not great. And Saw had plenty of firepower to deal with whatever they want to throw at them here. 4 AKs on the CT side. Very rare you get to see situations like that. And, well, to their credit, the Eagles will be able to deal with it pretty nicely. Arky down to 47 on the early face towards brackets. To fall back out to the short control onto the site itself. And away from quad, they will not be able to find an opening kill.
If they can somehow maybe get the AK like 2nd or 3rd in, try and get the Deagles to bait. I mean, already they've done a considerable amount of damage onto Arky from the Deagle spam. I saw Muteris being pressured. He's seeing a lot of players out from brackets, but rather than falling back, he's going to try and fight. Oh, a little bit sloppy, but he still gets 2 kills.
Now 4 versus 3. AK looking back, the flashes come over as the CTs push forward and Arky is dealt with. 3-on-3 scenario. Ninjas continue to press forward. 1 player in the back of Pit, and Fozzy just swings and hits, not taking any time out as he lands on Stododo as well. Makes it 3 kills and just left out to quad, wondering what just happened. Ninja's going to regain the lead above Saw here.
Oh, just... It's got so much to do in this 1-on-3, and they're all from different angles. 2 in the site, 1 out from Pit. Nilo finishing off the last kill. What a round from Fozzy. And really, for Young Ninjas, they didn't have a lot going for them. Couple of upgraded pistols, some harsh ecos on a couple of players, and then an AK. And it all sort of starts off with Muteris. He's able to get a couple of kills. They pick up that 2nd AK. And rather than Sword just playing passive on A, they actually look to take an aggressive approach. Arky gets flashed in towards that short position, instantly goes down. And from there, the sum of the kills to the site were fantastic. Out of the pit and library position. Unbelievable stuff.
Huge plays. Big stuff posted. Look how quickly the teams want to make their way out. Go past one of the CT players back in the sandbags, and he gets killed off for it. Just does get a 1-for-1 trade together though. Manning out onto the site, gets the kill. Muteris can respond at the gap in the smoky. Takes down his man in 3-on-3. And a bomb plant secured towards the coffins area. CT still on rotate though. They're going to take some sweet time for this. Muteris tries to force forward, but goes down for it. A bit overzealous for the Source side. And Arky will start moving up towards the construction and coffins area. Alex back in the site in that back corner. I think Sora considering the safe call.
Yeah, Saw withdraw from the retake. There's just no option. Like, if there was maybe a 3v3, you could understand them going for it. But without any money and down a man, it's just not possible. No kit either for either player. Young Ninjas. Well, I'll tell you what. After seeing the 0-4 scoreline, I did not think they were going to be dominant, and they've shown it.
7-5 on the scoreboard. The Ninjas equalizing the odd line as well. The money 1.8 to 1.95 at the moment at paramatch.com. Get your bonus for your first deposit. Click on the banner below. Trying to prove everybody wrong here again on their map pick. Well, it's been a much more back and forth affair compared to the previous Inferno between these two teams. The Ninjas are keeping pace and they're adjusting really well against this CT side. If they keep this going, you could see the half victory, maybe even another map victory for them at this stage. First contact by Man and the Muterus. Muterus will go down to Nilo, and they gain the brackets control on T side.
Yeah, they're playing proper well. 2-round advantage, already opening pick going into round 13. Good resmoke comes out from Arky if he wants to overextend from long, and he does. That's super aggressive, and he actually works out for him. Back to the 4 versus 4, but with this much pressure coming into brackets and the apartments, Sozel needs help because he's really alone on A with his teammate being so far away.
Flashes over to that short position, not able to catch a kill because of it, but they will just force them back out here to brackets control. 4 on 4 with 40 seconds left. Smokes will go down out of the apartments as they try and see if they can bait in a rotation. That's exactly what they'll do. Sapek again allowed to just walk out of the banana control. They've done this so many times in Ninjas. No smokes to cross back, just no utility on the site itself. SMG help to the backlines is going to be able to get a kill back here. Needs some support, doing damage to Manon, and needs to find and isolate the kill, potentially stall for more time. The taps to the headshot work out against the AWP. Next, just shuts them down, and Nilo left alone to ace clutch this. Bomb drop to the backside, no smoke to the CT cross. They're closing in a banana, the Molotov burns, and 5 seconds to get the bomb picked up. It's not gonna happen. Arky will shut him down, and that was a huge SMG play in the back of the B side.
Just is playing so well. He really is. He was the only player at B, like you say, towards the back of the site, out for Nubox. He's just got to stay alive. If he stays alive, it allows the rotations, but he does damage. He continues to find kills. Oh my goodness, he is 19 and 9, 13 rounds into this first map. What a performance he's having, and now a quick play towards Banana, but a lot of damage comes through and just finds his 20th.
He is just running riot on this B site. He is outshining everybody in server, including his own teammates, who have not even been able to get past the double-digit marker.
Yep.
He's double digits. 20 frags. Nilo will try to see if he can get some of his own highlight moments. He gets Arky at least over on the quad position. Takes him down as he tries to escape. The Molotov will force that player back into the apartments for the moment. Again, trying to keep them away from brackets control, which has worked out well so far for the Ninjas. A very powerful spot of the map for the Swedish side. And 60 seconds remain for them to make the hit happen. They're slowly converging in on a short app split. That bomb's still in mid as he smokes off Moto. It looks like the Ninjas are going to act.
I wonder if it's going to be another fake or just a straight drill into the A site. Molly down towards pit. At least there's a player there to try and force off angle. Solzo rotating over towards a mini pit.
The Dodo with that kill. Nilo trading it back. Taps off. Gets the Dodo as well. So Saul still geared towards pit. Needs to get himself a 3K, but no. Shut down by Fozzy. And the plant will be secured towards the shut doors. Just going to incendiary the site. Try flash his way in through this smoke. Try and throw them off. Catches vision on the one man. Will get Nilo. No. Tag to 11, but still stays alive, still gets the kill, and still gets the round for the Ninjas.
Yeah, they're holding in, Jay, but not by much, so I think they're relying on just too much. That's what it's coming down to, is that there's no support. You mentioned it only in that last round that no one has gotten to double digits. Still, no one has gotten to double digits. Young Ninjas, can they make it 9 on the T side? Put that pressure on the Portuguese squad. Aggressive play into the apartments. I thought Muteris was going to push forward to that, but once that molly comes through, he is straight out of there.
Nilo opening up once again for his team, playing great entries towards the A site. Arky is the man to fall down. They're going to push up the apartments from the CT side as they push up Banana for the Ninjas. M4. Milo could see two out here. Sees them both. Spray through only gets one. Muturis can trade back. But I think he may hear a lot of these footsteps. I think he might know they're coming in towards the A play. They're going to check Boiler, but he's not there. He can sneak in and time this so well. What's he going to find? Spray up, lines up, but only gets a single frag. Manning for the trade. And Stadodo moves in as the plant goes down. He's still going to press the issue. See his man taking down Fozzy. Can't find a response. So it's all the SMG of just an MP9 in the hands of anybody else would be a weak weapon, but in his hands, it's the key to the round victory. Unfortunately, not today. Sapek shuts him down, and the Ninjas will gain a 9-6 half at the turn of the T side.
I think you look at that half overview and you think, right, disappointing from Saw after the advantage they had from the get-go, and impressive coming out for the young Ninjas, and that's why the odds are now starting to swing in their favor. And our good betting partners, the Paramatch, 1.42 up for the Swedes and almost 3-1 for Saw. So do make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below to get all the information on how to get involved. The young Ninjas, Jay, could be on victory road to take us to a third map if they can convert this pistol round and get off to a flyer on CT.
Going to be quick out towards the brackets control. Sapek and Fozzy shotting down the headshots. The USPs cleaning house. Not a single casualty for the Ninjas. And now they come straight into their own pistol round game with the Swedes. 10-6 now up.
Oh, they come in absolutely banging. What a position they are in. So many players surrounding the long and short contact from brackets, and Saw just runs straight into it. Very dry. No utility comes out, and it's just pick, kill after kill. Saw find nothing. They are going to force buy going into round 17 with the Deagles. Nades down towards the bottom of Banana. The Dodo getting so aggressive evades that damage.
Everything goes quiet as the Banana default sets in from Saw. These Deagles back up. Can't put the utility to do damage to the CT side just yet, but they'll try. Force the issue with a headshot or two. And so far, nothing. No tags, no frags. Lark play out towards the boiler room could give a bit of an opportunity for a rotation here. And Saw look like they're going to take it, actually. Smo's continuing to get baited from the CT forces. They just wrap back towards brackets.
Yeah, not baiting out a lot of utility, though, from the CTs. So once the XE does come through, there should be at least quite a lot to go from. I mean, this just looks to be a B fake. Two smokes go down. Does it pull anyone over? There is a player in Speedway of Fozzy, and yeah, it does. Now the A-side defense is only leading with two players.
Incendiary up, Alex. Swing out, Deagle gets aggressive. SMG struggling to deal with it, but Alex there to back up his man. Nilo stays alive. Alex follows suit on Muturis as Fozzy falls. Alex eventually goes down. Nilo back towards the back corner and just picks up an M4, gets the frag together. So 3 versus 2. Bomb plant can be secured. And Ninjas without a kit for this retake, without utility for this retake either, in fact.
I don't see how they can go for this. Unless they get a kill in the next 5 or 10 seconds, this has to be a save attempt. They've got an M4 and a FAMAS. No utility, no kit. They're going to have to do the unthinkable. And even this Moto Smoke's been down for so long. And yeah, they're backing off. That has to be the call. There's just no way. Or are they faking that they're backing off? No, they look like they were trying to play some mind games there, but they're going for the safer approach. Unfortunately, Jay, we've gone force buy for force buy now, so young Ninjas have to buy going into the next.
Much like how Saw were able to keep pace with the pistols of TPT in the last series, the conversion on the force up will give them an opportunity, an opening to bring something back against the young Ninjas. And again, you mentioned the force buy, double eco status for the CT side. Deagles coming in to back up the FAMA and the M4 that was saved. Good call to save those weapons, because otherwise it could have been basic pistols across the entire board. M4 for Arky is going to be the weaker weapon on the Source side, and SMG also for Sasol. But the way that they play with these SMGs, like, just don't even shock me that it would get some stupid 5k for him. So just opens up Sapek, first to fall.
An aggressive approach towards the apartments for Young Ninjas now with the man down. Madden just gets baited in. This should be an easy kill for the MP9. And there it is. That's a chance to try pick up that M4. I mean, Nilo's going to see if he can swing again. Don't tell me he's just going to swing straight in. Guys, just back off. There's no point fighting. Continue from there.
1v1's given up. Deagle of Alex still here, known by Stadodo and co. He drops. Fozzy left alone. Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do about that. I mean, you were right about a lot of the sentiments you echoed there in terms of fighting. Like, you know, they could have, you know, backed up, tried to defend the site itself after they lost. I mean, they could have got the M4, so that, you know, it didn't even. It's not like they would have lost a major weapon in the context of the round. So, yeah, Young Ninja's making some mistakes, and that's something we haven't really touched on over the course of the last couple of days. Is the mistakes that this team make, because you know, against a team like Saw, you know, they're going to be so disciplined that they're not going to be, you know, fall into like bigger. Sort of like, you know, basic mistakes, but the Ninjas, where they're an academy side where they're very, very young, like, you know, 16 to 19 or so, you know, like they're very, very young in terms of age, so they're going to have a lot less experience, they're going to have a lot less, you know, they're going to have a lot less knowledge of the game and a lot less game sense, if you will, so those mistakes are going to crop up, those, you know, panic moments are going to, you know, hinder them in a couple of cases, and in that case, I think it lost them a lot more than they needed to.
Yeah, sometimes like the tilt factor and just overextending because you feel pressured. Something that Saw have and have had for many, many years, at least the individuals, is just years of experience. Maybe not so much playing at a very high level, but certainly a tier 2, a tier 3 level for at least the last 5 or 6 years, these guys. The Young Ninjas breaking onto the scene with the NIP Academy team. With a lot of the big orgs bringing in academy lineups, and yeah, even for Stadodo, a couple of easy kills. Dealing with this eco like it is a harsh eco.
Shots on. Not connecting. Just will be able to do the same though. Transfers the spray between Fozzy and Alex, gets the kills. Nilo left alone into the apartments, 1 versus 5 for him. And yeah, eco cleanup for the Ninja side again. It was a double eco scenario, so they're looking for rifles going into round 20. But much like how the Ninjas were leading over on the second half of Train, Thor have been able to equalize within 1 with the rifles coming up. It's their chance to take the lead away from the Swedes. Very, very similar situation to the way things worked out as well on that CT half of Train for the Ninja side. You know, Saw on their T half is where things have really stepped up, you know, across, you know, all maps so far today. They've really had some ridiculous offensive sides on some maps that wouldn't even be based in the T side. You know, Inferno is one of the maps that is, so that bodes even better for the Portuguese squad. They play up against the M4s, the FAMA. No AWPs just yet. Nade stack in towards the main cross, but they're unable to get any damage on the CT side.
A decent nade onto Stadodo to start the round off. Not a massive amount of damage, but a little bit of chip damage. I saw taken a lot of map presence within the first sort of 20 seconds or so. Not only have they shown presence towards the top of Banana, but they've also taken brackets control. And no one is on a quick rotation towards A. So if this XE comes in within the next sort of 15 or 20 seconds or so, it's really just going to be 2 players to defend, and that's it.
Smokes down. Onto the site to try to siphon off the default plant position. That way Nilo can't get an accurate shot on the planter if they decide to go for it here. Will he know? Got the small gap at the left-hand side of that smoke to work with, hoping that someone makes their way in from Mode. So it's Beatrice making his way in from Arch, and Fozzy shuts him down. Molotov's on a library, and Fozzy can't do much from there. He'll take a bit of damage, forced away from position. So Saw spray through, gets his man in the corner, not ready for Alex, and that drops the bomb. He gets a double, in fact, down to 19 HP. Finally, a trade from Stadodo can come through, but a 3-on-2 has been gained by the CT forces. Fozzy seen Arky body blocked to allow Stadodo to cross successfully, and a retake is on for the Ninjas.
No, they're in pretty good post-plant positions. Arky playing out from Pit, side player 2 from Stadodo. Now, they know their player out from Library. Oh, this is so ballsy. He hopes that he doesn't get peeked in from Library, and now he's in the apartments.
That could have been timed much better from Stadodo right there. A hair later, he would have gotten taken down. So now they suspect he probably isn't going to be in the apartments area, unless he was already there prior to it. Taps through, spray up, he takes out Fozzy, back to 2-on-2, and Arky's still sitting back in Pit. Are they ready for him? They'll check position, he'll dodge them, spray through, man, and comes up. Stadodo trades it, he's gotten 3 kills, bombs open, and no kit. You're right about this. Sapex running for it, the AK's hunting him, he can't take him down, but he will get away with the round. and the kill to the bomb comes through in the end. Saw 10 all. The Ninjas once again only securing the pistol in the CT half.
Yeah, they're pressured, and they're crumbling, Jay. Young Ninjas have not gotten off to a good start at all in this second half. They won pistol, great. Then you lose the anti-eco. Damn, that's not good. 4 rounds in a row going the way of Saw. And another eco has to come out. And it will be potentially Saw taking back the lead for what has felt like a very long time, really since that 4-0 start. And then when Young Ninjas got back involved, 10-10. Ooh. You can only imagine what the pressure is like here for Young Ninjas.
No, absolutely. You can only imagine. Thinking about, you know, how close they were in the last best of one, and now how Saw have really come into their own today, how they've been able to show them up essentially on the map that was so close down to an overtime, and now they're looking real dominant for it. It is 10 all, so it isn't looking like that in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of the eye test, in terms of the gameplay on show, like Saw have been absolutely unreal. 57 seconds and the CT's forced away from positions. Saw just playing towards brackets and apartments here.
And we see it very often, Jay, that sometimes it just comes around to the finesse in the late rounds. Yeah, maybe we saw Young Ninjas have a strong lead for a moment, but now it's turning about, and now Saw is starting to really show their prowess. Slow walk coming in from long for a few players with the bomb. Now, the read is pretty good here because Mana's been able to push down to the bomb of Banana. They know it has to be an A play.
Saw takes out Fozzy. 3 standing for the Ninjas side. Ooh, Deagle and Nilo lands on 1, but only 1. Arky with a quick trade, and Sapek will also fall quickly after the fact, so it's all left at Man, and here with 5 points of health. The bomb plant that can't really do much about here. These players are being out in the open, so we could find a kill, and in the end, the spam does connect towards Arky, so that's something, game, but that was very messy. And so Saw will clean it up. 3 players alive for Saw. 11 to the board of the T side. They are back in the lead against the Ninjas. And a tactical timeout is coming in.
Yeah, taking their 3rd tactical because, well, you look at the scoreboard, you look at those odds. It looks like a lot favors over to the Saw camp. 1.3 over at Paramatch. Do make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click the banners below to get all the information on how to get involved with our fantastic betting partner only at Paramatch.com. Young Ninjas, though, Jay, it's another tactical. And it's probably come at a pretty good time. Now they're getting the buy forward. We've got the AWP up for Fozzy. M4 should come through for everybody else. There is an opportunity for a double AWP setup if they want it. But remember, we never saw... I think we saw 1 round that Manon picked up a double AWP, who we have seen be a primary AWPer in the past, but they don't run it very often.
And the Ninjas. A lot of utility placed down towards his banana position. Sapek is trying to look for information, seeing nothing so far on the T side. Flashes back and forth. The hunt for info is on, but no one's getting anything on the CT side. Instead, it's just the Source side just gaining the banana control, forcing CTs away, doing some initial damage. And they could be happy with this default so far.
This is a risk. This is a big risk coming out from the Young Ninjas side without really any information. They're bringing a 4th player over to the A site. Normally, you like to contest banana early, maybe have someone jump spotting to that broken wall position before you think about rotating players over. Ooh, man, and that smoke was not meant to go out, and now he's lost it, and it wasn't even a great one either.
Fortunately for him, Saw are going to lean in towards the A site, so can get backed up. Flashes on towards that short controls. Alex tries to stall for the T side, knowing that there might be a bracket. One swing in from the AWP can catch a kill. Alex back here behind default boxes as the AWP of Fozzy pops off, takes 2 kills. Dodo drops that bomb on site central. Alex coming up with 2 frags, and whilst the Saw will be able to trade, it will be equalized by Sapek. 4 players untraded on the Ninja side, and we stand at 11 all as they keep things going, keep it competitive as possible.
Well, maybe back in this. Big round coming out from Young Ninjas, and it comes down to the AWP from Fozzy, finding the opening couple of kills from the apps pop, and then just being backed up by the riflers really nicely. Saw. I haven't seen anything proper aggressive from them yet, outside of what they tried in the pistol round, so I wonder if they'll try something hyper-aggressive, fast up towards the top of Banana, and just is granted with the opening pick.
A straight kill found, nades on towards him, will do some damage. 1 HP, barely stays alive. But he is alive nonetheless, and that's a 5-on-4 advantage for the Source side. The young ninjas now siphoned off 2 for 2 on either site, and both players here looking down the brackets control. If they can isolate these picks and take these 2 players apart quick, then that could be just a site take easy as Alex with 1 frag, trying to line them up. Dodo gets that kill together, and now Fozzy forced back towards Arch, and they ain't even leaning towards long. They're going to get a plant in from short because they know that they can, and the CTs have got to consider the save here. I don't think a retake's on the table.
No, I don't think so either. Look at how much utility there is for Soul in the post-plant too. Resmoke can come out towards that Moto position if they like. And if it does, I mean, that pretty much calls it. Ooh, Dodo's even lurking very, very deep down second mid. And that kills, like, it calls it straight away. It even gives the info that they were saving. Saw. Hanging on to this lead, but only just. And I'm wondering here, like, the loss bonus has got to be decent, right? Because it was 5 rounds in a row for Saw. Then we saw Young Ninjas getting 1, so they should be able to buy back if they can hold on to these 2 players, and they do.
Some exit frags that might damage the economy status Saw, but there's still a lot of cash that they can work with, so the buy is most certainly here for this round. Probably should be a decent float to invest in the next round. Actually, yeah, it's very confident on that float. And the Ninjas take their 4th and final tactical timeout of this matchup. Been very liberal with its use against Saw in the past, and well, here on their map pick, they realize that, well, it's the last stand for them. They still have a chance to take this map overall, but obviously the issue is that Saw are standing in their way. So last chance to mentally reset, last chance to swing momentum back into a map victory. They're a round down, but Saw are only 4 rounds from the win here.
They're getting close. And this is really the ultimate test, I think. Once you start cracking sort of the 24th, 25th round, and it is so close between the teams, it really comes down to the economy game. Who's got a stronger economy? Who's going to get on top of things? Saw have really not wanted Stododo on the AWP on the T side, opting to just consistently go for the 5 rifles of the AKs. Fast playing towards Banana. It worked out for the opening kill last time around. A lot of damage coming through. Muteris is going to fall.
Oh, and Zapek swings up as the Dodo spray through on just doing damage, switching out to the other AK of his opposition, continues to look through the smoke and catches man for it. 3 kills down through Banana, and that dismantles the entire main T-side force. Have a lurker out towards long in Arch, and 1 player making his way up brackets, but this should be a round for the Ninjas. The 5v2 is too much to handle, so Saw will fight hard, but how much of this fighting is in vain?
I don't know what they could do with it here. Hang on. Now there's a kill coming out from the library player, but do they expect Alex to be out from Graveyard, swinging up, getting a couple of kills, and it came down to the play. The hyper-aggressive movement down to the Banana position. Sapek, this secondary kill was fantastic. Straight spam onto Just, trying to back off, getting out of Banana if he can, and it just does not happen at all. Alex then finding a couple of kills on the ace. Young Ninjas coming strong with a big round.
Absolutely love that 3rd kill from Sapek there. Something I didn't notice in the heat in the moment was the fact that the jump from just around that corner just popped his head above the smoke, so he had all the info he had to work with to get that kill together. Well placed there from the B aggression. But once again, they're going to try to go passive about this. Flash is in, just going to get that 1 kill. Trade back from Sapek is good, so Alex is not going to fall in vain. 4 versus 4, further Molotovs coming up, and Sapek is now pushed into the corners. The Dodo reads it, takes a bit of damage trying to isolate the kill, but is forced to fall back on HP numbers, and eventually his dry face will be his last.
It's a start, and it's an advantage. Saw might just have to commit to the B site. Boost coming up towards the second oranges. Over a minute left on the clock. Little bit of utility. Only 1 smoke, so they've got to make a decision. Where does that go? Out towards Coffins or CT?
Minute, 60 seconds left. Zapek top a second boost. Fozzy with the AWP, slow facing in, smokes down. Not timed well enough. The Incendiary might force them off position. AK spray transfer comes up against Assault. Backing up in the 4vs2, forced to reload as one player makes his way quickly in position, takes him down, gains access to the site as the plant can come through. And CT's on a slightly slow wraparound here, still going to go for the retake. Obscene takes Arky. Now it's all left to Muturis. 1 versus 3. Knows the AWP is close, and the AWP knows he is too. Gets the kill, gets the round for the Ninjas. They're back in the lead.
They've brought it, and it comes down to really Fozzy again. He's really starting to find some impactful kills, not overextending out from the coffins line, and Saw struggling to even get into the bomb site. Yeah, they get a bomb plant, but they're probably not going to be able to buy again in round 26. This is probably going to have to be a light eco, maybe get some deagles coming forward, try and see if they can do some damage that way. And Hero AK up for Stododo, deagles all around. Not a massive amount of investment. Let's see what Saw can do with it.
Up in, shot out on Arky, takes him out immediately, kicks things off on the right foot. And the T side of Saw pushing up towards this banana position. It's the Dodo. Back over towards the broken wall, leading the charge in for the Saw camp. The AK, the Hero AK in tow. And AUG looking to shut him down. Stododo does get that one pick back. He's low HP. Alex lines up the spray on 2. They can't quite isolate him. He disappears through that smoke, but the bomb plant is the priority. Get that money on the bank. And AUG is recovered, so they have got something to hold off on this defensive win, but a 4 versus 2 is going to be the main concern for Saw. The Ninjas in such a good spot here. And the retake is coming in slowly and surely here. No one's watching construction. That's going to be a gap in defense they can utilize, but still they isolate Nilo, take him down, and focus fire just going to burn here in dark. Forced out to the open, and Manning gets that kill. AUG quick to fall follow-up. And a 14th to the board, and Ninjas, they are keeping this going.
Oh, what a retake. They slowed it right down. Utility was excellent. The molly comes out to that dark position. One thing to consider, too, is even when that molly comes out, they don't try and swing the player immediately. They wait till he forces out into the open, then peek on each other's contact. Yeah, it was a couple of kills and a bomb plant, so Saw are going to be happy with what they achieved. But for Young Ninjas, it's a round victory. They're still keeping those AKs in play. And now it's only 2 more for the Swedes to get to 16 to bring us to a 3rd map of Overpass. This has now been 4 out of the past 5 rounds won by the Swedes.
All the tacticals that the Ninjas have taken, it's like, you know, when does Saw take their tactical?
Good point.
At this stage, I think they need it. I don't even think they've had a single tack in this entire series, I think.
Not this map, at least.
Yeah, I can't remember for Train. I think they might have had. I don't think they had one for Train. That's why I'm saying the entire series. But like, they have not been very liberal with their usage of the tax. Now might be an opportunity to use one here in this next round, especially as they might get ripped apart with the Ninja side. Fozzy against Muturis takes him down. So the Dodo can respond on the site as 2 players still sitting here. AK seeing Fozzy swings out, gets a 3K on for the Quadra as he drops the bomb and just left alone towards short. Will the AWP get the ace? The first ace of the day, not quite through squad. Second place lands the tag, just given a chance, but it's shut back down by Nilo. And it's 15-12. Map point for the Ninjas. Saw 3 rounds to OT.
Oh, the 2900 loss bonus needed a bomb plant to at least try and get a buy going into round 28. They're going to have to force, but it's not going to look great for this T side. What a display coming out from Fozzy with that AWP, almost connecting onto that ace, but doing enough damage to get 15 up for Young Ninjas. And Saw, the buy's looking horrible.
Flash, Smolly's nades up, as you mentioned. All the utility thrown down towards Banana. The Galil's on 2 players, Justin Stododo. Just being one of the standout players for this team. 28 frags deep in 28 rounds, but needs to find a little bit more, preferably with his teammates in tow, to keep this one together and keep Saw alive in it. Definitive hit over towards the B site. 4 players on Banana. The smokes will get baited out from the CT guys. One lurker is waiting back towards apartments, makes his way back towards the mid control, so it looks like they definitively want to go towards the B play here.
Oh, do they check the boost? That's what I'm wondering about here, Jay. We haven't seen many boosts coming in, but Alex is in that position. Someone's got to check for the T side.
He takes out one for it. Trade on Sapek is good. Alex drops off. The bomb's out in the smoke as well. Just running into the flames. Has no idea it's there. And a big gap for Alex to work with. Body blocked on that Molotov. Finally pulls him away. Dodo finds a flank position, but Alex is able to deal with it in a 4 versus 3 scenario. The young ninjas still holding contest on the site, but Sasol shuts it back to an even standing. Bomb plant coming in for the coffins now. 3 on 3, and AK's been picked up. There's still a Mac 10 in play for Arky, and he's watching the backline with the Deagle. Turning away from this banana position where Manin is M4 up against it at point blank. Mac 10 gets that kill. 3 on 2 now. Saw turn the man advantage to their favor as Just gets Fozzy. It's all on Nilo. Molotov towards Dark, and still the swing comes in. The kill comes out, and Saw stay alive.
That may have been one of the best post plants we have seen all map. That was superb. They hear the utility coming through from the banana player, they swing. And rather than swinging out to CT as well, they wait for the flashbang to come out. They peek on each other's utility, and there's so many disadvantages in the fights coming out for Young Ninjas. And rather than forcing here, Jake, they're going for the safer approach. They're playing for round 30. I like this coming out for the Swedes. Don't risk it all buying into round 29.
SMG of Sapek being the best weapon, he can still put it to good effect. Grab an AK, spray blind on Sodoto's position. If he takes him down, he takes the bomb out as well. The burn comes through, he does go back, but Mutris falls to Manon on the Deagle. The AK was also thrown over to Alex, so he doesn't have to extend so far forward for it. So Saul trades to a 3 versus 3, continues out. The apartment's got to deal with this Deagle, doing tons of damage, 6 HP, and the wallbang headshot connects. 3 on 2, the ninjas with the upgrade pistols are gonna try shut it down anyway. Arky, the veteran, the oldest player on this squad, now looking to clutch a 1 versus 3. He evades man, turns up to the apps, but still loses to Graveyard, 16-13, and the young ninjas will just secure this second map, take us to a 3rd as we're off to Nuke.
Sometimes, Jay, the victories don't come off the rifle rounds, but they come off the eco. My goodness, what a display there coming out for Madden with the Deagle, getting so much damage, so much impact. The opening kill as well for that MP9 getting aggro towards the bottom of Banana. What a map to come through from Young Ninjas. It may have been close, it may have been down to the wire, but victory is victory. We're going to map 3.
Indeed we are. Overpass is that 3rd and final map of the series, so stick with us here on the EDC, because if it's anything like that second one, it's going to be an absolute doozy. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Come on.
Headshot. Nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, it ends up being the twice in the same group. The Young Ninjas will take a map away from Saw. Twice in the same group. They will win out Inferno. And as we welcome you back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta and Home Gaming Excellence, we look towards one final map in this series and one final map of the day to close out Group A. And Dweg, honestly, I feel like that maybe Ninjas are playing at a much higher level than we were initially expecting here. We talk about this Academy side and very new names, a lot of question marks around them, but based off of what we just saw in that last map, like Saw have been playing lights out CS all day today, and still they lost out to the Ninjas in regulation as well.
Yeah, look, it was a decent second map. There's no other way of putting it. We saw a lot of individuals having some big moments. They really sort of grabbed it by the neck towards that late stage of that second map. It looked like for a moment maybe Saw were going to start to run away with it, but then they come back. Fozzy starts really firing up with the AWP. They win it on an eco. And you look at this third map and you sort of think, right, welcome back to a banger, because, the third map could really be tempting us with some exciting Counter-Strike. It doesn't look like the Young Ninjas are going to go down without a fight in this best of three.
Indeed they won't, and considering this is a map that they're pretty well versed on, they haven't exactly gotten many victories on it, but then again, they've also taken on a lot of staunch opposition. They faced against the Movistar Riders, they faced off against K23, they faced off against the Gambit side as well, which, to be fair, that was a 16-0, so, I'm not going to count that map in terms of their results, but, they've got experience against some relatively decent teams. I'd say some teams that are actually at the level of Saw versus Saw, who in this map in the last few months, they've only played it once, and that was even a struggle against the Budapest 5. So we're talking about a map where the Ninjas, if they can perform like they did over on Inferno, I think there's actually a good chance that they could actually win the series, Obviously, my prediction was 2-0, so that's kind of out of the window, but even the Paramatch odds believe that there's actually a much closer affair here than what might initially seem on paper.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one to draw on for Overpass, because Young Ninjas, we haven't seen a lot from them. Like you mentioned, they played Budapest 5, they haven't played it in advance, so what do we know on this map for the Young Ninja squad? Well, not a lot, really. It seems like Inferno is one of those maps that they've taken maps off best of threes. Another thing to consider, too, for this Young Ninja side, they've only won 3 out of a total 11 best of threes, Jay. They have not done very well in the landscape against the tier 2 teams. Yeah, maybe you win a couple of maps here or there, but taking a best of 3 against a top 30 team in the world, it's going to be a challenge, and I think it's going to be a really tough one here for the Swedes.
Absolutely. I think that, honestly, there's a chance, but I think that if this third map is going to go the way of the Young Ninjas, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath and a banger and a half for these two teams. As we get to the pistol round, Saw are on the CT start. Double flash and smoke for Sapek and smoke molly for Alex. As look at Muturis wanting to go very aggressive alongside Dodo. Get a couple of kills very early on, but he's suffering. His teammate's gone down. He's on low HP now to nothing. And a 5-on-3 gained out here. So Saul now is left as the only player into the bathrooms area, converted upon by several T-side players. Gets himself a kill as Sapek trades it. It's a 3-on-2.
Look, that's the best he could have done there, at least get a couple of kills, but it's still not enough to hold on to the advantage. There could be a way that Arky actually backstabs and tries to get behind the T side, but it's got to come down to the timing, and he's hearing all this information, just needs to rotate back to the A side, and he is in time.
Footsteps being heard, just going to make his way up. Arky on the back lines gets Sapek 2-on-2. Plant secured. T-side player not seen towards signpost, but now he is forced away back towards the long entrance. And just in the midst of the smoke at the edge of APC, a small gap there, but not going to get given away the info for. Swing out, Alex takes a fight, loses it. Trade back from Justo, comes up one-on-one. He's solo HP, and Fozzy can be the man to win the fight. Win the round for the Ninjas. Pistol going the way of the T-side.
Yeah, look, really nicely done from Young Ninjas. Saw got punished for their over-aggression. Two players tried and swing out from the long contact, and they don't really find anything. So Saul was the only player that really had an impressive stance to try and bring that back around. And Backstab comes in for that 2v2, but it's still not enough. Young Ninjas win out the pistol. Up against the force buy, though, from the Saw camp. Arky with the scout looking to try and see if he can get them crossing out towards a playground, and does do a little bit of early damage onto Manon.
Tag up on to Alex as well. The CZ gets aggressive for Stadodo and tries to force the issue on Nyla, but only able to get him down to 29. Alex will fall to 57, so all in all, the Pistols have actually won out the early engagements against the Rifles. Young Ninjas unable to do any damage to the CT forces. Meanwhile, they will regress back into the mid-control here at a divider for Stadodo. Got Arky also on a long position that does fall back to the main site defensive as they start leaning up towards the mid position. The bomb is on its way towards bathrooms as well.
Yeah, they'd be sweating a little bit. Couple of players low. Oh, the scout even getting involved. Look at the amount of damage they've done. And the swing comes out with a nade in. And they don't even know Stadodo's here towards Divider. They might just have to regroup towards this long position, but more info. And now Stadodo pushes. Oh. The kills just keep coming in. Tries to pick up the AK. Doesn't quite get to it. But it's only two players left on this T side.
A 3-for-1 trade, and Nilo's still tagged up here for the Ninjas side. Saw seems to be a trademark style for them. Lose pistol, gain conversion. As a scout, finished off the job. Swing back on Sapek, is unable to get the final kill, but 25 seconds, he's got to go towards the A side. The CTs have seen him with the bomb on his back here, and they're just going to wait for him. Deagle crossfire, locked smoke down towards Cross, might allow a bit of a cover towards the truck position. Spamming through on the mid control. Sapek tagged. Muturis will take the kill, and it will be even standings as Saw fight right back.
And they pick up all of the T-side weapons they can. 2 AKs and a MAC-10. Force Spy's got to come back from Young Ninjas. Oh, the kills didn't come in straight away, but the damage did. The Deagles, the Pistols, and the Scout finding so many tags. The Young Ninjas, I mean, just in all of those duels, being on disadvantages on low HP. What a return out from Saw, and yeah, you're right. Lose pistol, win the conversion. Seems like it is a trademark for the Portuguese, at least in today's games.
Sapek, Deagle to open things up. Very little cover other than that coming through for these two teams. Molotov's down, flashes over, tap through on Sapek, gets a follow-up kill on Just. So, a bit of aggression from Saw, punished by the force bite of the Ninjas camp. But still, they just get these frags and go quiet across the map here. Muturis now knows that he's going to get pressured in from the mid controls. These two players just take down one, and now seeing two more out here to the mid position. So now they've got to just call in the rotation here. This is going to be an A play at 3-on-3. They weren't expecting him to retreat back and reposition towards the other side of the site. So he does catch Fozzy off guard. Will Alex get his next kill? He will, but the trade is good and quick. So now a 1 versus 2 for Nilo here. Has connected control, so can make his way back to the B side, but Stadodo, he's ready for him here.
Easy kill, and I tell you what, if I was the coach for Young Ninjas, I'd be pretty annoyed. That was so poorly played. They had so many advantages. Not only did they get the opening pick, but a second one came through, and they weren't able to convert. At least Saw can, at least with the advantage. 1.27 up for the Paramatch odds for themselves to win this best of 3, the map winner of Overpass. So get your bonus on your deposit. Click the banner below. But it felt like there were still players towards A while there were players towards B, and with a 2-man advantage, that should have been an easy conversion, and it wasn't.
Yeah, Saw significantly damaged up. You can see in the money line how it's going to be affected as a result of it. First through on Muturis doing damage, takes out 1 kill before he's traded actually. So again, the Pistols are going to be able to keep the hurt up. And even though it is one frag, given the money line of the CT side, that's still going to be significant against them. Got to recover this and try lose no more here. Manon will be next to drop this Dodo. Arky the pressing and assisting with the kill. 4-on-3 scenario. Flashes do go over. Next player found, easy as that, over towards the mid control. And they are just picking apart the Ninja side. This M4 of Alex probably should be able to get an exit frag, but no more than that, I think.
AWP probably needs to be a little bit careful that there's no overextension from Dodo as Arky just lines him up towards a headshot position. So 3 rounds in a row now up for the Portuguese side of Saw, which it does allow the rifles to be reinvestment coming into round 5. The Young Ninjas. I wonder what we see from them now going into this rifle round. We haven't really seen too much of a change of pace. It's been pretty slow, pretty methodical. Monster Smoke coming out from Arky to start the round off and bringing 3 players over towards the B site.
Flashes over, smokes down to the short positions where they'll try and play towards, but kind of backed off initially and missed Molotov as well coming in from the T-side line, so this just doesn't really bode well for them at all. They still spray through the wall and gets us all to drop to 15 HP, so that's a start here for the Ninjas. Door forced back on the back lines. That AK might be best to pass off to another player instead.
A decent shout. They won't quite know how much that damage they did. Slow walk coming out from Sapek and giving away at least the information from that flashbang rather than just a slow walk completely. Another resmoke coming in. Muteris playing relatively aggressive around this bathroom's control, but Young Ninjas still probably trying to find their footing here on what they want to do. They've got a bit of a lean out towards the A site, but they've also got alert from Sapek that's taken some short water control.
2 seconds to the clock, and Muteris here in the bathrooms ready to receive. Time is slowly ticking away. The AWP leans up, looks down, but is forced to back off in the end with no contact established by the T side. The M4, however, the same can't be said. He gets that 1 kill, Nilo will trade it, and now the AK start to strike. The AWPer forced back, passing, needs to watch that mid control as Arky also point blank gets that 1 kill. Trades are good, so Saul holds it together, but a 1 versus 2. The bomb's been dropped, he's low HP, and one T side player looking to try pick this up, and other ones come just about into position to support him. They think he's still in the corner. If he gets Manon, he could win the whole round outright. 5 seconds, gotta get the plant down. It's very open, the opportunity's right there. Oh, line up, and he was a hair away from winning it, but the Ninjas just quick to the trade, just get their seconds.
That was one of the most open plans you see to the A site, and they almost lined up. A really quick kill comes back. The Saw, I mean, even for Dodo, like, he did decent work considering he was really caught off in position. He tried to fall back, but he realized he had to keep fighting because they were so close towards Banana. The second round goes the way of the T's, but it does go down with a lot of people. Boost coming up for the CTs, early damage down to just, and hardly any utility for the CTs going into round 6.
Yeah, nothing at all. It's a very broken buy from Saw. And already one of those broken by players taken out. Fama from Dodo dropped. Boost up for Arky, could catch 1. Spray is good for the frag. The MAC-10 still downstairs though, and Alex will be able to strike on just as he swings out and just gets shut down immediately towards short control. 2 more players there to swing back, and the Deagle will be able to trade together. M4 not quite as ready for it though. So Saul and Manon going back and forth, and Muteris left alone on the A site. So 1-on-2 for him. The Ninjas have B site Dominion, but I think he still wants to go for this retake, and as he gets the kill, this looks a lot more likely. Nilo solo HP. He has to stick the bomb planter here for the default position. Muteris slowly round the corner, makes his way straight up and out, running and gunning. AK giving up its angle, and the angle is a little bit off there. The crosshair placement from Muteris, not perfect, and it's 1 out by the Nilo player. And 3-on-3 now to the board of the scoreline.
Oh, what a clutch. That's probably one of the most impressive clutches we've seen today. 20 HP in that 1 versus 1 and winning out. Muteris a little bit quick to the trigger, and the MP9 can't win out that fight. Young Ninjas, the rounds that they've won have really been down to clutching abilities and some big plays. They haven't had it easy, but now they get the rewards for winning a couple in a row. And Eco has to come through from Sword. It's a very light one.
Yeah, CZ set Deagle out for Arky, that's it. USPs and everybody else, and we'll just rush straight in towards the B site. Not wasting any time dealing with the Saul, and just 2 more players up into heaven. 1 Deagle kill comes in from Arky, but T falls in trade, and this is the easy clean up from the Ninja side. Pistols, no Kevlar against rifles. And again, Saul's main objective will be to get the rifles out for this round. Oh, for the next round, I should say. And this is actually really encouraging, I think, for the young Ninjas to have this kind of an early start. It's replicant of how things went down on Inferno, and we saw how Inferno went for them. They were able to win the map. So the fact that they're keeping pace again on T side, this is positive for the Swedes. But they're going to take a tactical timeout because they've realized they have to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, as long as they're keeping pace, then it should be all okay for the Swedes. But we do have a moment. A couple of codes to use up on screen. Hellcase. It's a place for well-made cases and a lot of new content every month. So go check them out if you want to do so. A little bit of extra money and a 15% refill bonus over at hellcase.com. I saw, though, we'll be able to get the buy back, but I mean, even with what was a very light eco in that last round, it still hasn't allowed M4s to come through from everybody. We've got 3 for Masters out for Saw.
Yeah, 2 M4s as well for Saul and Arky. Main power weapons here for the Saw camp. Obviously, the investment is still going to look a very awkward stance here for them. The rifles on the AKs for the Ninjas side, so they've got plenty to work with. The AK of Sapek moving up aggressive here towards short position. Are they ready for him? Well, the M4 is. Angle locked, but again, the crosshair placement from the lesser weapons is what's costing them big time. No spray, no kill, not a lot of damage done to this player. And the T is just stalled by a Molotov, are going to act towards the B side.
Yeah, just stuck towards the barrel's position. Molly coming through, needs to get the smoke down. A bit of aggression coming out from Arky to try and take the fight onto the monster players. With the flash, he only finds 1. They've got to try and get a couple of picks back. They're bringing everyone over to be on the city side.
Yeah, 3 Fammers against 4 AKs. The T's are going to be able to hold man advantage and firepower advantage. And Alex and Sapek are going to prove just that. Man in to close out Mutarus as he finds 1 in trade, but 3 alive for the Ninjas. And they look confident as anything with these executions. 5-3 to the board, and that heavy investment leaves max loss bonus alone for the Source side. And probably no buy to come through for them.
Yeah, young Ninjas, they're starting to find some form, Jay. 4 rounds in a row, that was probably one of the more dominant ones from them. And those for Masters just getting ripped apart. Some of the raw individuals are looking very on point here in this last map for young Ninjas. Certainly when it comes to the straight-on dry fights. Something you mentioned in that last round is like the M4s and the FAMASas just not being up to the same likeliness. Saw losing control. And young Ninjas, well, they're just thriving with confidence.
They are. Okay, they're ready for Sapek to receive some contact. 2 players to face him. 1 kill comes out for just on that trade, but it's going to be full control for the Ninja side. 55 seconds left and a backstab coming in as well from the T side line. So they're basically just converging into this B side to quickly deal with them. Known as a player up here towards top 6, spray through 2 more kills. And yeah, again, easy cleanup for the Ninjas side. Like, it feels like the Saw half buys or eco rounds with upgrade pistols, not quite as strong as they used to be, you know?
Yeah, we've seen previously that they found a lot of success, maybe not so much in round conversions, but damage. And, well, that's a bit of an interesting sight. I mean, it certainly, you can understand why. The favourites over for the young Ninjas side from our betting partners at Paramatch. Get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below to get involved. Saw been very limited with their tactical timeouts so far over the course of this series and over the course of the day, Jay. I think this would be a pretty good moment to pull one forward.
Right now, pulling forward a buy for both sides. AKs, AWP was the Dodo. Overall, better weaponry for the T side, but still just wins out that first fight. Fozzy can trade it, so Even standing as the Thieves make their way up to the default, still looking to lean in towards this short control. The bomb's on its way back via Monster. That smoke should cover it, and they're still hunting for kills towards this position, so he's got to be careful when it starts to clear. But Fozzy just walking out towards the short position. ENCE so ready for it. Nice kill, even standing.
Now that's an important pick, and even some of that spam coming through from Monsters giving them more info, even such that they're bringing that second player from the A site over towards Heaven to have 3 players in the B. Bomb site volley comes through, Arky spamming in, Nilo's the last one left, 1 versus 3, puts a smoke down towards default, but run out of players. He's still got the bomb on his back and a swing from Muteris. Fine saw their 4th round. Good information gathering and very, very good damage coming through just from some straight spams through the Monster smoke.
I'm surprised that Nile didn't see the player moving up from ramp, because it looked to me like he had full vision of him. Either way, this will be another round for the Source side. 6-4 to the board, and the Ninjas still leading by 2. And again, this back and forth style of game compared to that last map. As Arky gets the kill to open up again for the Saw side. A 5-on-4 as Sapek is first to forward, and Saw have found a lot of opening frags in the last handful of rounds, so starting to look really good for this CT side. Ninjas unable to find a trader response, and they're taking even more damage.
AWP from Stododo has not been checked as of yet. Trying to push forward though. This is very aggressive. Look at the entry coming through from Manon. They now know where the AWP is, but they can start clearing out the bomb side and pushing Arky further back.
Twitchy beyond belief in terms of crosshair placement, and eventually it does work out. Oh, Manon! What was that? Shot on Arky in a 4v3, making it 2 as he gets his triple. Oh my God, what a play! And saw a shot out of the round. Manon! I can't believe that he just pulled off shots like that. Absolutely unreal.
That was pretty nuts, to say the least. The second kill, I think he was either half blind or completely blind towards that truck
Completely
face.
blind.
A bit of luck went his way. Great crosshair placement onto the truck player, and then even to flash his way through to long to make that a follow-up for a 3rd kill. So much confidence from the individual to go for such an aggressive play. I mean, they just flashed their way through a divider smoke, not even waiting for it to dissipate, just taking the charge on. Let's have a look at some of these kills again.
I mean, that was already awkward as it stood. It was this shot, however, just... oh my God. Last bullet reaction as well. Like, just... the spray wasn't all accurate, and as soon as he got the kill, he just turned back away. Like, he just knew. Just knew he had the fray.
Just knows.
Honestly, ridiculous. And that's the 7th for the Ninjas as a result. Back in control against Saw, whose money troubles have not escaped them despite winning a few rounds. 3 rounds the difference. No AWP and AK safe for just, obviously. M4's coming in, and they do flash their way in against Sapek. Not ready for them to swing out to the short control, so the kill comes in.
Just jump spotting towards that monster position. Should be able to get a fair bit of information once they start to pop out, but it might be a little bit too late. He does find one. He even follows up into the second to drop that bomb. Could he be up for 3K? Just lines them up. So much damage coming out from the barrels player. And Fozzy, they know where he is, just gets a 4K. We are going play for play for play.
Wow. That was one of the best sequences we've seen from Saw over the last 2 days. Like, that was actually ridiculous. I'm just compounding to that confident nature we've seen from them all day today as well. Individuals starting to stand up. The team play looks good. Still losing by a fraction of 2 rounds, but that could all start to change. The economy has been dipped into by the young Ninjas. Look at the CTs aggressing out here towards the mid control. They're going to take fight for fight. Force v Force, and Fozzy will win out against Muteris. That will force the CTs to back off towards Connector in mid. And Manning, it's another kill on Arky and Connector.
Just when Saw win a round, they go for something really ballsy, which is kind of surprising. You thought that after finding their success playing passive in the last, that they'll do the same, and instead they go for an aggressive fountain control push up towards Party and try and push through the smoke, and it just doesn't work. And then Arky realizes he's got to make a bit of a play in Connector. That gets punished too. As to Dodo getting aggressive, blinded off angle, and every single time they try to push forward, they just continue falling.
Free AWP for Fozzy. We saw what he could do with that in the last map. step up and do the same thing right here, or he's watching the edge of the boxes. Eventually finds the kill on Saw and just falls down to man, and all 5 alive. And while you talk about, we talk about confidence from Saw, and we're seeing confidence from the young ninjas every now and again. Leaning on this half, winning the T-side half as well, and trying to extend to a 10-5 scoreline, which I think would be the most one-sided half we've seen from the ninjas in their history against Saw so far. Tactical pull? Sorry, both the tactical and technical pause graphics were overlaid on each other, so I wasn't sure which one it was. No, tactical pause from Saw, and I actually quite like that actually, because it does look a little bit confident from their own part.
Yeah, they've got to do something different. Young ninjas have been on the front foot for Overpass for sure. I think that when it comes to the entries, when it comes to the opening man advantages, that's really where they've sort of shown quite bright, but for Saw, the thing that, you know, it's a bell ringing in the back of my mind is this is Saw. This is a top 30 team in the world. This is one of the best tier 2 teams we have got. And Young Ninjas, even though they've got a lead of 3 rounds, it just keeps ringing at me that, you know, there should be a comeback. There should be the dominant affair from Saw, but we're just not quite seeing it, at least as of yet.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, in terms of just individuality and team play, it still looks good from Saw, which is the thing that's shocking me the most, because Ninjas are keeping pace, you know? They've got a lead. And we talk about that best of 1 result for them being the most, you know, the biggest upset here in the tournament. This best of 3 to eliminate Saw in the group stage, that would be the biggest upset, I think, in EDC. Just taking damage here. Over on the B side, over at the Toxic Barrels. AWP is the Dodo, watching out from long, expecting some contact there. There will be T-side players on the way. I think the shot just rang out. He's forced away from the bathrooms, and they give chase to force them back into the site itself.
Arky's given up his position too. Thought he could have had a bit of an angle if there was a distraction pulled away from bathrooms to go for a bit of a solo swing. The Young Ninjas, I mean, other than that early information, Stododo hasn't found a lot. The timing. Oh, they even get the peak. I thought they may have just been able to do a little bit of damage, but Madden again opens up with an opening kill. That's the 5-on-4 they need. But it's a fake. They're drawing all this util towards A. They're going to head over towards B.
And 2 players stacked in Monster. Is Sapek going to be ready for this? Yes, he is. They both line up, and they're both going down. Muterus and Arky probably got a save from here. There's no chance to it. And that first kill coming in for Stododo really just sent them spiraling down for Saw. Muterus will try find something at the edge of the smokes, but no, nothing going to get given towards him. It's best to try find one of the rifles that was dropped by his teammates. Even then, I don't even know if there's an M4 to spare. AK takes the fight, wins it. Arky just got to go back the other side of the map and save the weapon. And wow, the ninjas playing so well so far. Yes, Saw did get aggressive, which cost them the round. But even, again, going back to that first kill on Stododo, the flash in from Fozzy has been consistently so great to allow that kill to come through.
You mentioned that this could be the biggest upset in the EDC in a best of 3 context. I even want to say this could be the biggest upset in Tier 2 CS we've seen this entire year. I know that we're only in February, but when you think that there are 68 teams in between the 2 rankings of Saw and Young Ninjas, a team that have only won 3 best of 3s in their entire history on HLTV against SJ, Kova, and Sangul, nowhere near the level of competition of Saw. And to think both teams have got a stand-in, that's even playing field for me. 9 to 5
and to think as well, the guy that they lost on the Ninja side is ZTR. Like, you know,
yeah, they're a game leader. Even worse.
Like all those factors should not add up to what we're seeing right now. You know, like it just shouldn't even be possible. But here we are, 9 to 5 up, possibly going for 10 because Saw have got a very broken bite. They've taken damage on the Fama of Arky already. Deagle out here towards Shaw. Is he going to be ready for Alex? Yes, he is. Good shot, gets away from the connector player in time. Tagged to 89, but still stays alive. And just, he's flashed through towards Monster. Are they expecting him? Yes, they are. He still gets the kill. The Just MP9 and the AWP can't even deal with him. Julie's out. He does go down in the end, but a 4-on-3 gained by the Saw side.
Yeah, Just really needed to fight there. He's already that aggressive. There's no way he could fall back without getting picked off, so just continue the fight. AWP, well, the Julie's really finding the connection. Flash out towards that short water. Madden clears out that area of the map. 3 players over towards a B site, and, well, for Young Ninjas, they've got to really just brute force their way into B.
Oh, nice wallbang damage from the Deagle! And the headshot also connects from Arky. Now Sasul with the other Deagle on the other side of the site. Ready for monster presence is Muteris to back him up as well on the T ramp. And Fozzy will lean up. Deagle shot not connecting. Fama can swing at the bomb to drop and double up on Nilo. So Saw will have themselves a 6 to close out the CT half. 9-6 to the favor of the young ninjas here. And, well, definitely encouraging because that's the exact same scoreline they got on T side of Inferno again.
That's looking good. Let's have a look at those odds. Looking even better. Juicy odds from our betting partners at Paramatch. Over 3-1 for Saw in the last map of a best of 3. And get involved. Get your bonus. Click on the banner below on your deposit. Saw. Whoo-wee. There is not a lot going for them, Jay.
Savor those odds because I never thought I'd see anything like that in this context, like in this best of 3.
I wouldn't think I'd see it at any point in this best of 3 final, at least in the last map.
USP's out across the board, no kit, no utility. Kevlar for everyone. Look at the stack into connector. They might be in trouble here. Saul holding contest, but Sapek gets the secondary frag. 2 for 1. The bomb's making its way over to the A bomb site as well. The ninjas, they gamble stacked it, managed to make it work with the trades. And checking out B site, seeing nothing, just as rotating away. It's all down to this long control with the raid boss of Arky peeking up.
Yeah, look, it's a retake setup. They went for the con stack. They then moved the majority of players over to the B side. And Arky, if he pushes into bank, this could be the trap as there's a player already here from Alex. Needs to stay alive, needs to hold on to that advantage. Can't continue fighting. This allows the bomb plant to go down.
Covered to the left by a body block, covered to the right by a smoke. The plant comes in, and it's retake on for the ninjas. They don't have a kit. They went for the Kevlar and the USPs. It's the Dodo waiting here in the footsteps of the rotators, knowing they're all coming in from dumpster and from bank. Here they go. Glock tapping. Can't land a shot. Burst fire. Does eventually connect to Sapek. Nilo trades it. Alex close range towards the long position. Just comes up with a kill. Arky covers suit. And it's all left to Nilo. Tagged up. Dink down. Taken down. And Saw recover the awkward exchange from connected to turn to a bomb plot on the A site. And a pistol round to start the T side.
Yeah, without the utility and without that kit, it means that the retake, even in an advantage, it just gets so much more difficult. They try and swing together, but the Glock kills are fantastic. The young ninjas forcing back into round 17, not looking to try and take a full eco. And Deagle's up for everybody. Armor coming through with some util. Saw looking to try and bring this back, looking to close the deficit.
They could do that against the ninjas. That would be positive reinforcement for the situation they're in. Good kill starting off against Manon. Deagle v AK. Unfortunately, the one taps go better for the rifles. Long range duel. It is a force buy from the ninjas. It's still hand cannons across the board, so. Minute to the clock. You can't be too shocked they might lose out on round 17.
Well, there's a bit of an aggressive player in Monster, actually, that's going to be able to clear out that area of the map. So maybe just a gamble rotation up towards A. Fozzy could be on the timing. That's the kill. It's so far away, though, that he can't overextend and pick up that rifle, unfortunately.
He did get info on the second man, also out there at the mid stairs, though. So there's going to be info they can work with. And I think you're right about that. The push-up coming in towards the T-Con area. The Deagle was watching, but not keeping his eyes on the bathrooms position. And now his backline players here. One behind box, one behind truck. And just moves up. Good flash in to blind them off. Stall for extra time. 23 seconds. The backstab still inbound. Mac 10 caught off by a Deagle. Alex will fall. And Zapek lean in. It's going to be an open plant. Galil picked up 13 seconds. No one's watching the back lines. Order spray 2 gets that one. Transfers back. Arky turns it. Deagle still holding on. But just shuts it down to the 8-second marker. And it will be Saw defending the round here. Good damage done to the T-sub. But the ninjas unable to escape with the round itself. can't help but feel like if that backstab came in a little bit quicker, that would have worked.
Well, look, if that bomb plant was thinking about going down towards default, then it could have worked, right? Like, that was really well played from Saw to actually move their offensive towards that truck angle, which just provides so much coverage from the backline and from that bank position. Yeah, the time was low, but Young Ninjas, that backstab just couldn't find the success that they were hoping for. And now an eco ensues. Not a lot of investment coming out. This should be 9-9. Ooh, triple
There's
stack.
a kill. Already found by the T side. The Ninjas, you're right, going for the triple stack. Can they find anything for it? Yes, they can. Nilo on the Soul. Frag found towards that short control. They should realize there's got to be a B stack as a result of this. They're going fast and losing towards the mid position over to the A site. Molotov's down as they realize what's really going on here. The flash out just to stack in, probably grab that AK. Well, it's only a MAT 10 actually instead, so not too much lost here by the T side. The Ninjas, is that going to be the call to make their way up and try to see if they can find these kills? I mean, I've got Alex rotating away towards T-Con, so it seems like they're setting up a very advanced sort of retake, but I don't think they've got time to do so.
Yeah, look for exits is probably their best bet. I mean, they won't lose too much. They've got that single piece of Kevlar for Nilo, but if they can limit the buy going forward... Ooh, shock out from Alex. If they get a rifle, that would be even better. Muteris is going to be the one to try and make sure they don't get that AK, but they'll definitely at least get one. They might even try and go for the retake.
They've got a limited amount of time to do so, though. They've got one player in the bathrooms. AK looking up, just taking a frag back, and they have done so much with so little here. The two AKs they can be happy with. They haven't got time for the defuse anymore, so just going to wait in the site, eventually fall back out towards B. In Dumpster is where he'll wait. And again, as you mentioned, what a round from the Ninjas. Could have had so much less to work with. Still, they get away with 2 free AKs, 4 kills on the source side. Buy is completely limited for the T's because the damage also coming in from the previous round as well. The heavy buyback leaves not a lot of cash in the bank.
Yeah, certainly not. That reserve is not looking healthy. It's looking very limited, and you've got to even think that if Young Ninjas can pull one out of the hat here, then it could be double eco status up for Saw. Aggression coming through from Fozzy. Flash out. Oh! Still connects as the flash starts to unblind him. That is a very, very difficult shot to hit, but he finds it nevertheless.
Part blind by that flash. He started to fade by the time he saw his man, but connecting it. And the damage is significant towards him, but really that should have been a kill for Stadodo. Aggression from the CT side, starting to smoke down position. That's a very awkward smoke, actually.
Yeah.
Leaves a gap to that left-hand side, which does leave Nilo exposed. So you better fall back to position, I think, away. Try and play anti-flash on Grill, which isn't a good idea, I don't think. Default still set in for Saw. They haven't defined a site hit just yet. They're starting to lean towards AA play.
Yeah, Justa's got to at least try and sell something to be maybe just a little bit of utility spam coming through. Almost connects, and Fozzy's just jump spotting towards Dice, trying to see if he can spy out any info towards that long and bathrooms control, but they're actually playing it very passive towards A. The AWP moving back into the bank position now.
35 seconds. Here come the smokes, here comes the hit. Player over on truck, smokes back, nades on long, not quite as close. Muteris is right up close and personal, takes the kill on Manan. 4 on 4. Damage has been done towards him. Bomb plant in the midst of the smoke on default. No backstab ins. The best that they can do is just go for the retake from the common CT angles. Muteris getting Alex, tipping the man advantage back to his team's favor. But Sapek reads his angle and takes the wallbang spray to an even trade once again. But the T's are backed off, knowing that that bomb is out in the open. There is no smoke for the Ninja. They've got to go with the full open stick here. Molotov's out. AK adjust, holding back front of divider, and they're only just getting towards the bomb site now. They got to stick the defuse, hold the body block, try keep control. Fozzy being seen with that AWP. AK good, spray through, trade back 1-for-1. They're not on the bomb though. The spray transfer from Arky comes up, and the Saw steals the final frag as the Saw side take the lead.
Oh, Young Ninjas. We're in very similar territory of where we were towards the end of Inferno, right? We saw a moment where I think Saw won about 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They started building up a bit of a lead. It could have been about a 12-10 scoreline. Not quite the same here, and then Young Ninjas started to come back, but I'm almost getting the feeling that the momentum's slowing down and slowing down quickly. This is 4 rounds in a row on the T side, 5th if you include round 15 in the first half. And Saw have now taken the lead.
AK Zorps versus Deagles and an M4 for Manon. The Ninjas. Broken by still. I mean, it's kind of like an eco sort of half investment given the fact that they had a little bit of extra money left over from the saved AKs. But so far on this CT side, NIP's Academy squad is yet to really get around here. They need to find something soon. Matt Deagle and Nilo's the starts. The Dodo will trade it back. 4-on-4 gain immediately.
Yeah, it's important that the trade comes out. Don't let an opening pick go the way of the City side without a response. Now, B is pretty undefended when you think about it. An aggressive play from Sapek towards that short water control, but outside of that, it's the only defender. Now, they're starting to make a little bit of movement towards the top of Con. This might give the information over that it's a B play, but it might be too late.
Molotov's in, CZ close to Sapek, back behind the sandbags. The Saul comes up with a kill on Manon. He's going to try play to deny the bomb plant here, and with how low the timer is, that could work, but the Saul reads it. AK spray back from Fozzy, gets the kill at the top connector. But he's the last man standing in a 1-on-3. He's got to hold on to this weapon, get out of dodge. Might hear the rotating player, so he might look for another exit and keep the hurt up on the T side. And if they can do that, then Saw's economy could be reset so easily by the young ninjas. The problem is getting that round victory, you know? They've done so much damage over the last, 4 rounds. Now going to be 5 rounds here if they can get this 3rd frag. I mean, even then, 2 kills with the money line being where it is. That's still very, very valuable, very serious value lost to the Saw side. So to get away with that, it's already going to be a pretty positive entity. Molotov's in. He gets that kill. Very nicely done for Fozzy. And again, they just need to get around. They just need to secure a victory. That will reset Saw. That will get us back to evens. That will get Young Ninja started on the CT side.
I really didn't like that hunt. I just don't think the reward's there. Yeah, you take an AK out of play, but you're right. You're damn right. There has been so many rounds here on this T side where it's been like 2 players, 3 players staying alive, where the money just isn't there. They're on single round loss bonus. They haven't lost a round so far in the second half, but the instant reset is just, it's so there. And Saw losing that 3rd player, meaning only 2 players stay alive, risk the chance of them being reset into a double eco to force once they lose. Young Ninjas, you've got to imagine that they know they're holding on. Although they haven't won a round in a while, although they haven't won a round in the second half, they're keeping them competitive, they're keeping them close, and they know 1 round can change it all.
Well, I mean, they should know the damage that they've done at this stage. All they have to do is press tab and see how many players were alive in all these rounds, and it's no more than 2. And there you go. Fozzy opening things up, taking out Mutaris. Nilo spraying blind from the smoke over at the monster position, getting close but not doing damage to the player that was there. And they started off with a kill here. They've gone back to passive because they realized that they don't need to aggress any further forward than this. They can just go hold the angles and wait for the T side to come to them. They'll be at the man advantage. Minute and 13. And it goes real quiet crossover pass.
Great opening find. Boost up into connector, get the AWP looking into short water control, and Muteris falls. But it does get silent. Now, Just has been able to clear this area. Flash out from long does give a bit of info up for the T's. Oh, they just swing. That's so dry coming out from Fozzy. And that's a simple kill for Stadodo.
Second man of Alex, unable to get the frag back, just turning his crosshair away. The AUG of Sapek can get the trade over on the short control. CTs holding down the sites, wraparounds from long, straight through bathrooms onto mid, onto the A site. AWP about to peak. Man seen over at Flower Pots. Molotovs onto bank, will siphon off that entryway. AK up in the stall, awkward spray. Manon comes up, Nilo follows suit, and Manon makes it a double. And the Ninjas will have their 10th to the board. Finally, their first round of the CT side. No bomb plant bonus for Saw as well. Look at what that does to the money line.
Look at them odds. That's probably the closest it's been in a while now. 1.48 up for the Saw side. Oh, Stadodo's buying down. This is a very late call to go in for the force buy. I thought that was just going to be a straight eco. They had a little bit more money than I anticipated, but this is a risk. They're going to try and go for the force.
Double eco as a result of this. If they lose this round, it's going to be basic USPs out and about for the T side. Deagle's in on 3, Tech9 on 1, and that AWP is mentioned for Stadodo. I think it was passed to him by Mutris. He was on 5 grand prior to the buy. Rushing out towards this short control. It's going to be Mutris that opens up against Fozzy. That's a big kill to find. AK here, Manning knows that they're all over him, and the AWP and Mutris can strike. 2 orbs now to work with for the T side in a 2-for-1 trade. They're wrapping back over to the A site. They're going to see if they can make that push as well happen. Sapek has no idea about this, but still in connector. If they grab that bomb, if they rotate back through mid, he could be the denial.
They've got B site open. Justa's been able to get through. The thing is, though, they don't know about the player towards bottom connector. If Saw play this right, this should be round done already. Sapek shouldn't be able to find too much here. And once the contact comes through from B, that's when the wraparound can come through from A, and the AWP connects. That's a big read from Stadodo.
And Sassoil will follow suit on Alex, trying to follow back on Nilo with a secondary kill, but no, a 1-on-4 for him. He gets that 1 frag, but he might be forced to hold on to his weapon here. And the Ninjas against a force buy, against mostly pistols, too aggressive out mid to sort of put all their chips in that part of the map. And it works out well for them.
Footsteps.
Yeah, this AK is going down. Mutris gonna wait for it. Shot in the back, 2 taps with a kill, easy as that. 12-10. Saw reinstate 2 rounds of the lead.
What a force buy. What a start. They swing together out from party and just, I don't know if it's a bit of a gut feeling or what it is, but a risky play to just slow walk Monster by himself, realizes that B bomb site's open, and I mean, for Stadodo to read the play that there could be a player in short water, and Young Ninjas buy back. It's not the best buys. There is a FAMAS out for Fozzy. 2-round lead for Saw. They hold on to their advantage. They don't lose the lead.
Minute and 30. Very early in this round. The defaults look over to in Monster position over on the B site. Molotov of Arki will keep his eyes on as well out of T-Con. But not finding anything. The CT is forced to fall back against the Saw camp. A minute to go. And this looks to be a BXC, you know. 2 players initially to defend this. The 3rd man's also at water. And they're running back, actually. Okay, this is a rotation. Trying to play out towards mid position. Fozzy may be in for a world of hurt.
He doesn't have support, does he? The only other raid player is Man, and look how passive he is towards APC. This is a very sort of unique way of sort of playing the A defense, that they're just not peeking off one another. The shadow. Oh, he sees the first player, swings through. Oh, a massive shot coming through from Stadodo. A hard flick with the AWP. What a shot!
A man in 25 seconds, he knows they're all coming in from bathrooms. They're going to check this corner. Mutris does. The spray's awkward, and the CT comes up good. AK around the back, sees him, takes him down. M4 also at truck, spotted there. Alex waiting, and Arki captures the only angle to evade damage. 3-on-2 now. Going to line up, or at least try get out from long control. 1 player also at bank. Stadodo is low. He's got to get his headshot in, and Sapek jumps faces. 2v2 now. They're backed up passive. Bomb plant on default. No one is in the bathrooms. They're going to try get there now, and there's no kits either for the CT side. Tapping it once, trying to force the peaks in. Going to try force these kills quick, and the Ninjas taking their time. So are Saw. Justin Arki, simultaneous kills as we go 13-10. And the T side are maintaining control. Tactical for the Ninjas. They're 3rd in this map. They had so much control in this one, but they have really struggled in the second half. Like only 1 round on the CT side.
Look, that was an astonishing round from Saw. A ridiculous flick from Stododo. But look at how Arky played that. Times low, swings out from long, deals with Madden, who was around sort of that headshot bathroom's position. And as he looks back towards the site, he spots the player out from truck. Rather than a wide swing, he gets onto the default boxes and gets himself, creates the angle. And Young Ninjas crumble. No kit, no utility. That retakes, it's almost impossible like that. Especially with a player on low HP. And now they've got to eco. Saw are just coming into their own on this T side.
And the pistols are out for a Ninja's half buy. This probably means that we'll be looking at a 14-10 with a buyback on the CT camp, and they'll need to use that buyback to regain control of the situation. How down to the wire this has gotten. A minute and 13 so far. The defaults have seen no contact again. Saw don't want to make a misstep. They are so close to taking the win here. They should have been up 2-0. And they lose the pick here in round 24.
Give up an AK. No trade comes through, and well, from here, they've just got to play it together. Not a great amount of utility left from Saw, as they've used quite a lot of it so far. And Young Ninjas, I mean, it's an advantage that you're just desperate for. Rotate's coming through. They've been able to clear out short water. They might just gamble, rotate this A site. There seems to be a lot of movement up from B.
E250 watching. AK sees his man, can't take him down, does get a kill in the end against Sapek. Trade it to a 4 versus 4, and here come the T side. The AK sitting in the midst of the smoke. Alex, Deagle, here towards bathrooms, gets one kill. Fozzie strikes, but just takes it down! And the pistols get the last couple of frags as the Ninjas manage to play around Saw's angles, not checking every single one on that T side. And that enables a crucial, important round to go their way. And again, Saw are money crushed here.
Arky's buying down a scout, and yeah, that's it. I don't even really like too much of an investment in this round. I think that Arky's bought down too far here. There's not a lot of money for this T side. He's got to at least find some impact with it, that's for sure. The swing out from long, AWP ready. Good shot from Fozzie. What an opener.
Arky forced to sit down. Second player also out. The AWP does not quite find the frag. And they have no idea. They're playing this one fast and loose. Saw, despite the weaponry that they have, they are not going to be able to do much with this. Block facing in. Bomb gets dropped. Manon better be backed up by his teammates. They're going to force for the fire in the flames and try so they can take him down. Muteris comes up with one frag, potentially a second as well. No, CZ finishes off the job. Only one player to fall for the CT cap. 12 to the board as well for the Ninjas. We are within one, and the money just still ain't there for the T's. It might be another one. Just upgrade pistols, maybe some Kevlar. We're looking at a very, very dead set even game.
Look, they could have just completely glocked out that previous, but they realized, you know what, let's just get a really strong buy together. Let's double eco, and it's going to be a rush into B. We haven't seen this yet.
So Sol, Tech9 leads the charge. Nilo, Incendiary down to stall them. They hesitate for a moment. No presence seen towards short. There's one player behind that smoke, and Sapek will not know about it after that jump face. And again, no info being given up. Re-smoke down from Nilo. Will they force forward? Oh, they better keep their eyes on. Spray through, lines up on 2. Only gets 1. AUG better get turned around. Needs backup real quick because they're closing in on his angle. And they drop the bomb. So Saw will trade it. 3 versus 2. Stododo covering off short is all that remains of the A players on rotate. Good flashbanging to stop them. And now Saw are going to counter-rotate in response.
Who's going to be here in time? I don't think anyone is. You've got some Heaven players, but no one's rotated up. Now they're going to hear the footsteps. This could be a chance of at least getting the bomb plan in.
This is at least a bomb plant. Everything else rests on the after plant here, and the retake coming in from the Ninjas. Weapon advantage for the CTs. Kevlar onto Saw with that M4. Tech9 in the corner checked, and Fozzie and Alex clean up those two individuals. Even standing, the Ninjas 13 all. They could have denied more for Saw if they just kept themselves at least a little bit of presence on that A bomb site. But that bomb plant guarantees a buy. It was probably going to come through anyway. But AKs are plenty. AWP for Dodo. It's game on.
Oh, it is. Who's going to destroy each other's economy first? There's a little bit in the reserve here for the CT side. A bit of loss bonus now going the way of the T's. A Saw, if they lose this round, they need a bomb plan at least. That will allow them to reinvest. It will be a bit awkward. Aggressive approach towards Party, perhaps, for the CT side. And Fozzy going back up towards this long position where he found success in the last round. Or at least the one previously. Very passive from Saw, not looking to go quick about anything.
Smokes and Molotovs down, trying to drive Alex away from this bathrooms area. But it is just utility to the mid position. No T-side presence. It's going to be all about the B hit once again. They're stacking up in Monster and Justice, hoping for some sort of contact here. So re-smoke down here. Nilo gap. Does he see his man? No, it just is like a hair away. Pixel found by the T-side player instead. As Muturis gets the opener. Sapek and Just trade back and forth. One player at heaven. Good flash to stall for time by an extra few seconds for CTs to get the angle. Another great flash. A third great flash. Keeps the T's at bay, but still Sasol deals with Alex on the ramp position. Look at the HP numbers for the T side though. Need to get the sprays together, land those single bullets. Indeed, the kill comes through. Dodo responds. It's all on the orb. No automatic weapons to his feet. A player close, still land. Good flick, good shot, good kill. And Incendiary to force the Dodo away, picks up that AK and Just is low in the backlines. Molotov on, smoke down, no cover port, tapped once, trying to force him to peek in, Just gonna swing. Kill comes out on the AK, sprays through blind, no info on Dodo! And Dodo wins the fight! Kids Saw in the lead at 14-13, and the Ninjas so close yet so far.
You couldn't fault the utility. You couldn't fault it for the CT side. What you could fault was the trades. The T side overwhelmed the B bomb side, and Dodo wins a very, very important clutch in the end. And Young Ninjas, they take their last tactical, 4 out of 4. What's the play here? They've got enough money for an AWP onto Fozzy. MP9 up for Nilo. Alex. Has something been dropped for him, or does he have to buy himself? Because if he does, he might just be on a deagle. The lead up for the Saw camp, 14-13. And yeah, Jay, he didn't get anything dropped. He's going to be on a deagle this round.
Oh, this is a broken buy for the Ninjas that could just basically destroy everything. Molotov's in. Just those 3 rifles, the M4s on 2, the AWP for Fozzy. Him, Sapek, and Manon are going to be the main guys to deal with here, and the main heavy lifters for the CT side. But already, Sapek has been forced to 40 HP. Does he want to pass his weapon off to Nilo? That might be a good call with that SMG. And yeah, that's exactly what they will do, the Ninjas. Back on the B site, waiting for more contact, but Saw have gone passive and back out to Park and Fountain.
Where's the play for Saw? Maybe just a late lurk out from B. See if they can show some presence to the A site. See if they can scramble some of the rotations. And there's a bit of a window of opportunity here, as it seems like it's a bit of a clear path towards the A side. The AWP's rotating over. This is a gamble stack up towards B.
One player gonna play contact and fall back, it seems. Utility incoming. Rotations called on one player of Fozzy, that AWP. There's a moment for him to shine. It will be right about now. Manon's gone down. Mewtwo is switching out to the M4. Orb can connect his shot. Smoke's a bit awkward. Just land to the left-hand side of that. Wait. Oh, yes, you're seeing it come through from Just. But Fozzy, with that Orb, gets the 2 kills. 4 versus 3, and Just is just closing in the pincers. Is anybody ready for this? Sapek could be the main issue. And the M4 closing in. Look at Just. He'll see one. Sprays through. Awkward comes up with a kill. Nilo trades it. 3v2. Ninjas need to act now. Muturis is still on site. Zydoo's got a bomb planted for him. Takes that one frag. 2-on-2 still. Deagle, close range. Can't land the frag. Muturis keeps it going. And he gets himself a quadra kill. Map and match point and group point for Saw as well. The Ninjas struggle to keep themselves in this one. They're teetering on the edge of defeat.
The lurk play may have not worked like they wanted it to, Jay, but it wasted time. It had a one-on-one and it held them at bay to try and get that retake together. Massive hold out from the truck position, coming through from Muteris. And look at the buy, Jay. Look at the buy from the CT side. It is horrible. It is horrendous. It is not looking good at all. A con stack in for both the T and the CT side, and they're swinging, looking to try and find the fights, but it's the kills out for Zydoo.
4-on-3 as Manon was the only man to get a kill in that con-stack phase. 3 players on shore, having to fall back and just going to hear these footsteps. One SMG could catch him off guard, and indeed Just goes down a bit of a taste of his own medicine, if you will. 1 rifle to pick up for the CT camp. 3-on-3 scenario. Ninjas recovering this. They're at a HP advantage against the Dodo, but only 1 rifle to play with. They see nothing over on the B site. 2 players over to the A defense, and Saw slowly make their way up. Going to try to play the time game, but Alex has seen the bomb.
Molly coming out towards that bank position, though. They've got to make a decision. Do they fight or try and fall back and play passive? Rotates are coming through. He's instead going to try and fight, get quite aggressive. Nilo's pushed forward of the bank angle.
3 T-side players from long and mid versus 3 directly on the site or in the back lines. And Zydoo will start the lean up. The AK looking on the SMG. Will he catch it off? Did he see that vision? Did he see that movement? I don't think he did. AK close, Nilo. Gonna let his teammate die. Does get Muris to drop. 25 seconds. Holds it down alongside Sapek, turning up their M4 and keeping the Ninjas alive for 1 more good round. 15-14. And the buy from Saw is still gonna be broken.
I've got the feeling they might try something aggressive, Jay, because it's broken. Maybe just try and hit that B site quickly. There's not a lot here. If they got a bomb plant, then we could have been in for a slightly different story with that extra $800 investment, but it doesn't come out. Oh, we could even be going to overtime.
Tack pause for NIP. They're 4th in this map. They'll get 1 more if they can get to OT. 15-14. And the Tech 9s and Deagles are all they have to work with. That tactical pause is also an opportunity for Sword to talk it through. And maybe it might be a quick play if they rush Monster and don't get shut down by an AK or an M4 spray. That would be ideal, but they're splitting apart. Going 2 players out towards Connector and mid, mostly going to be a Monster default here. Short control being taken quickly by Muturis. He's not going to be counteracted by any sort of sprays through. SMG, close for Alex. And it goes quiet, but they've quickly set themselves up for the hit here.
Yeah, it's the B-side Xe. Muteris getting aggro towards Short Waters, paid the price for the early damage. Here come the flashes over the top. Tech Nice looking to try an entry. Arky finds that first kill. They make it 2, but they've got to continue to trade on the side.
1 more player at water. Zapek gets a double, needs a triple, but Zydoo shuts him down. 3-on-2, bomb plant secured. Still 2 M4s to work with. SMG and 2 Eagles back for the T side. And there's Fozzy with a kill and a second. Zydoo on short in the midst of a fading smoke. Sees that bomb, sees Manon, slams through, but doesn't get the kill. And the Ninjas do unto Saw what they did unto them at the start of the group stage. 15 all. We are going to overtime.
OT on the last map in the best of 3 to qualify for the playoffs. Nemega have already made it into Season 2 of the EDC. One of these teams are going to press forward, but who will it be, Jay? 15-15, 10K MR3. And the Young Ninjas, 2 rounds in a row, they've brought it back. They're still in this. They're fighting.
We've seen a great moment in EDC and OT, both in Season 1 and Season 2. Here and now, the Ninjas feel unbelievable pressure, you must imagine. Up against one of the best teams in Tier 2 and still holding their own to keep this together, trying to pull off a ridiculous upset here in the group stage. They found an opening kill. They're forced out of the mid position though by the T side here.
Now they take connector control back, but it's already too late. You've already lost that first initial fight. And Young Ninjas, I love the discipline that they're not looking for two more. They're not hungry for more of an action. Instead, just deciding to fall back and play passive. Alex is starting to hear some of these footsteps too. Stododo could just get wide swung upon.
Oh, they're going to go for it. M4 loses its life. A bit of an overly aggressive wide swing. I wouldn't have recommended it to Manon, but he goes for it and pays for it. 4v4 as a result. Alex still watching that mid position as the T start to back off, rotating onto the B site. With Alex being the solo holder, they're considering a rotation off the back of this AWP. Utility is coming in for the T side. Smoke Heaven. Smoke back Monster as well, coming in at the right moment for the Ninja side. Nilo so aggressive. Zapek on T ramp. Sees two and doesn't do anything with it. Nilo waiting for justice. Sprays through, takes him down, but Mutra is quick to get to position to trade. 3 versus 2. The Saw side now take another. And it's all left to Alex in a 1v3. His best bet is to save that M4 because there's no cash for him. Again, MR3 10k, as you mentioned. They have to keep the weapon in play.
Yeah, they do. Realize, you know what, it's not worth it. 1v3 clutch, maybe if we're on that point, or maybe if we're against it, but in a situation where it's the first round of OT, you're better off just holding on. Don't look for exits, please, Alex. I think that's just a recipe for going down if he does. It depends on how aggressive Saw want to go to try and hunt down this last player. 16 on the board, and Stododo. I mean, some of his entries were so crispy. You were right about that wide swing from Madden. Alex, he doesn't know that they're just on the other side of that wall.
What a banger of a match this has turned out to be, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. It's not expected. I mean, look, the best of one was close, obviously, it went into OT, but after seeing what Saw did in that previous best of 3, like, it wasn't expected for this to be down to the wire like it is. Not even to go to OT in the last map of the series.
Absolutely. And the match that we wanted to see the most in this group was the Miga versus Saw. So
yeah.
I think this would be an appropriate substitution considering what this final map has become. As the Ninjas cling onto life in group stage, reminder to you all that this is the decider match of the group, so winner proceeds to playoff. The loser is out for good, and the loser in this opening pick is Manon. Smoke down, M4 still holding, Fozzy there to back him up with the AWP. 2 kills untraded by the T side.
Oh, what a bait play. You get Manon aggressive towards the edge of the playground position, and then there's an AWP just waiting for the swing. Or timing, smoke goes down, door gets opened. Salzal looking to try and see if he can take a fight. Oh, just wins it out. That was a bit awkward, though.
Now with the short control, the T's want to act upon the B site control. 2 players to defend against it. Third man on his way here. I think he's coming up from the heaven control. The flashbang in to try to support it. Turn away. Alex goes down. Nilo gets 2 frags. Still when AK turns up for a kill of his own right. Oh, the headshot's good as well. And Sasol, 1-on-1 now. Bomb on his back. Up against Fozzy with the AWP. This would be an ace for him. He turns away at the wrong moment. The head offered up to him on a plate. He hears the AWP though. Sees his man. Can't take him down. And Fozzy just holding for time. Holding for pressure. Keeping him from denying the bomb plant here. Head still ducked down, so Saul's got to get to sight. And he's just covering this cross. AK, got to get a single tap. 10 seconds, time is up. Swings back, and he wins the spray! 1v3, full ace for Sasol, and a 17th for Saw.
That's got to be the biggest clutch. That has to be the biggest clutch in the best of 3. A 1v3, an ace to come in for the stand-in for Saw, standing in for Roman. And 17 up for Saw. Sasol, what a round from him!
Oh, Ninjas.
Look what that's done to the buy, Jay. 2 rounds in a row.
Absolutely wrecked on the buyback. An AWP and an M4 will come in, but it's pistols across 3 other players. Where do you go from here? This could well be 18-15 in an MR3 OT. And saw, just hear them on the edge of their breath right now, waiting for the hit to come through. Ninjas also doing the same. Backed up towards the bathrooms. There's going to be a long commitment here.
And Ninjas have got the right idea. They've pushed all the way into Monsters. They know it probably has to be an A play, and it's Nilo to find that first pick. More players coming over.
Molly will force him forward though. Flashbangs in, and the Orb also strikes AK out towards mid. Muta is dealt with by Alex, and Nilo holds the M4. That's a huge survival round for the Ninjas. 17-16, no match point just yet for the Portuguese core, as the Swedes stay alive by the skin of their teeth. The buy being broken, but still so much firepower held together, and the M4 and the AWP were the crucial elements of that last round.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been winnable. That was a crumbled economy, a really shaky buy, but look, they make it work, and it's a survival. They get one in that first half. 1st and 19, 18-18, we get tied up and we go to another OT. It's Dodo with the NWP, M4s to back him up. No AWP over for the T side. And it looks like it's going to be a fast commitment towards Playground. Boost comes through from Arky. Doesn't see any short water control contested as of yet.
Play away from the connector control as well, because the door's been opened up, I believe, by the T side. Spread out default again from the Ninjas. Focused mostly on the monster position. Passive control towards Park and the mid area. Flashes in. Sapek domes just through the smoke. Kicks things off well for the young Ninjas.
That's a banger of a shot to start off the round. Just having no idea how that happens. And Saw, how do they try and fight back? Do they just want to continue some aggression? Sazol, if he gets pushed forward in towards Monster, that would just be going straight into the bait play. And it's a gamble stack towards B. They are leaving Stododo alone over A with that AWP.
And Sapek will be the lone lurker here towards the B site. The flashes go over. He's considering potentially drawing a rotation back. 2-2 split as they even up the situation for the defensive. But again, the young Ninjas only just starting to start the rotation. 35 seconds. The bomb's all the way out in T-Con, just making its way towards T-Spawn now. They're going to run this timer just as low as they did on their T side of regulation, and that might cost them here. Molotov down. They've got to wait for it to extinguish. One player coming in from Connector. Perfect flash in. Sapek caught blind, tagged up low, and they've seen that bomb. Rotations inbound. Third man already here. Kasora, Toxic Barrel, sees so many, does so much damage, doesn't get the kill. Mutuis chimes in, man, and responds. Bomb dropped though by the AWP. Trades back and forth. 4 seconds. And Stododo attempting the wall bang, couldn't land it on the second or first shot. So he's forced back for the retake in a 1v3 in heaven, and he's going for it here. This could be real interesting. Alex would have heard the drop down, but he's not looking the right way.
I can't believe he went for that 1v3 attempt, and does that show desperation or maybe a bit of hope? That was a ballsy play. When you invest into an AWP, so they're going to pay the price if they lose this next follow-up. And the young Ninjas, like, that was a big test there. They rotated everyone over towards B. The info came out to the city side, but they still landed some phenomenal entries.
And the Ninjas are equal once again against Saw. Face to face, blow for blow. The CT defensive about to be faced in by the AWP. Look at how aggressive Fozzy wants to get. Doesn't see anything of the CT forces just yet. He's been very twitchy about this. Peeked up towards that short control. I think he was seen. He's definitely seen one of the CT players though, so hold the angle and wait. The Molotov will try force him out. Perfect flash to support. That was well timed there from the Ninjas.
Oh, that flash. If that flash didn't come through, then he's a dead man for sure. And Alex is going for a bit of a solo play, a bit of a lurk out to the bathrooms. But it looks like it's going to be another B commitment. 3 players here with hardly any utility for Saw. Resmoke goes down towards Monster. Coming at a pretty decent time, too.
48 seconds and the Ninja side. Jump face. I don't know if Aki's seen him. Just here, close towards Monster. Flash through. No. Comes in a little bit late. Zapek goes down. Nilo with 2 frags, though. Traded back up by Arky, sees Manon, but Manon holds the line. Mutuous response, AWP is the Dodo from heaven. Suddenly changes the complexion of the defensive. Fozzy alone, got a swing, got a kill. Molotov now going towards heaven, no, he plants. Open for short here. The smoke giving him enough cover from the AWP. Dodo firing his way through, switching out to the M4. And Fozzy with the orb, looking for the last gap in the fence to get the match point for the Ninjas instead. What is he doing? Is he going back to heaven, I think? That seems to be the case on the retake. He's seen the orb for it as well. Couldn't have timed it better as Saw getting that point instead.
You almost thought for a moment there he could have been saving in that 1v1, but no. Just repositioning, getting up to that heaven position, trying to play the angle and defeats the AWP in that 1v1, picks it up for the CT side. But the buy's still going to look a little bit awkward. Dodo can drop an M4 over to a teammate. They've got an MP9 and a FAMAS in play.
Every play right now is going to be huge for their respective sides because of how sweaty this game is getting. Ninjas up for a final buy. Orb Seike is in as standard. That bomb plant definitely helping them out in that one. Flashes through onto short. Nice nade on. Turned away from the short position. Saw with the Fama. Flashed in. Sees one. Takes him down. Is he ready for the second? No. He just falls back with that kill. With that man advantage in tow for Saw.
Very disciplined there from Sword. Nade comes out, overextension, find that first pick. Don't look to control short water. Fall back, play the 5-on-4. Mr. Dodo has got a player very close to him to Divider, and he even hits that shot onto Madden. 2-man advantage now up for the Portuguese.
This might be the beginning of the end for the Ninjas. Tag up on Sapek to 46. Alex and Fozzy got to be the main men to do the damage. And with clutches coming in left, right, and center, is this going to be the boring way to end the map up? Utility down, Orp waiting, flash over, scene one. Still not going for the wall bang. Any Molotovs on towards short? I don't think they have any, no. The Fam attempting face, and the Orb shot connects. Flashbang comes through, sees his man, pins into the corner, just gets Fozzy, and now Alex falls, all on Sapek with one kill, and an awkward spray on the low HP man for Saw to close it, 19-17 on Overpass, a 2-1 series that gets them into the playoffs. But my God, what a battle it was to get there. The Ninjas giving every ounce of the fire in their belly to get them to this position. And Dwayne, I think they deserve a round of applause for that much at least.
They really do. That was a very pleasant surprise to see how competitive that game was. When all 3 maps went into overtime, Saw could be happy that they're into the playoffs, but they've got to look at this and go, geez, we need to buck up our ideas because that should not happen. They almost lost. They almost got upset by the Young Ninjas. And when you think about the talent that we've got in the Swedish scene, your Little Mixers, your Tick Attackers you throw in there, Gamer Legion, Galaxy Racer, none of those names even compare to the Young Ninjas when it comes to experience. And they almost pulled off what could have been one of the biggest upsets in Tier 2 Counter-Strike this year, Jay.
Absolutely, and just to think that this new academy side, essentially, that's just lost one of their best players in show, you know? Like, who would have thought that that team would have been able to go so far as to be a couple of rounds away from winning against Swords? That's what you got to think about, right? Like, 19-17, that means, what, a few more rounds? You probably could have gotten to a second overtime if you won that last one. You probably could have been able to get to map point first if you had held that clutch together after the rotation up towards the heaven position. So there's so many what-ifs and possibilities for the Ninjas side. And I think, honestly, given what we've seen from them, they could be happy with this result. They're not a team that's looking for major success. They're not looking for excellency. They're looking to develop themselves, look for that call up to the main NIP side. And I think right now, there's a lot of cases to make for a lot of players there.
Yeah, I look at this team and I think, geez, they could be somewhat of a threat towards the end of 2021. If they can continue to develop, if they can continue putting up some decent results and having some close affairs like they did today, then, you know, anything is possible. But look, we've seen our 2 teams going through, Nemega and Saw. We thought it was going to be the Nemega Saw play in the upper bracket best of 3 for the qualification match. But anyway, they both get through, Jay. And really, I think that's the best outcome, right? These were the 2 favorite teams going into Group A. And although it's been a struggle, they've both made it through.
Yeah, not quite the bracket that we expected to see coming out here in Group A, but regardless, we have found the right teams, and I think we can be happy with that. Our Saw versus the Mega Dream match will have to wait for another day, I think. So there you go. Congratulations to Saw, and of course, credit to them as well, because they also had a stand-in, something we also forgot about. You know, that was also impressive for them to hold together, you know, just to hold together the victories overall. So, you know, again, hopefully we'll see the main lineup coming forward, but you never know. There could be another opportunity coming forward there for the playoffs. But for now, that's a story for another day. For today, we are all done with Group A. We return in a couple days' time for Group B, which I forget who's actually going to be in that group today, so I'm going to have a quick look at my other monitor and find out. Budapest 5, Hellraisers, Sangul, and Skate. Actually, a number of rosters there that actually could be very interesting, so we're not going to be covering it, Dwag. I want to get your thoughts on that group. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Yeah, I'm really going to be keeping an eye on for Skade. I know that they've recently brought Rainwaker, one of their star fraggers, into an in-game leader role, so that would be a new one for me to have a look at. And as well, a change in-game leadership as well for Hellraisers. JR going down, and Anika's, who was talking in English, is now going back to talking Russian over in that CIS camp. So probably two of those teams I really want to keep an eye out for in Group B.
Indeed, it's all going to be fun action, of course, from February 8th and the 9th, so make sure you're tuning in here at twitch.tv/Eden Esports for all of the action here from the European Development Championship. For tonight, though, that's going to be it from us here, myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dweg, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes at Eden and Fantasy Expo. I want to thank you very much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here in a couple of days for Group B of the EDC.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.